Morning, can you hear me clearly out there? Good to go? You hear me okay? Yes, no? All right, racers, as you start to come up here for your lane assignments, yes, you can have that. Very important that you put your motorcycle in lane where you belong. We are getting ready to stack lanes. I have been not given the word to call you up yet, but we're getting close to that. And what we're going to do is, with our lane assignments, Liska Racing Street ET, you're going to end up in lane. You will start things off from lane 1. V-Twin, you must be in lane 2. And MPS Pro ET, you must be in lane 3. You must line up in your lanes, and we are going to run you round robin, 3 runs in a row. Be ready for it. We're going to do 3 sessions of Street ET, V-Twin, Pro ET. You know the deal. We do it all the time. And that's how the day is going to start today. That's how the day is going to start tomorrow. So please get with the program. Liska Racing Street ET, you're going to be in lane 1. V-Twin, you will be in lane 2. And MPS Pro ET, you will be in lane 3. Do not park your bikes in other lanes, please. Very important that you are out of the lane that you are racing from. Very important. Thank you. All right, good morning, racers. It is that time. As I told you earlier this morning at 8:40, we'd be going live on this mic and loading up the lanes. Jacob and I are ready to do exactly that. So I have my Liska Racing Street ET racers. Bring them up in lane 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET. V-twin, you need to be in lane 2. And MPS Pro ET racers, you need to be in lane 3, please. Attention to the pits, racers. Mancup registration is open. We can take care of you. If you've come through the gate this morning to join in on the action, you need to take care of your paperwork first. Please come to the base of the tower at Mancup registration and take care of your paperwork. Then you take your tech card and your bike and report to tech. Tech is located on the top end of the racetrack up on the return road by the entrance gate where you first entered the pit area. Immediately to your right when you come through that gate, that is exactly where Mancup Tech is located. So take care of your paperwork first, then report to tech, and then we can get you into the program. Official time check from the tower right now is 8:47 a.m. and the lanes are filling up with motorcycles right now. It's very important that you go out there and park your motorcycle in the correct lane to race. If you are racing in Liska Racing Street ET, you are coming to lane 1. If you are racing with the Vance and High V-Twin Series, please bring your bike to lane 2. If you are racing with the MPS Pro ET Series, then you want to be in lane 3. Racers, it's also very important that you have your number visible on the right side of your motorcycle. In the tower here, our corner worker who's inputting all the data, they're going to work with a pair of binoculars and try and work with the head of staging as well. But they need to see your competition number, and if you have dial-in numbers, all that needs to be very visible to the tower. If we don't have that, we can't work with you. When you're filling out your registration card, if you don't have the best handwriting in the world, and many of us do not, it is a very good idea to please bring Thank you. Multiple passes of dragging on the racetrack as well as the auto rotator have been completed this morning. A full spray of the entire 1320 has been completed also. All the way up there past the finish line, you can see the spot all the way up past that glorious big stripe on the big end. That track is meticulously groomed. I saw many people lose shoes and sneakers yesterday and fall over in the stickiness. Expect more of that today. On a higher level, that track is really well prepped. We're ready for it. Big thanks to Mr. J.T. Norton at dragbike.com for all their coverage. Thank you, Cycle Drag, and also Eat My Ink. Ladies and gentlemen, tell your friends and family live at TV, Motormania. So to watch this action and see them live. Now, a big thank you to McKinney Motorsports and Dunnigan Racing for promoting our sport and for helping to sponsor the Motormania live feed. We've got live feed all weekend here. We're going to do our best to do you proud. Give us the information we need so you can make you the stars that you are and let them at home know that you're out here hitting it hard on the 1320. Good luck to all. So good morning, racers. Your official tower time right now is 8:51 a.m. We are 9 minutes before the top of the hour, and all things being indicated, it looks like we're going to be able to go hot right at 9. Out on the race surface right now, the track is really just as meticulous as I described it. And in the water box, our water box staff are out there sweeping and cleaning out there. Everything's looking good. So we are very ready. Got a bunch of racers in the lanes. We're going to be going hot shortly. We are running in sequence today. I want to be very clear about this. There's nothing about the program today. Today's program is exactly what you see on the printed schedule. We are sticking to that. We are not varying from that. At 9 a.m. when we go hot, we're going hot with Street ET, then we're going into V-Twin, then we're going into Pro ET. Then we're going to repeat that process again, and then we're going to do it again. We're going to do 3 rounds. All right, the pros are scheduled for their first round of Q2 today for 12 noon, and that is rock solid right now. So everybody needs to get with the program. We got people suiting up, putting helmets on out there in the lanes right now. If you want to get in on the action, it's going to happen exactly the way I described it. What you see on your printed schedule, everybody who came through the gate got a happy packet, and that happy packet has a schedule in it. Everyone has a schedule. We are sticking to the schedule. It's rock solid. Read the program, and that's what we're doing. Okay, my friends, tech is open. If you are ready and you want to get in on the program today, be sure you take care of your paperwork first. Then get down to tech, take care of your tech card, and we'll get you in the lanes. We have hundreds and hundreds of motorcycles this weekend. We have classes that are absolutely jam-packed, so it's very important that you get in your lane and you do as you need to, as prescribed, right on the run schedule. Stick to the program and everything will work. That's really the bottom line, my friends. Stick to the written program. We're going to stick to the written program. Everybody knows what it is. You stick to that and everything will fall into place. We've got 3 rounds of ET we're going to do back-to-back here right now. And once we conclude that, that'll bring us up close to 12 noon. And then we're going to run the pros. Run order for the pros per usual. Pingle Top Fuel Twin, Hawaii Pro Fuel, Valicon Pro Mod, Nitrous Express Pro Open, APE Pro Street, and Shinko WPS Real Street. We'll be running that order, and our Sportsman will be the same as yesterday, like it always is, my friends. Growth Assault 460, MTC Super Comp, and then Super Eliminator, followed by Weisco Street Fighter and Star Power Top Gas. You know the deal, baby. And for those of you who have not raced with us before, welcome. We're happy to have you here on board. And once you get in a race or two with us, you'll get in the rhythm too. It all falls into place, my friends. It all falls into place. Congratulations to all of my provisional #1 qualifiers in the pro categories. Larry McBride is currently, for the moment, sitting in the #1 spot with a 563. Jason Pridemore is sitting in the #1 spot with Pingle Top Fuel Twin with a 617. Congratulations, Jason. That was a great pass. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, another great pass. Sam White sitting there. He knows he's got more in it, and that's going to happen. And Valicon Pro Mod, Richard Gadsden, 4 with a 00. Great run, Richard. Nitrous Express Pro Open, Gene Gosselin sitting in the #1 spot. He's been there before. 642 for Gene. APE Pro Street, Jeremy Teasy with a 666. And in Shinko WPS Real Street, Dave is sitting in the #1 spot there with a 773. So we are in for some fast times this weekend, no doubt about it. Get yourselves ready. Lanes are starting to look good out there. Lane 1, Liska Racing Street ET, Vance and Hines Race Shop. V-Twin Racers, you should be in lane 2. And MPS Pro ET, you need to be in lane 3. Hi, my co-host Jake Green's up here with me, and we're going to have us a little fun this weekend. You're going to be putting up with both of us throughout the event, so you hang in there and we'll find a way to make it work. Jacob, what do you think of it?
Well, Tom, it's certainly one of the biggest turnouts, if not the biggest overall turnout of any manufacturer's cup event in the history of the sanctioning body. You know, just looking at all the bikes last night when we were running Super Comp and Top Gas and all the sportsman classes, it goes to show you that all these guys are willing to travel, willing to go that extra mile, because we have over 50 entrants in Top Gas and over 60 entrants in Super Comp.
Guys are chomping at the bit over there in lane one. Manny Taco just popped right out there. He's ready to run to the water box. They're like, no, wait a minute. So we haven't really been given the word to go hot yet, but Manny is hot to trot. And Elimination Station there is right next to him. Our racers are just chomping at the bit to get out there and get to it, and I love it. We're in for a great weekend.
Well, he's not only chomping at the bit to go racing, he's just chomping at the bit to go fast. Because going fast is our drug here. It's not just the CH3NO2 or the methanol E85 or what have you, pick your poison, but going fast is what it's all about here this weekend, and having fun with family and friends. That is certainly what it's all about. And Spencer Allen, one of our Pro Mod racers, deciding to kick the bucket on the Pro Mod, saying, you know what, I'm going to go slow for a little bit. He hopped on his Aprilia Supermoto, stretched it out a little bit, put lowering links on it, and let me tell you, a 001 reaction time from Spencer Allen yesterday, and we got 2 in the water box, dial-ins on the placards. Here we go.
All right, my friends, we are hot on that racetrack, and I'm going to give you official tower time, 8:58. We are starting early. I love it. Manny the Taco Man out there blazing tires, Spencer Allen in the left lane doing the same, and we are going racing. Tell your friends, tell Facebook for anybody that wants to watch live. MotorManiaTV.com. Big thank you to McKinney Motorsports and Dunnigan Racing for sponsoring the live feed. Thank you.
Up on the track now, we have Spencer Allen from Cape Coral, Florida, 52 years old, looking for a 12:17. Taco Carrasquillo, Manny out there on the 2000 Harley-Davidson Sportster. Manny got a breakout first round, 0:42 reaction time. Under Spencer Allen by 003, 0:39 Spencer's light, 12:23, 108.13 miles an hour. 0:39 light from Spencer. Here comes Roy Johnson from Farmville, Virginia. The 06 Kawasaki ZX14 Summit Racing side, and it's Vance Howdy Shell. Vero Beach, Florida, 58 years old, aboard the Buell EVR. Strange engineering side of the racetrack, and Howdy Shell. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, Howdy Shell is in trouble down there. Out first round, 10:05.6, 126 miles an hour, a .127 reaction time. Mr. Credit for that. Roy Johnson throwing a light on the veteran. .254, 148.04 for Roy Johnson. 0:15 reaction time. So right now we're going to take a look at what we've got going on the racetrack. We're having some technical issues here in the tower. Alrighty, here we go. Set the boogie. Simon Carson from Sarasota, Florida, 54 years old, aboard the first generation Busa. We'll be on the Summit Racing Equipment side of the track. For those of you watching at home, good morning to you as well, wherever you might be in this good wide world. Simon Carson from Sarasota, Summit Racing side. That is the far lane for those of you at home, and Steve Hogue from Ellington, Florida, The 06 Busa, 2 Gen 1 Busas set to dish it out right here, right now. 10:02 the dial in for Steve, and 8:90 the Super Cup numbers on the Summit side for Simon Carson. Simon Carson goes 069 to the red side. The twinkle and wind lights are going to be on for Steve Hogue. A 1:17 reaction time, 10:03 to 135 miles an hour down there for Steve Hogue. That's an automatic win. Simon Carson goes to the red side, 9:089, 127 miles an hour. Here comes Chuck Woolham from Reddick, Florida, 58 years old, on the 2014 Yamaha FZ09 900cc inline 3-cylinder 4-stroke. This is an interesting sounding motorcycle, ladies and gentlemen, on the Summit Racing side. 970 the dial. John Bradley from Ingollis, Indiana, 63 years old, on the 2000 Harley Davidson Road King. 1410 the dial in down there. Chuck Woolham's going to go down there and chase him down. Bradley is to the 1,000-foot mark before Woolham even catches him. Bradley gets down there and breaks out big time. 1394 on the 1410 dial in. 93.31 the speed for Bradley. 135.22 miles an hour. 991.5 for Chuck Woolham on the 970 dial in. Chris Rolsey from Lithia, Florida, 39 years old, on the 06 Busa. Also, riders, before you pull ahead of that yellow stop line, make sure you have your dial-ins set where you want them. Chris Rolsey, oh buddy, you're in trouble down there, man, I'm telling you. 970 with a 5 on a 962 dial-in. Strange side runs 904, 152 miles an hour. Has a lot of room down there because Chris Rolsey's reaction time started with a 2. He was 0.212 seconds behind his opponent off the Christmas tree. Ray Briscoe from Lexington Park, Maryland, 29 years old, the 06 Suzuki Gixxer 1000. Summit Racing side, here comes Gavin Grist from Bruce, Mississippi, 18 years old, on the 2018 Suzuki GSXR 1000. Box stock with extensions on the swing arm. Strange engineering side looking for a 913. Briscoe after an 870. About an 877.6, 143.78 miles an hour for Ray Briscoe. Was behind on the Christmas tree, a 144 reaction time. Gavin Christ, Bruce, Mississippi native, 087 reaction time, runs way off the number. Greg Highsmith from Cincinnati, Ohio, 63 years old, the 2001 Suzuki Busa. Summit Racing side of the racetrack looking for a 1020. Steve Schilling, Strange engineering side of the racetrack from Palmetto, Florida, 41-year-old, the Suzuki GSXR 600. Greg Highsmith from Cincinnati, Ohio, taking the win there. 10:34 to 123.35. Steve Schilling coming up short there, a 2:33 reaction time against Greg Highsmith. Colin Nash from Orlando, Florida, 892, dial in what he's after. 2013 Kawasaki ZX14. Zach Parker from Jasper, Alabama. The 04 Suzuki GSXR 1000, looking for a 964. Racers separated by a 10th. But a 964 on the 964 dial in for Zach Parker. Dead 4, 146.88 the speed. 067 reaction time. Colin Nash, a 165 reaction time, runs 30 numbers off of his dial in.
Next pair out there kicking it hard, Ryan Johnson, Jaeger Chang. Chang from Aruba. Chang dialed to 932, went 922. That's 10th too quick, so he's all set on that set. And we're going to move it on around the line for our next pair. Racers are doing a very good job of stacking up the lanes and stacking up the racing out here on the 1320. It's very important that you get into the water box and get ready to start your burnout when the next pair launches. As soon as they launch, you do your burnout. We need everybody's cooperation to move this show along and move it along at a good pace. Keep that pace going all morning. If something goes wrong with your motorcycle, pull over to the nearest wall safely. Cheryl Collier of Jasper, Alabama, 2008 Suzuki Hayabusa 9.0 with a 9 at 147. I see Ricky Gadsden out there on the stroll working with his charges. It's very important that racers have their numbers on their bikes where they are fully visible. So that the tower can read those numbers. They need to read your competition number and they need to read your dial-in. Very important that everything be fully visible. Sonu Sundep Soki of India, working with Ricky Gadsden right now out here in the right lane. Kawasaki ZX. And our next pair pulls into the water right behind. Roscoe Brown out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina will be working in the left lane. Roscoe's on a Kawasaki ZX14. So a pair of cows get off the line well. Great reaction time by Soki. Mr. Gadsden, student from India with an 022 reaction time, goes 951 on the 950 dial. Fantastic run. Great run. Dialed 950, went 951 with a 022 reaction time. Great run. Fantastic pass. Sonu Sandeep Soki of India, killing it out there. Excellent run. All right, they are killing it out there today. Very proud of my ET racers. The Liska Racing Street ET guys are out there and really hammering that tree and running their numbers. This is the kind of competition we want to see and what we expect at the World Finals. It's something that we get every year. Everybody picks their A game up, and we get to see it all. Dennis Padilla and Murray Lonsbury. Padilla taking the better of that one with a double breakout pass as we get ready for our next pair. Wilbur Mummy out of St. Cloud, Florida. That looks like a Honda-Matic. It is definitely a 78 Honda. It looks like a Honda-Matic. I could be wrong on that, but I know it's a Honda. Joey Brangard out of Northfield, Ohio on a Beamer. First Beamer I have seen this weekend. So we've seen Yamahas, Hondas, Beamers, and the usual mix. Pretty impressive. Beamer breaks traction a little bit, but hooks right up. Chasing him down, 860 versus a 1340 dial, and the win goes to Mummy. 088 reaction time for Joey Brangard with the Beamer. With the bike did break traction, and I watched that tire spin on his initial launch. And that really kills you when it happens early in the run. Hard to recover from that. Dusty Brazel and Fittipaldi Perez, they've met before, they'll meet again. I'd like to have a $1 bill for every pass Dusty Brazel has made on that bike this year. Man, he works hard out there. Fittipaldi with the win. 955 dial went 960 on that. Dusty was on an 890 number, went 90, so he was a 10th off of his number. Uncharacteristic Dusty, but it happens out there. It's drag racing. These things happen. Tom Lagasse out of Sarasota, Florida. Boy, I've seen his name a lot this year. Beautiful launch. Snapped that clutch out and rolled the throttle on hard at the same time. Everything came together well. And he took the win on that. Walter Hotelling out of Mystic, Connecticut, homeboy from up in New York, up that way. Races at Lebanon Valley in New York all the time, even though his home is actually in Connecticut. Walter, a staunch supporter of all the sanctions. Of all the sanctions. Racers, it's very, very important that you get your tech cards, your registration cards taken care of. You must get those cards in and you must get them taken care of. It is a crazy busy day and we can't get your information into the computer until those cards make their way up to us. You must take care of your paperwork and send that paperwork forward. It is critical. We have a lot of motorcycles. We have hundreds of motorcycles to deal with. And in order for us to deal with that, we rely on you. All right, Stacy Smith and Barry Purnell working it hard out there on the 1320. They're making their pass. Stacy Smith dialed to 1240, goes 1258 at 104. Purnell broke out. He dialed to 938, but went 935 on that. Tried to put his front tire in front of his opponent, but ended up going a little too quick. Stacy Smith got the better of him in the reaction time department. Stacy had a 049 light with that .138 for Barry Purnell. That's what put him behind the 8 ball on that. And when he tried to push the bike a little quicker on the top end, that's when he broke out. Vijay Kumar Sharma of India. So impressed with our Indian racers who've come all the way over here from the country of India to race. Red light start by John Looney gave that one up. So our racer from India will automatically take the win on that. All right, Jim Smart and Dwayne Schmidt having at it right now. Great light by Smart. He did very well there. Nice sharp launch, good and smooth too. Looks good, making his way down there with 1100 dial. Goes 11-0 with a 2. Breakout pass for Schmidt, dialed 950, went a 48 with a 3. A little too quick, that's not going to happen. Breakout pass, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who don't understand the jargon, if you dial 10.00 and you say you're going to run 10.00, then you go out there and go 9 something, you just went quicker than you said you were going to. That is a breakout. You broke out past your dial-in number. Can't do that. That's sandbagging, baby. Some of you might be having flashbacks after seeing Dave Schultz Leathers go down a racetrack. And yes, you actually did just see Dave Schultz Real Leathers really go down that racetrack. First time they've been down a racetrack in over a decade, closer to 2 decades. All right, Pablo Gonzalez has been absolutely a gunslinger all year. Takes another round, went dialed 916, went 921 with an 061 reaction time. Took out John in the groove. Gonzalez, who has been going great guns all year here with Mancup. I expect to see him with the #1 plate next year. Boy, did he earn it. Hasn't happened yet, but we'll see. Jeremy Burt. Jeremy Burt out of Valdosta, Georgia. Taking a win on that one. We got our next pair good to go here. Joshua Ward pulling up to the line in the left lane. All right, our next pair is queued up. They are pre-staged, fully staged. Now we're ready to go racing. .1330 dial-in for Joshua Ward, so he leaves first. David Fondon Falcon, Bayman, Puerto Rico, dialed on a 1025, giving chase. Ward with a breakout pass, so the win goes to David Fondon Falcon of Bayman, Puerto Rico. And our next pair in the water. Up on the line, we have Barry Pryor and Wilbur Mummy. Pryor, a very staunch Mancup standout racer. Bike struggled on the launch. He went red by 07, so he didn't go red by much. Went red by 007, and I saw the bike also buck on him, and that's unusual. Barry normally leaves the starting line with a nice smooth launch. So Mummy will take the win on that one. Next pair up, Wade Smith out of Dudley, Georgia. He's racing one of his old racing buddies here. This is Stanley Russell in the right lane. Stanley 046 reaction time. He is a player. This man can win. So can Wade Smith. Stanley Russell takes this round. Stanley dialed a 963 and went 967 on that. So he's trucking right down there. An awful lot of interesting old luminaries coming and going here this weekend, and that's going to happen all the way to Sunday night. Racers from across the spectrum. Stopping by the tower. My apologies for a little bit of silence there, but we had some serious dignitaries that we must attend to here. Also keeping up with that action out on the 1320. Next pair, we've been working with Liska Racing Street ET. And the line's finally getting down there. Looks like I got about a dozen, somewhere between a dozen and 15 bikes still remaining in lane one before we go into V-Twin and then on to Pro ET. And the Pro ET bikes, the line goes all the way down around the corner.
Here comes Michael Ray from New Braunfels, Texas, the 02 Harley-Davidson. Star range side of the racetrack, looking for the 1163 dial. Summit Racing side takes the wing lights down there, 984, 141.94 the speed. A .175 reaction time, got ahead of that 117 of Michael Ray getting down there and playing games on that finish line. .1070, the dial in on the Summit Racing lane. Bobby Davis from Sonoya, Georgia, 57 years old, on the 06 Kawasaki ZX14, looking for an 8.80. Next pair on the Summit Racing lane, looking for a 920 on the Busa. Roderick Jones from Gainesville, Florida. 58 years old on the 01 Busa, looking for a 950. About a 956 on the Summit Racing lane for the win lights down there. A 144 reaction time. Takes the win over the 996 on the 950 effort by Roderick Jones. Still rolling through Liska Racing Street ET. Summit Racing side, looking for an 8-second run on the Turbo Hayabusa. Summit Racing side. Strange side after a 940. All motor stretched out Busa. .096 to the red side on the Strange lane. Automatic win for the Summit Racing side, 876, 167.82 the speed. Our last trio of Liska Racing Street ET rolling to you right now. 9 flat to dial in on the Summit Racing side. Strange lane, we are looking for an 928. Summit Racing side trying to chop that tree down. 023 to the red side gives the 324 reaction time of the Strange lane, the wind lights. 934 on the 928, 145.83 your winning effort down there. Summit Racing lane, got a Suzuki GSXR 1000 down there. Looking for a 940. Right-hand lane on the buy run. Runs 942, 145.89 miles an hour. The 089 reaction time on the buy run. All right, just one last pair here. In Liska Racing Street ET. Steve Lachey from Americus, Georgia, 58 years old on the 14. Right-hand side, the Summit Racing lane, looking for the Super Street numbers, or the Street Fighter numbers. 9.50 the dial in on the Summit Racing side. Strange lane out of Americus, Georgia. after a 999. The Suzuki GSXR 1000 out there. All right, racers in the beams, here we go, lights come down. Steve Lachey gonna get down there, 1060 with a 7, 135.14 on the 999 dial in. Summit Racing Lane, 1156, 118 miles an hour, issues. Now rolling up, we're going to be moving into Vance & Hines V-Twin ET. This is where you are also going to see a smorgasbord of motorcycles. Shamir Machini getting a whole lot of heat in that big rear tire. 1198 to dial in. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack. On the Summit Racing Equipment side, we have a 2015 Honda CTX. Going to the red side, a 497 green light from Machini. It's going to be 12:01 on the 1198 dial in. A 497 reaction time is your winning effort. Summit Racing Lane goes red big time. A 116 red light, 1521, 84 miles an hour. Here's Joe Galati from Paynesville, Ohio, 63 years old on the Summit Lane, looking for a 13-second run down the quarter mile. Range side, we have Donald Paul from Norwood, Ohio, the 2003 Harley-Davidson Sportster. Mr. Paul after a 1250 down there. It's going to be a 1336, 105 miles an hour for Joe Galati, your winning effort down there in round number 1 of Vance & Hines V-Twin. Here's Joe Wolsey, Summit Racing side, Indianapolis, Indiana native, 98 Harley-Davidson. Looking for a 12-second run. Scott Tomsey, opposite side on the Strange Lane, Lafayette, Louisiana native, 47 years old on the 2018 Harley-Davidson. 130 cubic inches in the frame rails down there after a 10:02. Yeah, you can tell that's a 130. That motorcycle don't play around right there. About a 10:49.4 on the 10:02 dial and a 1:28 reaction time. Your winning effort down there on the Strange Lane. Here comes Spencer Allen, Summit Racing side. Lamination Station Racing in the bright green leathers you can't miss. Cape Coral, Florida, 52 years old, aboard the 2016 Aprilia 750 Super Motard. After a 12:19 dial-in. Freddie Barriero, Strange Engineering side. Miami, Florida, 2011 Yamaha V-Star. Spencer Allen going to be out this round, 12:14.3, 102.73 on the 12:19 dial. 110 reaction time. Knew he had to take the stripe down there. A 1294, 104.37 on the 1295. The 144 reaction time from Freddie B. Summit Racing side, Jeff Goodwin, Lake Park, Georgia native, 41 years old, aboard the 2019 Harley-Davidson Road King. 14-second dial-in. Whoops, he's looking for on the Summit Racing side. Crosby Blair, Strange side, Georgetown, Tennessee native, the 2014 Buell EBR after a 965. Right-hand lane going to break out by almost a whole second. 13:04 on the 14-second dial-in. Crosby Blair. 060 reaction time. 978.3 on the 965 dial-in. 136.32 miles an hour. Scott DeLong. Summit Racing side. Citrus, Florida native. 52 years old. Summit Racing side aboard the Suzuki Boulevard. 13:10 the dial-in. Goes to the red side, it gives the twinkling wind lights to the strange lane. A 3:20 reaction time, a 12:46 on an 11:50 dial-in. For the strange engineering lane. Here comes the Taco Manny Carrasquillo. Clearwater, Florida, the 02 Harley-Davidson V-Rod. Looking for a 10-second run. Opposite side is one of the toughest customers in Vance & Hines V20 ET from Vero Beach, Florida. The Buell EBR of Vance Howdy Shell, looking for a 10:05. Taco goes red by 033, 997 to 132.73. Howdy Shell was 10:05, 131.87 for your winning effort. Dead Zero 036 reaction time for a 36 package. Donnie Huffman from Lakeland, Florida, the 57-year-old on the 01 Harley Davidson. Summit Racing side looking for a 970. Jason Broski from Ypsilanti, Michigan, 50 years old, aboard the 2017 Harley Davidson Road King. A double 03 reaction time from Donnie Huffman. Broski goes 128 to the red side, 960 with a 4, 140.85 for Jason down there, but Donnie Huffman, double 03 reaction time, 964, 136.02 the trap speed down there. And Donnie Huffman, I'm being told, has quite the accolade. Quite the accolade. Tom Lagasse from Northport, Florida, the 09 Aprilia. A 154. Reaction time posted by Tom Lagasse, going to stick him behind 1267, 96.40 the speed. Ronnie Harris from Heron, Louisiana, the 03 Sportster. Runs 1149, 114.39 on the 1132 dial-in. Here comes Walter Hodling from Mystic, Connecticut, 54-year-old. On the Harley Davidson, the 1996 Suzuki. Looking for a 1480. Here's John Bradley on the strange lane from Inglis, Indiana. "14-second dial-in on the strange lane. Both racers are dead freaking late, but they're separated by almost 0.2 of a second. How about a double breakout victory going to John Bradley? 1384 on the 14-second dial-in. Walter Hodling goes 1464 on the 1480. Here's Don Horton, Summit Racing side, Bradenton, Florida native, 48 years old. 016 reaction time will have the wing lights down there. Tom Morse from Lakeland, Florida, the 2019 Indian, has the red light down there by 017. He is not happy. At a 13.91 breakout down there for Don Horta, but the first foul is the worst. 017 red light from Tim Morse. Stacy Smith from Lozella, Georgia, going to be on the near side for those at home. 12.50 the dial in, strange side, the 05 Harley Davidson. Here's Barry Pryor, 11th.87 the dial in from Chesapeake, Virginia, the 05 Suzuki Boulevard. Great big land yacht of a motorcycle. To get any bigger, you'd have to step up to a Gold Wing. I'm almost certain of that. Barry Pryor goes red by 075. Gonna turn the wind lights on for Stacy Smith down there. 1250 is what the number is down there. About a 1239 with a 5, 105.99 miles an hour for Stacy Smith. Going to be the winning effort down there. Michael Ray from New Braunfels, Texas. 35 years old aboard the 02 Harley Davidson Sportster. 11.67 the dial in. Dwayne Smith Jr. opposite side on the strange lane. From Citra, Florida. 20 years old aboard the Kawasaki Vulcan Classic. Racers separated by 200ths. Dwayne Schmidt with the advantage. 024 light breaks out. 13.23, 98 miles an hour. Michael Ray, 11.76 on the 11.67. 047 reaction time. 114.78 the speed on the Sportster down there. Those little Sportsters, they flat move. And here we are moving into MPS Pro ET. So with that being said, I need Liska Racing Street ET back around to the staging lanes. As you know, per the usual schedule, we usually run 3 rounds of our Sportsman motorcycles before we go into the big boys. But with the amount of Sportsman motorcycles we have here, it's going to be a hot minute. Summit Racing side. It's Joe Karam. Old school 1976 Harley Davidson based motorcycle. After an 11-second run. .114 cubic inch shovel head, looking for an 11-second run. Blair Field from Denver, North Carolina, the 2015 Busa, 33 years old, and looking for a 912 on the strange lane. Blair Field runs dead on with a 5, a 166 reaction time. 143.67 the speed. Joe Karam down there with a stellar 031 reaction time. 11.24, 119.26 the effort down there. Here's Mark Kelly from Mastic Beach, New York. 96 ZX7 base drag bike. Summit Racing side after a 980. Dan Ho from Newport Richey, Florida. 64 years old on the 78 Kawasaki power drag bike. About a 903 with a 2 for Dan Howe. 896 the dial in down there, 014 reaction time. That'll park a lot of people on the trailer. Anything much better than a 15 at this race will do so. Here's Thomas Malley, the cranky Yankee from Sebastian, Florida. The 2012 Kawasaki ZX14 base drag bike, looking for the top gas number, 8.20, Summit Racing side. Jason Hoffer from Ackworth, Georgia, 37 years old, on the Hayabusa powered drag bike. Strange Engineering side after an 840. Jason Hoffer with the win down there, 8.503, 155.35 the speed, a 2:22 reaction time. It's not often you can say you went around with a reaction time starting with a 2 at this race. Mr. Hoffer sure can. Up next, it's Robert Zaveski from Raymond, Nebraska. 870 the dial-in down here, 64 years old. Ricky K from Humble, Texas. Strange Engineering side on the Kawasaki Power, looking for a 903. All right, guys, just tending to a couple things down here on the racetrack real quick. But our next pair will be Robert Zaveski, Summit Racing side. 78 kc powered drag bike down there from Raymond, Nebraska. Bates and Vance and Leathers down there. Bates Leathers down here closer to the tower. Vance and Leathers just a little way down. MTC Engineering, we have APE race parts down there. Make sure you stop by the APE tent and take your camera, ladies and gentlemen, because the one and only triple engine Honda CB750 of the late Russ Collins, the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe, is with us this weekend. So for those of you that don't understand the importance behind that motorcycle, it used to be throwing a supercharger on these bikes, you had to stack engine on top of engines on top of engines to get the power that you needed. So it looks like we may have found a little substance on top end of the racetrack, so we're going to be shut down for just a minute. Again, welcome one and all. Whether you're here with us at South Georgia Motorsports Park or watching at home on Motormania TV, we'd just like to take the quiet moment to pay a few bills here. We'd like to thank our 2019 Manufacturers Cup Series sponsors, Hawaii Racing, sponsoring the Pro Fuel class, Valicon Crankshafts, sponsoring our Pro Modified class, APE, sponsoring Pro Street, of course, Shinko and Western Power Sports, sponsoring the Real Street class, Nitrous Express sponsoring Pro Open, Grothus Drag Bikes, the whole camp from Iowa. Let me tell you, those guys, just like anybody else, they're an absolute class act. They've got parts on the property, by the way. Grothus Drag Bikes, one of our guys on the Manufacturers Midway. You guys need to go by and take a look at their Legacy Series wheels. They are off the chain. Star Power, Mr. George Bryce, sponsoring the Top Gas class. Dave Schnitz on the property this weekend. Schnitz Racing is here. Murdoch Racing Enterprises, Mr. Jay Regan at the head of the organization, of course. PR Factory Storm, Mr. Don Plesser down there with us this afternoon. MTC Engineering, Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco Pistons down there right next to Mancup registration. You can't miss them. So any of my nitrous boys, you get in trouble and you melt a piston, there you go. I'm sure MTC's got a few Pro Light blanks too. JE Pistons, D&G Chassis, MPS Racing, Liska Racing, sponsoring the Street ET class. Cycle Exchange, Dunnigan Racing. Of course, we have to throw a shout out to Dunnigan Racing and McKinney Motorsports. Big thanks to Dunnigan and McKinney for putting on and sponsoring the Motormania TV live stream this weekend. Exoticycle, Roaring Toys, DME Racing, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gast. We all know who that is, the one and only Paul Gast down there. The two-stroke racing fool himself, who used to be a two-stroke racer. Now he's moved on to Falicon Pro Mod. 70 years old, and he ain't quitting anytime soon. Manhill Garage, Kibble White Precision Machine, Kinetic Gaskets, Daytona Sensors, Web Camshafts, Robinson Industries. Lots of transmissions here from them this weekend, that is for sure. Rob Bush Motorsports and Monster Race Products. Now there's something happening with Monster Race Products and the National Hot Rod Association right now. Mitch Brown. That cylinder head he sat down with George Bryce and butted heads with him on is finally fulfilling its purpose. You're going to see that cylinder head on quite a few Pro Stock Suzukis next year. And those bikes are going to be flying. Also, if I have a chance, I'm going to throw a wild one out there. George Bryce, if you're on the property, I'd like to I'd like to get you up in the tower and like to BS with you a little bit. George Bryce, if you are here, come on upstairs. Let's sit down for a second and chat. John Gosselin doing his thing down there. Back and forth. All those guys down there at Growth's drag bikes, they are busy, busy, busy men. Hardly get a moment to themselves on race weekends. But if you go down there and you take a look at their operation and their attention to detail, it is off the chain. Alrighty, got to hand this torch back off to my good friend Tom McCarthy here. But once again, just want to say welcome to this crazy event we call the Manufacturers Cup Fuel Tech World Finals at South Georgia Motorsports Park.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are rocking and rolling on our 1320. We are going to continue to do so till well into the hours of the night tonight. MPS Pro ET is in effect at the moment. We're going to continue on with that. We've got a little tune-up going on out on the racetrack right now. And as soon as we get permission from the staff to go hot, we will do so. Right now they're doing a little tune-up action up on the top end of the 1320. I see the activity up there past the scoreboard. So we'll attend whatever the track needs there, and then we'll get back to it. Until that time, I want to put a shout-out to McKinney Motorsports and Dunnigan Racing. Thank you very, very much for your sponsoring the live feed with Motor Mania TV. To all my racers and fans here at the track and also online, please spread the word that if you want your friends and family to tune in and see the live feed is active right now. All they need to do is go on the internet and the World Wide Web, go to motormaniatv.com, follow the prompts, and you can find your way to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, and we'll get you in on the action, and you can watch us and hear us live. There's also some live interaction there with the feed where you can interact with folks at Motor Mania TV, and if word makes its way up here to the tower, we'll be certain to do our best to attend that. A big thank you to Dunnigan Racing, a huge thank you to Dunnigan Racing for their support this weekend. Dunnigan Racing has bonuses out there. In Top Fuel Motorcycle, they're going to give a $1,000 cash bonus to the #1 qualifier in Top Fuel. They're also going to hand out an extra $500 cash for the #2 qualifier, the $300 to the #3 qualifier, and another $200 for the #4 qualifier in Top Fuel. Thank you, Mr. Dunnigan, for your support of the sport and the class of Top Fuel, as well as Top Gas, Star Power Top Gas racers. Dunnigan Racing's putting up extra cash for you too, my friends. #1 qualifier in Top Gas is going to get $200 cash. Semifinal first loser will get $200. The long distance racer in Top Gas, that's going to be interesting. We have racers from all over the world in these categories. The long distance racer in Top Gas will get an extra $200 cash. Also, best reaction time, another pair of Benjamins, $200 there. Dunnigan Racing putting the cash up and supporting our sport. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunnigan and Dunnigan Racing. We are getting ready to go hot out on the 1320 right now. We have got motorcycles in the water and they're preparing to fire up. I'll bring you the action there as soon as that unfolds. Time to load up our lanes once again with our racers and keep the lanes stacked to keep things busy here. I need Liska Racing Street ET racers in lane 1. Vance and Hines Race Shop racers, I need you in lane 2, and lane 3 is already occupied by my MPS Pro ET racers. And I'm sure they already know that once they make their passes down to 1320, we're pretty much going to hot lap them, bring them right back up. We're doing 3 consecutive rounds with our ET racers here this morning, and that'll bring us up to the noon hour, at which point at 12 noon today, we will start the pro show, which will unfold with a run order of Pingle Top Fuel, followed by Pingle Top Fuel Twin, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Falicon Pro Mod, Nitrous Express Pro Open, the APE Pro Street category, and Shinko WPS Real Street. That's all going to unfold at 12 noon, and we are going to run Street ET, V-Twin, and Pro ET races until 12 noon when that happens. You'll probably hear us and see us take a little break sometime around 11:30 hour for some track prep. That's always necessary before I bring the pro bikes out, and we'll even do a little extra track prep during the pro show prior to APE Pro Street going out there and rocking the house. When you got a motorcycle with one little street tire, no wheelie bars, we need every attention possible to detail for traction for those bikes, and they certainly get it, and they certainly deserve it. In the APE All-Star Shootout, over the last 2 days, we had that on Thursday and Friday as a race within a race. Big shout out to Jeremy Teasley and the folks at DME for closing the deal on that and taking the win. Well done there. Things are starting to look good on the top end. They're just about done up there. All my racers on the line are all now suited up and helmets on, ready for the order. They're just blowing off the track up there now, cleaning up that little decoration on the racing surface. And once they are finished with power blowers up there, blasting all that rice hull ash off of the surface, we'll get back to it. That's the white cloud dust you see down there. You're not really seeing dust. You're seeing part of the dry absorb that they use when they do a cleanup. They use a powdery white substance called rice hull ash, and it's very absorbent. It turns into little balls once it picks up liquid, and that way it's easy to blow off the racetrack and get the debris off up there. Here in the lanes, we are stacked up with hundreds of motorcycles. I know we're pushing the 800 mark this weekend. We're probably going to push past that to 9 before the weekend is over. When I get official numbers, we'll pass them along as appropriate. But let's pass along some racing action instead, shall we? It's time for us to get to it out on the 1320. Rick Kay of Humble, Texas. Sounds pretty familiar, and I know I got Ricky House in the house. He's from Humble, Texas. I bet he knows Ricky Kay. We have Mr. House in the house this weekend. Got a bunch of NHRA Top Fuel All-Stars with us this weekend. We'll talk more about that when the time comes. Robert Savesky, 1984 Kawasaki in the right lane. Kay with a red light start. So the red light start automatically eliminates Ricky Kay. He had dialed 903, went 893 on that number, but the 893 doesn't matter because he went red by .011, and that ended his competition on that round. A red light start is a foul start, and a foul start eliminates you from competition. My MPS Pro ET racers are rolling out of lane 3, looking good. Steve Caddy out of Massachusetts, although it's telling me it's Lolita, Louisiana right now, but I know he's a New England transplant. Caddy with a red light start by .059. Max Neeson will take the win on that round as we move into our next pick. John Civitarese out there is helping Steve Caddy along, and that Civi out there helping out. You always count on him for a helping hand. Everybody knows a racer from your local track who's always there ready to willing to help other race. Civvy's that kind of guy. I'm sure every racetrack has a Civvy, but only one racetrack has Civvy, and that would be New England Dragway. Glenn Geiger, Ashburnham, Georgia. Dialed an 896 with a 941 run. That's not tight enough. Henson takes the win. Dialed an 881, and a 911 was good enough to put that one in the bank. Glenn Allen and Gary Stouffer. Gary Stouffer, where have I heard that name before? A rather prominent name in our sport. All right, both bikes locked and loaded. John Allen out of Louisville, Kentucky gets the start. Stouffer giving chase. And up on the top end, Stouffer dialed 902, went 904. And that's a pretty tight package. That'll take that one home. MPS Pro ET bikes have lined up all the way back down around the corner. I'm starting to see a little daylight down there. But we got a whole sea of motorcycles here, my friends. Looking good. Roy Hagdorn out of Venice, Florida. Competitor 2413 puts that one away. 001 reaction time. Nice. Dialed 889, went 894 with an 001 reaction time. That is a Pro ET combination. Pretty stout stuff there, my friend. Butch Million out of Knoxville, Tennessee, a rock solid performer in all of the classes in sportsman racing. You see Butch out there, you know you got a tough customer in that lane. He's taken for Nick Poling Jr. out of Holmes Beach, Florida. He's another racer that makes the rounds with the various sanctions. And you see his name all the time. That's because he wins, and he wins because he works hard. Butch Million up on that pipe. Bowling away strong. Both bikes dialed 890. Bowling away first by a bunch. Broke out on that pass. He went too quick by 9 thousandths of a second. Down in 890, went 889 with a 1. So Baldwin kind of shot him himself in the foot on that one, and Million will take the win. You cannot go quicker than your dial it. Whatever you predict you're going to run, you got to run that number or slightly slower. You cannot go fast. Brandon Cunningham out of Naples, Florida in the left lane. Right lane rocketing down that side, double breakout pass, Brandon Cunningham taking the win. And we move on to the next round. Shane Cunningham and Tom Clem next. Tom Clem, one of the great longtime legends in the sport, one of the toughest out there. He's got plenty of company this weekend too. Mike Konopacki is here. A lot of hardcore old-timers are here. Twin 029 reaction times. Look at that. Clem dialed 870, went 87 with a 4. Shane Cunningham dialed 835, went 838 with a 4. And that will give Shane Cunningham the win. Margin of victory, 0063. barely 7 thousandths of a second for the win for Shane Cunningham. All right, my next pair, Joe Clem. Sound familiar, huh? Bob Foster in the left lane. Clem gets away quick. He's really ripping down that right side. He gets to the stripe first and stays within his number. Dialed in 845, went 848 on that. Yes, this is what you want to see and what you expect to see in MPS Pro ET competition. And it is tough, tough, tough. These racers are going to have to go 7 or 8 rounds of racing to get down to the final. They're just a sea of bikes in Pro ET. And Pro ET is hands down one of the toughest classes to win in Mancup motorcycle drag racing because of the amount of stamina, the amount of skill needed, and the repetition that you must have round after round after round. Imagine staying out there in your leathers all day, 8, 10, 12 hours, and going 7 rounds of racing to get to the final. I tell you, pretty tough racers. Real tough racers. David Ritkakis, Waterbury, Connecticut, left lane. Competitor 3162 on the right side. He's zipping down his lane. And Ritkas with the win. Eric Crosby next. Old school Suzuki GS in the left lane. That is Adam Rutkowskis of Waterbury, Connecticut. And Eric Crosby out of Newport, Florida. Crosby on a 1975 Kawasaki in the right lane. He's going to take that left groove and put it to good work. We'll see if Adam, with his 1983 Suzuki GS 1100 motor, which I'm sure is built to the hilt, ready to go. Because if he's running 930s with that bike, he's got at least 1200 cc's sitting under him. Adam with a red light start, foul start by .004, automatically handed the win to Eric Crosby, who's pretty close to his number. He got the 909, went 889 with a 9. He was within a half a second of what he was trying to do there, but nevertheless, Eric Crosby took the win anyway because Adam red lighted in the left lane. That automatically handed the win to the racer in the right lane. All right, Jeremy Burt in the right lane. Dialed on a 9, he goes 945, so he went too quick and broke out on that pass. Automatically handing the win to his competition, number 3029, is the racer in my left lane on that pass. Racers here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. If you cannot clearly hear the PA announcements, you can listen in on FM 97.1 FM. 97.1 FM is the local broadcast. Big thank you to McKinney Motorsports and Dunnigan Racing for supporting Motor Mania TV and bringing us the live feed this weekend. I hope your friends and family are all watching at home. Page Racing bike looking really sharp over there. One of the things I enjoy about the variety of motorcycles that I get in MPS Pro ET, tremendous variety of bikes. We have bar bikes, we have no bar bikes, we have big tire bikes, we got small tire bikes, modern stuff, antiques, we see it all. That sea of Pro ET bikes is still coming up and around the corner from the back end of South Georgia Motorsports Park. They're still down there. The Page Racing Suzuki just rolled out of the water from a very strong burnout. And he's getting ready to line it up against Mike Mooney out of Venice, Florida. Mike's got an old school GS as well. That looks, the bodywork is GS 1150. I couldn't see the head and the valve cover close enough that I could give you a call on the motor. But I'd know that 1150 tail piece anywhere. I've seen him a lot. Dave Page in the left lane, giving chase. Mooney reaction time, 006. What a great launch for Mooney. And he takes the win. Dialed a 918, went 921 on that pass, and he had an 006 reaction time to the green light. Nice. And that's how you do it. Next pair rocketing down that 1320. Calvin Grist in the right lane out of Bruce, Mississippi. Gets put away by Steve Caddy. Looking at a 034 reaction time with a 987 on a 982 dial. As we queue up that next pair. Scott Field and Austin Bridge. MPS Pro ET action continuing and looking strong out there. Those bikes are still wrapped up down around the corner. What a sight to see. Hundreds of motorcycles. Great competition out on that racetrack too. David Fletcher. And this says Greg Underdahl is in the right lane. Jixer in the right lane, taking a win. David Fletcher of Plant City, Florida with the win. Dialed 990, went 993 with a 046 reaction time. Congratulations to Fletcher for that round win. And I see the current points leader in MPS Pro ET in the left lane. That is Gary Russell out of Brattleboro, Vermont. Gary travels around a lot. You can also find him in Florida a lot. But he makes the rounds. Gary Russell currently has 440 points. David Fletcher has 285. Rick Eaton, 226. Ralph Majano Jr., 222 points. Gary Russell with an 018 reaction on the light. And he goes 940. He went 951 on a 945 dial and took the win on that one. Tom Cole went red by 008. And now Dana Delk and Omar Lavoie. Dana Delk on that beautiful 1983 Honda CBF. What a beautiful throwback bike. And if you are a Honda fan and you love Honda motorcycles, make your way down to the APE stand on the Midway, right after the MTC location is APE. Go down there and see Russ Collins triple. The Atchison Topeka Santa Fe top fuel wipe from the 1970s is over 90% restored, and it is down there on display. Bring your camera. Omar LaHoy, left lane out of Aruba. Team Aruba doing a great job this weekend. Dana Delk on the right side has dialed a 970. LaHoy giving chase with a 780 motorcycle. LaHoy runs him down, goes 780 with an 8. LaHoy predicted he would run 7.80. He went 7.80 with an 8. Gunned him down. Nice pass. I will say for Dana Delk and that beautiful Honda, if you're going to go out, you got to go out in style, and that was certainly going out in style. LaHoy just plain ran the number. Excellent racing. Congratulations. MPS Pro ET is still looking very strong in lane 3. Starting to see the end of that line, I think. Liska Racing Street ET bikes, I need you to lane 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET. Your next round of competition. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1. Vance and Hines Race Shop. V-Twin Racers, I need you to lane 2, please. Vance and Hines Race Shop, Racers to lane 2, please. Good. Kennedy of Aruba, breakout pass, went a little too quick. Dialed a 92, went in 87. And it turns the win over to competitor 1652. We move on to our next pair. Jaeger Chang and Dwayne Lynchman. Lynchman with a red light start by a bunch. Chang automatically to win. Several ways to catch the race. If you want to catch the race live, you can do that on motormaniatv.com. You can see and hear us live on motormaniatv.com. Also, FM broadcast here at the racetrack. 97.1 FM. 97.1 FM broadcast. Franklin left side of that beautiful pink bike with a red light start. Joey Brangard will take the win. Joey Brangard out of Northfield, Ohio, with a 2014 Beamer. Dialed to 76, went 880 on that number. A good combination. Red light start did in Franklin. Tomorrow on Sunday, when we get into eliminations in all classes, I am really looking forward to seeing Team Aruba go out there and do their thing. And it's such a great celebration last year when they won. It would be amazing to see them do well again this year. Twisting those throttles. Opening up them nitrous bottles. This is what we do. Racing, baby. Motorcycle drag racing. 2 wheels and letting it all hang out. Watching very intently with my racers out here on the track. Great launch, right lane, competitor 139, 082 reaction time. He goes buzzing down right lane. dialed to 858, went 878 on that. That's not a close enough package. Rodney McFarland of Pensacola, Florida, took him to the cleaners on that. McFarland dialed 820, went 822. So he'll take that and advance to the next round of racing. Racers, we are running you in pairs. Once you come to the ready line and roll past that ready line as a pair, you own it. If you cannot start, if your bike has a malfunction, if you have to back up, you will not come back into line. You are done. Please gracefully return to the pits and address whatever problem you have. Come back after that. Once you're matched up, you're matched up. You own it. John Markham, the spooky man in the left lane. Dialed on to 890. Goes 887 with a 6. This class is MPS Pro ET. You'll notice the motorcycle in the left lane says MPS on it. You're darn tootin'. That's Dan Rudd, the owner of MPS. He's a racer and he races that bike. He races his own products and he supports the class and he puts his own money up. And if you're not using MPS products in your race bike, you are wrong. This man supports the sport and has for decades. Just like Dave Schultz, excuse me, Dave Schnitz. David got a chuckle out of that one. Mr. Schnitz has been with us a long, long time. As has Jay with MRE, as has Eric with MTC. So many classes, so many sponsors. Big shout out also, Star Power, George and Jackie Price, been with us for decades. I cannot thank you enough. I don't mean to not mention anybody. If I miss somebody, please don't be offended. I'm trying to get you all out there. Dan Rudd of MPS. 906 on an 898 dial. Rudd with an 049 reaction time. Now, who's up against Sean Welch, who's a pretty tough customer. Sean Welch had an 016 reaction time. Welch dialed an 872, but could only put up an 885 on his ET, so it takes the win on that round. And you'll see both of those races again today. Liska Racing, Street ET, lane 1 please. Vance and Hines Race Shop, V-Twin, lane 2 please. Bring them up, bring them up. Dwayne Schmidt Sr. is in the left lane with Dustin Lee. 24-time champ, sportsman racer. The baddest of the bad. That man owns that Banff trophy. And here he comes. A little too quick on that light. Dustin Lee too quick. 035 red. Dwayne Schmidt will take the win gladly. All right, Jesse Baker. And competitor 457 in the left lane. Jesse Baker out of Newton Falls, Ohio. 53 years old. On a year 2000 Kawasaki body bike. Bar bike with a big tire. Looks like a 10x26 Mickey in the back of that. Baker makes his way down that right side and goes 854 with a 4. And he was dialed on 835, had an 016 reaction time. His competitor in the left lane broke out on that pass. Baker will take the win. Yes, there's light at the end of the tunnel. I can finally see the end of the line for the Pro ET bikes, and that's no small matter. However, Liska Racing Street ET, we need you all to lane 1 now, please. Liska Racing Street ET, come to lane 1. Vance and Hines Race Shop, V-Twin Bikes, need you to lane 2. Eddie Doherty out of Venice, Florida, left lane. Dialed on 893. And Eddie goes 9-0 and will take the win. He was up against John Looney. And Looney broke out on that one. Looney dialed 915, went 896 with a 9. Can't go quicker than you dial it. If you say you're going to go 9-0, you better go 9-0, or you could go 901, 902, something like that. But you cannot go quicker than what you've dialed it. If you've dialed 9-0 and you go 8 anything, you go home. Matt Smith and Doug Fisher. Smith with a real good tuck on that motorcycle. He is right in behind that windscreen. 028 reaction time for Matt Smith. Doug Fisher with the win, closer to his number. Fisher dialed at 930, went 949. Matt Smith was dialed on 890, but went 911. That's way too much breathing room. Fisher taking the win and moving on to the next round. Now we have Alexis Baker. Tiny Alexis. Solid racer, too. She's dialed on 857, 042 reaction time. Very sharp on the tree. Alexis Baker on that big end is put away by competitor 994 in the right lane. Competitor in the right lane dialed a 925, but 935 had a 040 reaction time. Margin of victory there, .0387 for competitor number 994. And Alexis with a nice straight pass. But she dialed an 857, went 871. She's got to close that up a little bit there. She is a rock solid racer. I look forward to seeing her back out there. And all of you back out there. I know you're going out, you're coming right back around. We're ready for you. We are doing 3 rounds of ET bikes this morning. 3 rounds. You are in round 1. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1, please. Need you up there. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1, please. Now next pair making their way down that 1320. By Mancup registration. If you have just joined us this morning and rolled into the pits, racers, I need you to take care of your paperwork right away. Take care of your paperwork and then get to Tech, which is located on the opposite end of the pits. It's up by the entrance gates where you first entered the facility for the racing pits. Right there immediately on your right is where you will find Tech. Mike Konopacki with a double O reaction time again. That's twice. Triple goose eggs all the way across. He dialed 887. He just went 887 with a 9. That is 2 consecutive passes by Mike Konopacki with 000 reaction times. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody do that before. Dude. Well done. Outstanding driving. Mike Konopacki, the Canadian assassin. He's all that and then some. Lou Reeds, taking the win. Dialed to 945, went 945 with a 6:035 reaction time. That's pretty tough to beat. Angel Lopez out of Florida will be up next with Cedric Mudno. Very carefully staging that motorcycle. All right, getting our next pair queued up here. Ryan Burnell out of Portsmouth, Virginia, and Alexander Ross. MPS Pro ET looking good out there. They're rolling out of lane 3, and we're down to about a dozen to 2 dozen bikes max. We're going to go through those pretty quick. Liska Racing Street ET, lane 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET, put your bikes in lane 1, please. Ladies and gentlemen, when you have time, please visit the manufacturer's Midway. We have a lot of products and a lot of important vendors down there here to serve your needs and support the Mancup racers. Get your way down to Mancup registration, hit the souvenir stand, get yourself a little swag, and stop on over to our title sponsor here this weekend at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals and visit the Fuel Tech station down there. If you are a technical kind of person, and you probably are if you're a racer, go over to Fuel Tech, look at their product lineup, and examine how they do what they do. You'll find out why they're a very important element, and they'll be a sparkling part of the future with motorcycle drag racing. Get down to Fuel Tech, and you'll understand why I said that. And right next to Fuel Tech, our presenting sponsor this weekend, Wiseco Pistons, has their display out there. Big shout out to Wiseco. Big thank you to them for their support here at Mancup Motorcycle Drag Racing. Wiseco Pistons are in so many of these motorcycles. When it comes to racing pistons, Wiseco knows just what they're doing. Go over there and check out their products. See for yourself. Vanson Leathers is in the house. Bates Leathers is in the house. You can get fitted for your next pair of leathers right here today. You can get fitted for your next set of leathers right here today. Make your way over to Bates Leathers or over to Vanson Leathers. Go see Matt over at Vanson. And we'll get you measured up and get you ready for your next set of leather. MPS Pro ET getting down there, baby. Liska Racing Street ET bikes, you need to get in the lanes. Not many left in Pro ET. Another pair of Suzuki's out there getting ready to rock the house. Rick Eaton currently sitting in the number 1 spot with his 0000. Lulu will be very happy with that. My next pair, I have competitor numbers for them, 941 in the left lane and competitor 3054 in the right. They are both dialed on 890. A pair of no-bar bikes. They're going to race heads up. Big power wheelie in the right lane, but he stays with it. Racer in the right lane. Good power wheelie, and he just stayed right in it and stayed with it, went trucking down that right side. Dialed 890 and went 899 on that pass. That's styling. That was looking good. Liska Racing Street ET will be rolling out of lane 1 in a matter of minutes. If you are a Pro ET racer, we're at the end of Pro ET. We had a great round of racing. We're going to do it again. We're doing 3 rounds of ET racing this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Working our way up to the noon hour. When we do get up to the noon hour, that's when we're going to bring out the monsters. All right, looking good out there. And just taking stock of the whole scene, checking everything out. My sea of Pro ET bikes. I'm seeing at least 64 pair have gone down the racetrack, and we still got about another 8 or 9 pairs to go. Liska Racing Street ET bikes are starting to wrap around the corner down there, and I know I got that many and then some. Some of these Pro ET guys got to get down there and gas up and air up their bikes, and they'll be coming back up into the lanes to join up with Liska Racing Street ET. Ladies and gentlemen, the concession stand is open here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. If you are hungry, make your way down to the concession stand at the base of the tower. It's right around the back. Go on down there and get yourself some hot coffee, hot chocolate, or whatever your pleasure may be. They have cold beer as well. Please drink in moderation and be considerate of everybody. We're in for a long race weekend, a glorious race weekend with a long one. Pace yourself. We have a lot of hours of this coming your way. Lots of action. All about pacing yourself right now. Ronnie Woodall Sr. out of Pleasant View, Tennessee in the right lane. 1978 Kawasaki's dialed on a 907. 035 reaction time for Ronnie. Goes 908. Red, let's see, we've got ourselves a foul start. Left lane. Bit of a breakout pass here. Dialed on 890, went 883. So competitor number 29 is out of here on that one. Ronnie Woodall Sr. out of Pleasantville, Tennessee will take the win. Racers continuing to rock the house in fine fashion out there. Getting down to the tail end of Pro ET. Getting ready to transition over to Liska Racing Street ET. Big Bog on the red light, start in the right lane, competitor 910. Automatically sending the wind to the left lane. And I'm pretty sure I'm looking at Harvey Hubbard's coming up on the right lane right now. And that is indeed Harvey Hubbard out of Sedley, Virginia. 1984 Suzuki Katana motorcycle in the right lane. Left lane competitor on a Kawasaki ZX14. I see that as competitor number 1250. Get ready to send our next pair down. Interesting point about our racers from India. They spend a lot of time down along the start line. They're trying to learn everything they can about the sport and absorb everything they can while they're here. Oh, 40 reaction time in the red zone. For competitor 1250, Harvey Hubbard will automatically snag the W on that one. Nice pass to Hubbard, though. You got to admire that. He dialed an 820, went 824. So not too shabby. Harvey Hubbard's right there in the mix. Starting to get down, and Liska Racing is rolling out now. All right, we have concluded our racing in Pro ET, and we are now back into Street ET. Liska Racing Street ET, first pair up, Vance Hardyshell and Greg Highsmith. We are going round robin, 3 series. We're doing 3 round robins with our Street ET guys this morning. So racers, you know the deal, you know what you need to do. Vance Hardyshell, Vero Beach, Florida. Hardyshell working his way up to the big stripe on the top end, and he crosses up there and takes the win. 10:06 on a 10:05 dial. Breakout pass by Greg Highsmith from Cincinnati, Ohio. Dialed to 10:20, but went a little too quick, went 10:11. Hardyshell with the round win there. Suzuki Gixxer screaming his little heart out there. I remember watching those Gixxers come on the scene in the 1980s after being a GS guy for a long time. Gixxers are certainly good, and they sure have their following. But I still think there's a much stronger following, bigger, stronger motors from the GS series of the Suzukis. To each their own. There's people who still want to race 4-cylinder Hondas, and I'm all for it. Whatever you want, if you want to go fast, you're my kind of guy or gal. We got some strong lady racers out there this weekend. Real strong. All right, next pair making their way down to 1320. Steve Schilling, Palmetto, Florida in the right lane. Taking the win. Red light start by Sampi of Aruba in the left lane. Roscoe Brown and Ted Pickle next. Both racers very intent, very deep in their concentration. They launch strong, get down that racetrack. 69 reaction time by Roscoe Brown. Ted Pickle of Newport Richey, Florida with a red light start. Roscoe Brown will automatically take the round win. Went 995 on a 946 dial. That racer will advance to the next round. Benjamin Summers and Eric Connor next. Our next pair of racers queued up on that start line. Red light start for Summers. Not by a lot either. Summers went red by 006. Eric Connor will automatically take the win here. Double breakout pass on the top end, which does not matter because the round was decided right on the starting line with a red light start. Spencer Allen getting ready to put it in the water. Mr. Elimination Station himself. Steve Hoag and Jaeger Chang next. Live TV stream available to anybody who wants to see it. Go to motormaniatv.com. Tell your friends and family at home. Put it on Facebook. If you go to motormaniatv.com, you can watch and listen in live to this event. motormaniatv.com. Thank you to McKinney Motorsports and Dunnigan Racing for making this possible. Thank you for supporting us and for helping to bring us the live feed. I'm getting some reports through Facebook and stuff that Motor Mania is killing it. Love it. Thank you. Spencer Allen spun the tire and still got a red light. And I can see him shake his head, and I know why. Joshua Waterbell, Austin, Georgia, will take the win on that round. Spencer let the clutch out on that thing, and he thought he had that tree nailed. And it was close, but the bike did spin the tire, and yet still had an 011 red light. All right, we are working it hard and working this schedule. Coming up on 11 a.m. Listen to that bike scream. It's hard out there on the burnout. We will get in 2 full rounds of ET this morning, but it will take us right up to the noon hour. We are sticking to that noon hour. Pros are going to run on time. Pros need to be ready for that. For all my pro bikes, you need to be ready for that. We are sticking to schedule. Well, it's quiet and you can hear me well. Remember, that's what I said here. We are working through 2 full rounds of ET racing. We were going to roll in 3, but we've got so many bikes we can't roll in 3 and run the pros on time at 12 noon. So we are sticking to schedule. Pros, you will be coming out on time. Those of you who can't hear the broadcast, if you need FM broadcast, you can go to 97.1 FM. and pick up the FM broadcast. You can also get live broadcast on motormaniatv.com. You're looking for the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals with Mancup. Registration is open. If you have not taken care of your paperwork and done your registration, in order to get yourself out there into the mix, you must do that first. Paperwork first. And once you get your paperwork done, then you go up and get yourself in. Nisha Karma Sharma. Elite Octane of India, one of the racers from Ricky Garrison's racing school, the right lane. Has a red light indicated on his start. And the starter is clearing this away on the starting line. We need to move this motorcycle so we can continue on with the program. And as soon as he clears the racetrack, we can get back to racing. Racers, if you have a problem with your bike and the starter sends you down the track, please move in an expedient fashion. You're holding up the entire race while you wander down the racetrack at 20 miles an hour. Don't hold everyone else up because you're frustrated. You're frustrating everybody else at the same time. Please be courteous of the remaining racers. All right, Ray Risco next and William Samity. Red light start for Samity. Problem with Briscoe. Brakes traction and he's just gliding down the racetrack. Again, if you have a problem with your motorcycle or something happens, you got to make your way down the racetrack. If you can get down that racetrack in an expeditious manner, you're sitting on a race bike. Use it. Get down there, get to the turnoff, and let's get the show back on the road. Don't hold everybody else up because you're frustrated. You're being unfair to all of your brothers and sister racers. We have Liska Racing Street ET racers in progress right now. Randy Parker out of Jasper, Alabama in the left lane. Dialed on an 896. Chasing down Jordan 1030. Double breakout pass. Bolano is closer to the number. Got 1030, 29. Parker is out of here on that round. This is Liska Racing Street ET. Our next pair queued up and ready to go. Manny the Taco Man sitting in the number one spot right now. You gotta run your number. You must run your number in this class to be good. Adolfo Genza of Aruba dialed 1030, went 1168. That's not going to get it. Chuck Fulham of Reddit, Florida puts him away. Chuck dialed a 970, went 977. So running as close as possible to your predicted dial. That's a must. The only other way to deal with that is you must have a strong reaction time. By strong, I mean double digit. Zach Parker out of Jasper, Alabama with a red light start. Angel out of Aruba. Angel making her way down there, dial 1060, goes 1066, and we'll take the win on that one. All right. Johnny in the groove, right lane, Fittipaldi Perez. Fittipaldi Perez, who had a great event last year here. Dialed 957, goes 960. John in the groove, puts him away. And we carry on. Jeremy Burt, one of the very serious heavy hitters. Mancup motorcycle drag racing, 026 reaction time. He's dialed 950. And he goes screaming up that lane and goes 959 for the win. Breakout by Calvin Grist. There's that sound. You're hearing top fuel bikes warming up in the pit. You're going to hear a lot of that now because they're coming up on 11 o'clock. And pro qualifying is for 12 noon. Pro bikes always warm up 1 hour before they run. As a heads up for all of my fans here with us this weekend, now is your time to get into the pits and get down where the nitro bikes are. Start mulling around down there, because this is where you're going to run up and run into the nitro bikes warming up. 11 o'clock, it is 1 hour before their run time. All of those top fuel bikes are going to start firing up, and there's going to be a whole lot of nitro in the air. If you have asthma, be wary of that. Please be careful. Nitro can really choke you up. Chris Rolls getting ready to put it in the water. Strong showing by all my ET bikes this weekend. We have some of the best ET racers in the world. They come here, they flock here every year for the Mancup World Finals, because they know they have to go at least 6-7 rounds of racing to get to the finals, which will probably be sometime tonight. As announcers, Jacob Green and myself, we always resign ourselves to the fact that we're going to be here till 11 o'clock midnight every night. It's normal for us to have 12, 14-hour days. That's normal. That's why we work the mic in 2-hour shifts. That way we're both looking at like 6-7 hours on the mic each. That's it, my friends. All right, more good action out of that 1320. Chris Rolls, Lithia, Florida. Another one of our stalwart racers with Mancup. He gets away clean. He's got a boogie-woogie down that left lane in the Strange Action side. Strange Engineering lane takes the win. Chris Rolls dialed on a 62, goes at 89 with an 011 reaction time. And I know that's more racer speak than anything else, but you know what, it worked. Chris Rolls took the win. We'll see him again and again and again. MPS Pro ET bikes are starting to stack up strong in lane 3. I appreciate it. You need to do that. We're about halfway through Liska Racing Street ET. So MPS Pro ET, you can start stacking them up. Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin, you should be in lane 2, please. Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin ET, you should be in lane 2 now, please. Fill them up. You'll be running shortly. the Taco Man. Manny is racing multiple motorcycles in multiple classes. And he is absolutely fired up this weekend. I saw him earlier. Didn't even stop to talk because we really didn't have time, but I could see the fire in his eyes. He wants this bad this weekend. Manny gets on a tear, and when he gets on a tear, he is a terror out there on that track. You can stop him, but you're going to have to be really good to do so. Manny went breakout on that. He dialed a 13 flat. He went 12.97 with an 8. That's pretty good shooting, but a little too quick. Dwayne Schmidt, who's also an excellent racer and does very well. They've met each other before. Dwayne Schmidt's from Spar, Florida. Manny's from Clearwater, home of MRE. A big thank you to MRE and Mr. Reagan and all the folks at MRE. Worked so hard to put this event on and bring us quality racing every year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ed Ruffin out of Navarre, Florida, in the right lane. Ed Ruffin in the right lane, ready to rock. KTM in the left lane is having issues, but it sounds pretty cool. Red light start for the KTM. Ed Ruffin will take the win. You know, when one motorcycle red lights, it frequently causes the guy in the other lane to red light, because when one bike leaves, the other guy just like, wait a minute, let the clutch go, and they leave. But it's kind of just the way it is. Alvin Brito and Barry Purnell next. Alvin is from Aruba on that yellow Hayabusa in the left lane. Barry out of Henderson, North Carolina. Nice power wheelie. Up she goes and back down again. They rocket down that 1320. Barry Purnell dialed a 930, went 962. Alvin Brito is dialed on 970, went 10-0. So he's 3/10 out of the way there. You've got to run much closer to your dial than that to win, especially Mancup at the World Final. Laliga Thiel of Aruba, dialed on a 1065, goes 1096. Not tight enough on that number. Benjamin Summers of Aruba, dialed on a 991, will take the win on that round. And we move it on to Cullen Nash and Chuck Donato next. Chuck Donato is one of our Aruba racers. Team Aruba rolled in on Wednesday with a container from overseas, and a whole sea of bikes just spilled out of that thing. And it's just so cool that Team Aruba comes here with such strength and diversity, and they race so hard. And they are. 890 for Colin Nash, goes 894 with a 2, and will take the win on that one. Donato dialed 892, went 913. MPS Pro ET. Be sure to find your way to the lanes. We're getting down to the end of Street ET. Then we will bring out Vance & Hines Race Shop V-Twin. And then on to Pro ET. Then we will have a brief pause to prep the racetrack, and the pros are going to run. Cedric Mingo, all set on that last pass. We're moving on to Pablo Gonzalez and Dennis Padilla. Now, these guys are real gunfighters, real gunslingers, and I mean that in a racing sense only. And I mean it sincerely. These guys are tough customers. They have met before, they'll meet again. They are both champions in their own right, and they are good. Pablo Gonzalez is in the right lane in the 2005 Boost. Red lights by .020, and he is not happy with himself. He is not happy with himself for doing that. Dennis Padilla rockets down that left side, and Padilla broke out. He was dialed on a 39, went a 29. Pablo Gonzalez is not happy. When you are frustrated, do not limp down the racetrack at 20 miles an hour and hold everyone else up. If you want to cruise and brood on the return road, go for that. Don't stay out on the racetrack at 10-15 miles an hour and hold everyone else up. Please do not do that. You're holding up the entire show. You're also making a spectacle of yourself while you're out there crying in your beer. That ain't the way to do it. Elgin Donato, River in the right lane. Joy Brangard, Northfield, Ohio on the left. Donato dialed on an 85, went 99. Joey Brangard dialed 78, went 88, much closer on the combination. And Brangard will take the victory on that pass. John Moody and Stanley Russell next. We are coming down to the end of Liska Racing Street ET, and we are bringing out Vance and Hines Race Shop next. Stanley Russell, auto body man from Gray, Georgia, in the right lane against John Looney. Stan dialed to 63, went 67. John Looney dialed 10.50, went 10.55 with it all. Took Stanley to the bank on that one. Looney with the win. A lot of these ET racers from down here in the Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina area, and Tennessee indeed. There's some real gunslingers. These guys go to the little racetracks on the weekend to practice, put in a lot of laps. And I'll tell you something, there's no substitute for seat time. There is no substitute. I don't care what you buy, what accessory you buy, it's not going to really help you win. What helps you win is building the skills and the confidence to do your job. You can only get that with seat time. There is no substitute for seat time. Raul Lopez of Aruba, red light start, went automatically going to Mike Neroff. And now Carlos Orio and Leonard Heigler will go at it next. Carlos in the left lane. Great reaction time by Carlos. 0.27 light. He nailed that. And he's going to get the win here. He lifted because he knew he had the other racer. By 1,000 foot, he knew he could not see or hear the other racer, so he just let off the throttle. Went across the finish line with a 10.23 at 83 miles an hour. One thing racers have to be very careful about in bracket racing like this is looking over their shoulder, because you're taking your head out of the airstream at an odd angle, and that can make bad things happen. So looking over your shoulder at high speed is really not recommended. Small mirrors tucked away on the bike somewhere are certainly a much better option than changing your head, because your head and your helmet are in the airstream and they're active. Wade Smith out of Dudley, Georgia in the left lane. Boogieing down that racetrack. Dialed 9.50 and a 9.57 with a 1. Stout win there. You had a bunch of nitro bikes warm up down there. You had a bunch of Pingle Top Fuel twin bikes that are going to be coming out today. Very strong. Pingle Top Fuel will lead the qualifying session. Dusty Brazel out of Normal Park, Georgia, dialed in 98, and he went on 94. Red light start by Barry Pryor, senior in the left lane. Kind of ended that round before they even left the start line. So Dusty will take the victory on that path. Liska Racing Street ET coming right down to the end of it. We're getting ready to start V-Twin. Getting into some Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin racing now. Lauren Potter, one of the heavyweights with AMRA. Also, Samir Machini, also known as the Dead Bear. Machini is in the right lane with a 116-inch Harley. These guys have been racing a long, long time. And the Dead Bear has a lot of fun. He's crewed with a lot of teams, plus he races his street bike. These guys are all about V-Twin racing. We'll stand by the Dead Bear. Lauren Potter in the left lane out of McDonald, Tennessee. Heading for the stripe on the big end will take the win. Lauren Potter with the W on that pass. Fresh water down there. Our racers are getting ready to rip it up once again. The Dead Bear is done. Lauren's done. We're moving on to our next pair. Crosby Blair and Joe Galati next. Clearing a few things up on the headset. As soon as we get things right, we'll send this next pair down. Big thank you to Fuel Tech for sponsoring us here with the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals. Our pro qualifying times today by the sheet. Pro round 2 qualifying is up at 12 noon. Pro round qualifying 3. Final qualifiers for 4:30. We are sticking to the Saturday schedule like glue. Everybody has a copy of the schedule. Everybody got one with their little fun packet when you came through the gate. If you didn't get one, you can go down to Mancup registration. The schedules are free. Just get down there and grab one. We are sticking to the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. All right, getting our next pair out there. Crosby all set on that one. Joe Galati will take the victory. Joe's closer with the package. Dialed to 1300. Went 1326 at a .405 RT. And that was a closer package to win that round. Vance Howdy Shell, Jeff Goodwin net. Howdy Shell got him down from behind. Vance coming up on him strong in that left lane. He's going to get his front wheel right in front of him and keep it there. And he does just that, takes the win. Vance Howdy Shell out of Vero Beach, Florida with the round win. take a look at points here in our V-twin. Vance and Hines V-twin race shop, V-twin racing. Mr. Howdy Shell has 363 points. Lauren Potter has 291 points. Freddie Barrio, 291. Crosby Blair, 188. Spencer Allen out of Cape Coral, Florida, cranking it up. Jason Broski in the right lane will bow out on that one. He dialed a 955 out of 957, was pretty good. But that 1211 to the 1220 with a double-digit reaction time, it was the difference in the victory. Walter Hotelling rolling off the ready line. Out on the 1320, Dwayne Schmidt and Freddie Brario going at it. Dwayne Schmidt out on the 1320. Schmidt goes 1323, breakout pass by Freddie Barrio. Freddie dialed on a 1293, went 1292 with a 2. That is so close. But quicker is quicker, and that is a breakout pass. So that's that. Walter Hotelling out of Mystic, Connecticut in the right lane. John Bradley, Ingalls, Tennessee, Ingalls, Indiana in the lip, the big bagger. Bagger racing is becoming so popular. I hope to see George Bryce out there with the baggers doing some bagger wars stuff before too long. It'll be a lot of fun to see them out there mixing it up. John Bradley dialed on a 1390. Walter dialed on a 1450. 14-0 for Bradley for the win. And we move on to the next pair. Time check for my racers in the pits. It is 11:25 a.m. 11:25 a.m. and we're getting ready to run the pros at 12 noon. And then the pros will run again at 4:30 to complete their 3 rounds of qualifying. Tom Legassi, Newport, Florida. 1275 for the win. Breakout by Joe Woolsey. Danny the Taco Man bringing his destroyer out. Oh, how he loves to beat that motorcycle, and he races it and races it well. He's in the water. He'll be coming out shortly. Right now, we're going to cue it up for my racers out on the track. I see Michael Ray out of Texas in the left lane from New Braunfels, Texas. Hard-working man and a real strong racer. He's just at home on a street ET bike as he is on a field bike. And he raced either one equally well. That's an NHRA licensed pro stock racer too, I'll tell you. He's a bad man. Stacy Smith out of Lizella, Georgia in the right lane. Dialed 1235. Michael dialed 1176 and breaks out by going 1166, 10th quicker. So Stacy Smith taking the win. Smith dialed a 35 and went 1238. So there you go. There you go. Right lane. Don Horta out of Bradenton, Florida in the right lane gets away first. Dialed 1395. Scott and Tomsy going to try and chase him down. Tomsy gaining on him quick, but I think he's going to run out of racetrack. Porter fools us by going a little too quick. Dialed 985. Excuse me, he dialed 1395 with 1386. Had a 008 reaction time. That's what really caught my eye. But Tomsy took him away anyway. And that's it for Horta. Tomsy will advance in the next round. All right, Manny with a red light start by 010. That's going to break his heart, but that's racing, baby. Racing breaks hearts. Ronnie Harris in the left lane, Heron, Louisiana, will take the win, advance from this round. Move on to the next pair. Barry Pryor Sr. Barry Pryor in the right lane, Tim Morse out of Lakeland, Florida in the left. Morse with a good reaction time. It's got quite an advantage over Barry Pryor on this one. You'll put it to good use to take the win. Pryor with a breakout. Morse dialed 1245, ran 1264. Barry Pryor dialed an 87, but he went 86 with a 6. He went quicker than he predicted he would run. That is a breakout pass. So that's going to put him on the shelf as we get ready to move on from Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin Racing. Final pass by the champ, Mr. Donnie Huffman. Donnie Huffman out of Lakeland, Florida, who has won dozens of championships in his decades of racing. Donnie's an old dog and a real good one. He's a great racer. You want to learn about motorcycle drag racing, that's a man to talk to. One of many we have here in the pits this week. All right, MPS Pro ET starting right now. This will be our first pair. And we are getting closer and closer to the noon hour and bringing out the pros. It is 11:31 a.m. official tower time. And at 12 noon, you're going to see the pros come out. We're going to work our way through all of these MPS Pro ET motorcycles. And once this round of MPS Pro ET is done, we're going to prep that track. And then we're going to get out there and get to it. I want to welcome you all. I want to welcome you all to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Weisco. We are working our way through MPS Pro ET right now. We have a sea of motorcycles out there, but we're going to work our way down to the last pair there. We're going to prep this racetrack, and as soon as we do, we're going to come out with Pingle Top Fuel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, attention in the pits. I have a white Dodge Charger with Florida plates. A white Dodge Charger with Florida plates, LLA J36. LLA J36, white Dodge Charger needs to move out of an electrical spot right now. Florida plates, LLA J36 on a white Dodge Charger. You need to move your vehicle now. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning MPS Pro ET, and look at those staging lanes. Quadruple file, and we're still going around the corner. Holy cow. We have quite literally a sea of these motorcycles. Once again, Florida plates on a white Dodge Charger. LLA J36. You need to move your vehicle now. On the starting line, we have Dana Delk from South Carolina, the 83 CBF 100, 1100. Blair Field from Denver, North Carolina, the 15 Busa. 9042, the breakout down there for Blair Field. 017 Red Light will take Dana Delk on to the next round.
As we carry on with the action, good to see Dana Delk out there with that old Honda taking a win. It's great to see the old stuff come out now and then. A little bit of nostalgia brings us back. It's good to mix that in with the reality of today's fantastic machines. I love the mix. Max Neeson and Igor Alberto out of Aruba. We are getting closer and closer to the noon hour, ladies and gentlemen. You're only about 25 minutes away from seeing Pingle Top Fuel Bikes roll into those lanes and get out there to get at it. So you might want to get yourself a little snack, do whatever you need to do over the next 15 minutes. But about 20 minutes from now, you want to make your way to the stands and make your way to the fence line, so we can get you an eyeful of what's coming your way. Joe Karam in Pro ET. He's from Vero Beach, Florida. He's got an old shovel head there. And he's racing in Pro ET. Motorcycle in the right lane. David Rukakis in the left lane. Fun goes left. Karam goes left and heads for the tree, and he straightens it out. But we have a roller that has stopped 100 feet from the starting line. And we will get that old shovel off the track. Help this gentleman out with his motorcycle. In motorcycle drag racing, sometimes things happen. Whatever it is, we'll deal with it, and we'll help get him off track. Picking up a few pieces off the racetrack right now from the bike. Might need the trailer, the little motorcycle trailer that they use to caddy bikes off the track with. I'm not sure if his chain is still attached or not, and whether or not he can roll that bike. He kind of came to an abrupt stop at 100 feet out, but we need to remove that motorcycle from the racetrack ASAP, which is going to happen. The crew here at South Georgia Motorsports Park is razor sharp, and they got their little trailer dolly out there. They're ready to go and help him out. We'll get him off that racetrack, and we'll get back to it. Racing action that just ceased on the track is MPS Pro ET. As soon as MPS Pro ET concludes, we will bring the pros out, tell you a bit about the pro program that's coming your way. We are heading for Q2. Q1 was concluded last night. We do our first round of qualifying with Mancup motorcycle drag racing on Friday nights. So we get a little work under the lights, and you can see some header flames. And then on Saturday, we do 2 more rounds of qualifying. Saturday qualifying for the pros are slated for 12 noon and 4:30 p.m. for the pros. When the pros do come out, you will see Pingle Top Fuel first round. Then you will also see Pingle Top Fuel Twin, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Falcon Pro Mod, Nexus Express Pro Open, APE Pro Street, and Shinko WPS Real Street in that order. Last night, our number one qualifiers in the pros, Pingle Top Fuel, Larry Spider-Man McBride with a 563, and Pingle Top Fuel Twin, Jason Pridemore of Ohio with a thundering 617. But Jason, I believe that's a new personal best for Jason. I could be wrong, but I'm willing to wager that that's pretty darn close. In Hawaii Racing, Pro Fuel Sim. All right, taking care of that which needs to be taken care of here. Out on the racetrack, the shovel head is being removed from the line, and they're dollying him off. They're about to the 8th mile now. They're going to have to get him all the way down the track to make the return road, and then we'll get out there. All right, I was going through number one qualifiers from last night. We'll get back to that now. In Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Sam White with a 740 is sitting in the number one spot. In Falcon Pro Mod, Richard Gadsden is in the number one spot with a 400 pass in Pro Mod. Nexus Express Pro Open, Gene Dawson with his Canadian Express machine sitting there in the number one spot with a 642 elapsed time. In APE Pro Street, Jeremy Teasley with a 666. And he will drop that number today. Watch for that. You'll see JT go after that with a vengeance. And Diamond Dave in Real Street, sitting in the number one spot, Dave Stewart with a 773. Those are your number one qualifiers in the pro categories right now. However, that was qualifying round one. We have 2 more rounds of qualifying. One's going to happen at 12 noon today, and then the next one will happen at 4:30. We will adjust our schedule as necessary. You're going to see it all. It's all going to happen here today. We have hundreds and hundreds of motorcycles, but don't worry about that. We're going to get them all down the line here at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Kibble White Precision Machine and Wiseco. All going to fall right into place, I promise you. Out on the 1320, if you look down past the scoreboard, you'll see that shovel head is still being towed to the return road. They have to move kind of gingerly down there to get him off the track, and they will do so. And once they get him off the track up there, we're going to resume our qualifying session with MPS Pro ET.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, getting this shovel head off the racetrack here. Having some issues off the starting line. We'll get that straightened out for him next round. Jason Hoffer from Acworth, Georgia. Going to be pulling up here on the water box, Summit Racing side of the track. 37 years old on the 06 Busa base drag bike. On the strange lane, Tom Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa. Looking for that 872 dial in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibble White Precision Machine and Wiseco Pistons here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Just want to welcome everybody out here, my fans in the stands, and also everyone watching at home on motormaniatv.com. You can find Motormania TV on YouTube, also on their website, motormaniatv.com. So for those of you that got family across the world, if they're 45 minutes away, or a 20-hour flight away. Send them that link. Say, hey, here's what's happening. Lights come down for Hoffner and Clemmy. Racers separated by a full 10th on the Christmas tree. And my guess is correct. Mr. Clemmy going to run 8.802, 134.58, and 026 reaction time, as opposed to Jason Hofer's 126 reaction time, 852, 155.51 mile per hour effort. Here's Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida, the 2007 Kawasaki-based drag bike. Summit Racing Equipment's onto the track looking for a 9-second blast down the summit lane. Ray Hagedorn from Venice, Florida, 60 years old, above the Suzuki. On the string side of the track. Racers separated by 0.33. It's going to be Ray Hagedorn on a double breakout victory, 867, 151.34 the speed. Dwayne Leachman runs 8.946, 135.37. 0.55 reaction time to Hagedorn's 0.33. Trying to catch him down there. Summit Racing side, we have Austin Bridge from Bealeton, Virginia, the 05 Suzuki Gixxer 1000. Summit Racing side after a 904. Strange Engineering side, we have Adam Rutkauskas, Waterbury, Connecticut native, 30 years old, on the 1983 Suzuki GS Power Drag bike after a 9.30 second blast down the strange lane. Adam Rutkauskas goes 007 to the red side. Austin Bridge comes off the line second. 8.99 with a 9, 148.27 miles an hour for Austin Bridge. 010 red light. Adam goes 007 red, but he came off the starting line first. 007 red, that is your worst foul. Robert Zaveski from Raymond, Nebraska, 64 years old. 1978 Kawasaki drag bike after an 871. Gary Russell, Battleboro, Vermont, 60-year-old on the 04 Kawasaki drag bike after a 950. Racers separated by 007 down there. It's going to be Gary Russell breaking out, taking way too much stripe. 8.713, 013 reaction time for an 016 package out of Robert Zaveski. Dead 3 and 013 on the line. Not a bad pass at all. Mike Mosney from Venice, Florida, 47-year-old on GS 1100 power. Summit Racing Equipment side of the track after a 922. Bob Foster, Strange Engineering side of the racetrack, Shearerville, Indiana, 73 years old. On a Turbo ZX14 drag bike after a 776. Mosney away. Racers separated by 018. It's going to be the win lights down there for Bob Foster. 779, 171.90. 022 the reaction time. Mosney sees Foster coming on a hard charge down there at 171.90 miles an hour to his 138.48. About a 918 with an 8 on the 922. Breakout for Mosney. Glenn Geiger from Ashburn, Georgia, 33-year-old, looking for a 966. Eric Crosby, strange side, 9 flat to dial in on the KZ power. Glenn Geiger going to get away with an 036 reaction time. 967.6, 116 miles an hour. Eric Crosby going to have to fold it up early.
Eric Crosby and Glenn Geiger going at it out there, but they're all set with that set. We move it on to the next pair. Bob Burt be out there in the right lane. We get ready to keep things rocking and rolling here at South Georgia Motorsports Park in Adel, Georgia. Bob Burt on the make that a 2006 Gixxer. He's in the right lane. And the older Gixxer on the left side gets away quick. Burt dialed on a 915 up at the top end, goes 922 and takes the win for Bob Burt. Bob Burt and Jeremy Burt, the entire Burt Racing clan, they race very, very strong. Seeing them out there is like seeing the Clem brothers out there or the Mullen brothers. Just a whole lot of power. A whole lot of years of dedication. Great racers. Terrell Perkins, John Allen next. Allen with that GS 1150 body in the left lane. Off on that left side, but a good launch. Terrell Perkins trying to run him down. Double breakout pass, Jonah Allen with the win out of Louisville, Kentucky. And MPS Pro ET is doing very, very well here and looking good. Steve Caddy in the right lane. Motorcycle broke. He's a roller right now. Caddy in the right lane. And he is going to be a roller. We'll get him off the track as quick as we can and get that taken care of. There's my partner, Mr. Green. I'm going to switch over to Mike here to Jacob while I take care of something important here in the tower.
Alrighty, just going to tend to a racer on the track right now. Going to make sure they get off the track A-okay. It's very important that we make sure everybody gets off the track before we send our next pair. Obviously, it gets into a sticky situation whenever there's a bike on the track and you send the next pair. Up next, John Spooky Markham, Bowling Green, Kentucky native, 48 years old. 885 the dial-in, Scott Field, Summit Racing side, Denver, North Carolina native, 95 Suzuki power, Summit Racing side. How about 888 with a 241.86 down there for Spook. 027 reaction time on the 885. About 30 numbers off where he wants to be. Scott Field, 853.0, 150.56, the 040 reaction time. Here comes James Henson, Summit Racing side, Orlando, Florida native, 60 years old on the 06 Kawasaki ZX14. Summit Racing side. Strange lane, looking for a 960. We have the 2006 Kawasaki ZX12R of Scott DeLong. Those are words you can't say in rapid succession much often anymore. The Kawasaki ZX12R is a lost art of a motorcycle. 8.845 on the 881 dial-in, a 101 reaction time for James Henson. Scott DeLong goes 091 under 949.4 on the 960 dial-in. Chuck Curlis from Pelham, Georgia, the 954 dial-in over there on the Summit Racing lane. Kawasaki power in the frame rails. Corey Washington, Strange side, Palm City, Florida native, 31 years old, on Hayabusa power. After the Super Comp number, 8.90. Racers separated by not a whole lot. 0.17 the difference here on the Christmas tree. It's going to be an 8.908. Dead 8, 0.25 reaction time for Corey Washington. Chuck Curlis runs about 44 numbers off where he wanted to be. 0.008 reaction time. Going to send Corey Washington out of the next round here. Here's David Fletcher from Plant City, Florida, 66 years old, aboard the KZ-powered bike. Dustin Lee, Strangelane, looking for an 893 from Morristown, Tennessee. David Fletcher after that 991.
All right, Dustin Lee, 24-time champ, all set on that one. Put away by Fletcher. Shane Cunningham and David Young next. Racers and fans in the stands, spread the word out there. Tell your friends, tell your family. If they want to watch live and listen in live, we have live stream this weekend courtesy of MotorManiaTV.com. All I got to do is go to MotorManiaTV.com. You'll find your way to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, and they can watch and listen in on the action. A big thank you to McKinney Motorsports and Dunnigan Racing for bringing us the live action. We appreciate it very, very much. All right, out on that starting line, Brandon Cunningham of Naples, Florida is in the left lane with his ZX14 Kawasaki, getting ready to take on that Busa in the right lane. You are watching Q2. This is the second round of qualifying with MPS Pro ET. And as soon as we conclude MPS Pro ET, we're bringing out the fuel bikes. David Page out of Sharonsville, Ohio. In the right lane, the red light start. He's gonna cry when he sees the time slip. He went red by 0.001. He went red by 1,000th of a second. However, if you do leave before that green light comes on, that is a foul start and you are done. Out in the staging lanes, those motorcycles, we have decorating lane. If you are in lane 1 and 2, those Sportsman bikes must come out of those lanes. The pros are coming up. And when the pros come up, they're coming up in lanes 1 and 2. We must clear those Sportsman bikes out of 1 and 2. All right, call out right now for Top Fuel Motorcycle. You've been alerted in person by Mr. Reagan, folks. Top Fuel Motorcycle to the lanes, please. Pingle Top Fuel to the lanes. Pingle Top Fuel Twin to the lanes, please. Dan Rudd of MPS. Dan Rudd of MPS Pro ET rocketing down that left side. And he's going to cross that stripe and take the win. Fisher with a red light start in the right lane. Fisher is all done. Dan Rudd advanced. All right, Pingle Top Fuel, we should have you up there in lane 1. Top Fuel Twin, you should come up to lane 2. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel for lane 3. We're bringing up our fuel classes first, then we will call the remainder. Fuel bikes first, then we will call the remainder of our pro motorcycles in order. You have lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 reserved for you. Pingle Top Fuel for lane 1. Pingle Top Fuel Twin, lane 2. Hawaii Racing, lane 3. All right, giving everybody a heads up of where we're at in the program and what's happening right now. We are going to continue on with Pingle. Let me correct that. We are going to continue on with MPS Pro ET. At the conclusion of this round of MPS Pro ET, we will prep the track and run the pros. That's where we're at right now. We're going to run right through with our Sportsman racers. They are going to conclude this round. And then we're going right into Pingle Top Fuel.
On the Summit Racing Equipment side of the track, we have Angelo Ross from Team Aruba. Looking for the Super Comp number, 8.90, we have Cedric Mingo from Lancaster, South Carolina, 57-year-old on the 08 Busa, 899.3, 157.58 on the 875 dial. Angelo Ross goes 233 on the light, 901.6, 135.12 miles an hour. Racers only separated by, let me see here, that's 33 and 47. That'd be 15 thousandths of a second on the Christmas tree, and they both started with a 2. Luis Reyes from San Juan, Puerto Rico, one of the many representing Puerto Rico this weekend. Strange Engineering side, 939 that island over there. Summit Racing side after a 9 flat. Racers separated by 038 down there. 949.7, 129.14 the speed for Luis Reyes and the wind lights. 021 reaction time to his credit. Summit lane just a little late at 060. Jaeger Chang looking for a 914. The 2009 Suzuki GSXR 1000. Summit Racing Equipment side of the racetrack. Rodney McFarland from Pensacola, Florida. 46 years old on that gorgeous pearl white Gixxer 1000. Looking for this top gas number, 8.20. On the strange lane. Oh, he's got work to do. Rodney McFarland got a lot of work to do down there. Yeah, not going to happen down there. 9:34.5 on the 9:14 for Jaeger Ching. Rodney McFarland, a 1:27 reaction time. Gets off the line, spins the tire, lazy front half. It's a 9.345 on the 9:14 for Jaeger Ching. Moving on to the next round. Edward Remla from Aruba, looking for an 896 aboard the GSXR 1000. Summit Racing side, Calvin Mason, Mobile, Alabama native. After the 890, Strange Engineering side of the track. But a 912, 149.40 on the Summit side for Edward. A .346 reaction time out of Calvin Mason. Quite possibly spelled the end to his weekend here at MPS Pro ET. Here comes Angela Zambrana from Orlando, Florida. 38 years old, the 08 Suzuki Hayabusa, looking for a 916, Strange side of the racetrack. On the Summit Racing side of the track, after a 910, 45-year-old Lingine Eduarda. The 08 Suzuki Hayabusa. Racers separated by 026. It's going to be Angela Zambrana. 9:31 on the 9:16, a .157 reaction time. Eduarda's .173 and a 9:57. Spell the end of that run. Here's Justin Horton from Trenton. Trenton, North Dakota. 9:37 the dial in down there on the Gixxer 1000. Alexis Baker. Berrien Springs, Michigan, 23-year-old on KZ Power, 871 on the 863 dial in. 019 reaction time. Justin Horton gets down there, gets ahead of her by 100th and then some. A .115 reaction time spells the end of Justin Horton's weekend there in MPS Pro ET. Aurel Polina, looking for a 915 out of Santa Maria, California. "37 years old on the Hayabusa, looking for a 915 Summit Racing side. Strange Engineering Lane from Portsmouth, Virginia. It's Ryan Burnell, the 03 Suzuki Gixxer 1000, looking for an 889. Going to show you, you don't need bodywork to race. Burnell got to get down there, squeeze the nitrous button, and make up what he lost there spinning the tire. It's an 885.0, 154.76 effort, but that breaks Ryan Burnell out. Polina going to move on, a 929.7, 147.26 the effort there. Sean Welsh from Waynesboro, Georgia, 864 the dial in aboard the Suzuki Hayabusa. Summit Racing side. Angel Lopez from Yucca, Florida, 35-year-old on another Hayabusa after a 924 on the Strange Lane. A little bit of a staging duel happening here. Oh man. Somebody's going to melt somebody down. This is what I'm talking about. Welsh finally goes in. Angel Lopez. Red lights. 054 to the right side. And that turns the wind lights on in Sean Welsh's lane. 928, 145 miles an hour. John Welsh going to take the win line there. John Loney from Dalzell, South Carolina. 897 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Gary Stouffer from Gardnerville, Nevada. 57-year-old aboard the 85 Suzuki GS. Gary Stouffer looking for the 902 dial in. John Loney after that 897. It's the classic KZ versus GS debate here. Slick and bar versus street tire and no bar. Gary Stouffer going to have the win lights down there. 0.25 to the green side. John Loney goes 0.10 to the red. Gary Stouffer going to run 903 with a 152.50. Only 0.14 off his dial in. The 0.25 light, that's a 39 package. Starting to get respectable there in the 30s for the package. Joey Brandgard from Northfield, Ohio. 25 years old aboard the 2014 BMW S1000RR. On the Summit Racing side after an 878. On the strange lane, aboard the Suzuki GSX-R 1000, looking for an 853. Strange side goes red. Joey Brandgard going to move on to the next round without a shot of it out there. 0.53 to the green side. Joey's going to post an 864.9, 156.10 effort. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the name on the back of that leathers does not deceive you. That is Greg Underdahl from North Branch, Minnesota. 61 years old aboard the GSX-R base drag bike. 915 the dial in for Underdahl. Jean-Pierre Zimmerman from Aruba, 923, the dial into the strange lane. That's Suzuki GSX-R 1000 underneath the 19-year-old. And Underdahl's weekend comes to a close here. 956.5, 126.13 after starting line issues. A 102 reaction time to Jean-Pierre Zimmerman's 060. 9.475, 118.76 effort. Up next, we have Nicholas Bowling III, Holmes Beach, Florida native, 19-year-old, on the Summit Racing lane, aboard some Kawasaki power. 8.90 the dial in. Super comp number is what we're looking for. Irvin Maduro, Strange Engineering lane, looking for an 825. The Aruban, 44 years old, above the 08 Busa. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I need Pingle Top Fuel and Pingle Top Fuel Twin to the staging lanes, please. Pingle Top Fuel and Pingle Top Fuel Twin to the staging lanes ASAP. 8.961 from Nicholas Bowling III. And a 003 reaction time. Summit Racing side. Zach Pena. Looking for a 909. Generation 1 Kawasaki ZX14. Alexander Ross from Aruba, 8.35 the dial in. The 07 Busa. Strange Engineering side after an 835. Alexander Ross going to take the easy win on this one. A 196 reaction time to the Summit Racing lanes. 0.318 reaction time. 841.3 on the 835 dial in for Alexander, 150.13 to speed. Colin Nash from Orlando, Florida. The 2013 Kawasaki ZX14 looking for the super comp numbers, 8.90. Francis Koch from Aruba, 40 years old, aboard the old school Suzuki GSX-R 1100. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack after a 980. Racers separated by a whole bunch. Coke's reaction time starts with a 1. And it's not pretty. Gets down there and breaks out. Colin Nash, 892.4, 148.77, and 016 reaction time. For an 040 package, I wouldn't be crying. Francis Coke goes under 972.1, 134 miles an hour, trying to chase Colin down out there. Mike Neerhoof on the summit lane. Youngstown, New York native aboard Kawasaki Power. 55 years old, looking for an 890. Mr. Every from Aruba, 48 years old on the booster, looking for an 860. Racers separated by 003 out there. It's going to be by 16 ten-thousandths of a second. Richard Every from Aruba, 866.8 on the 860. 157.91. Mike Neerhoof runs 897.2, 133.55 for a margin victory of a front wheel. 0.0016 seconds, the margin of victory. Travis White from Grove City, Ohio, 23-year-old aboard Abusa, looking for a 942 Summit Racing side. Cedric Maduro from Aruba, 840 to dial in. Aboard the Gixxer 1000. Going to be an 8:48.0, 133.95. Travis White must have knew he was late by a whole bunch. A .126 reaction time will park him on the trailer. Joe Holt from Columbus, Ohio, the 05 Busa down here, looking for an 8:40. Rated by roughly 20. 9.008 on the 890 index, or the 890 dial for Barry Pryor Sr. That'll move him on. Here comes Masta Yakota. Actually, we stand corrected. That is one of the Indians, one from Team India down there looking for an 882. Summit Racing side, Eddie Doherty from Venice, Florida, looking for an 898. .884.2 for the Indian down there. 080 reaction time puts him on top. Ed Doherty goes under the number by a whole lot. It's Team Elite Octane. On top down there, 884.2, 154.33. Now here comes Harvey Hubbard from Sidley, Virginia. The 84 Katana-based drag bike. Two very tough customers here at MPS Pro ET. And on the opposite side, it is Mike Konopacki, the pride of Hampton, Ontario. Harvey Hubbard draws the red light out. 010 to the red side, Mike Konopacki. 029 to the green side, runs 8.894, 149.33. 886 his dial in down there. Last time around, Konopacki posting an 019 package. Trip zip off the Christmas tree and 19 numbers off his dial in. That guy, if you see him lined up next to you, you know you're going to have to toss a light on him. That's what Harvey Hubbard was thinking. Oh man, it's Konopacki. Going to have to toss a light on him. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibble-White Precision Machine and Wiseco Pistons. The Manufacturers Cup presented by Vance & Hines, right here at South Georgia Motorsports Park in the great state of Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. We are going to run another qualifying round of Pingle Top Fuel. We see the machines of David Van Tine, Mitch Brown, Larry the Spider-Man McBride, Mr. Bankston and Tommy Grimes, and many, many more, as well as the Nitro Conspiracy Camp, Sam Wills and crew. This is what motorcycle drag racing is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Not only the top fuelers and the pro fuelers, the Nitro categories, but just look at how many bikes were entered in Pro ET. Absolutely amazing turnout here at this event. Also, ladies and gentlemen, while we have a quiet moment, I just want to say thank you all so much for coming out. Look at these stands. This is what I'm talking about. Plenty of people here, both in person and watching with us online at MotorManiaTV.com. So just a quick questionnaire. How many of my ladies and gentlemen out there in the stands came from out of state? Just by show of hands, how many of you guys are from out of state? Any of my spectators from out of the country? By show of hands. Nitrous Express, Growthus Drag Bikes, Star Power, Schnitz Racing, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, the PR Factory Store, MTC Engineering, Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco Pistons, JE Pistons, DMG Chassis, MPS Racing, Liska Racing, Cycle Exchange, Dunnigan Racing, Exoticycle, Roaring Toys, DME Racing, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gast, Manhill Garage, Kibble-White Precision Machine, Medic Gaskets, Daytona Sensors, Webcam Shafts, McKinney Motorsports, Robinson Industries, Rob Bush Motorsports, and Monster Race Products. a ton of those people here. In fact, I'm seeing one of them right now, Mr. Dave Schnitz. How are you, sir? Good to see you again. We will also see Mr. Mitch Brown of Monster Race Products later on today. In fact, here in the next 15 minutes or so. But while we have the downtime, man, oh man, let me tell you a story about last Thursday night. Larry the Spider-Man McBride has a great big target on his back, and the only one aiming at it is himself. By far the quickest test pass we've ever seen, 5.507, 264.98 miles an hour. You heard that right. Every bit of it.
Oh, Jacob, what do you think of the conditions we got going here right now? I'm just down checking down with Growth's drag bikes, and they let me know that we're somewhere around 2,000 feet. Range of water looking good in the air. We got nice moderate temperatures, and that bright sunshine that we've had since near 7 a.m. That racetrack and the track temps are coming up right where they want them. I think we're in for some pretty good racing.
Oh yeah, we're in for some great racing, Tom. And as you had mentioned, the density altitude about 2,000 feet. That is pretty much right in the prime where they want to be. We've got a 75-degree air temperature, an absolutely gorgeous day to go drag racing here at the Manufacturers Cup World Finals.
Well, right now we're getting ready to come out with Pingle Top Fuel. It will be very interesting to see what kind of a tune-up that Stevie McBride and Larry have agreed upon to put in that bike, and I know Rose in on that consultation as well. But knowing that Larry has 550 power and then some, people need to understand that while Larry is getting down to that level in his ETs and 550s, there's a lot more in that motorcycle. They are young in terms of how long they've been working with that bike, and they got a lot to go yet.
Now, even though Larry McBride has been at it for 30 plus years in the Nitro camp, there is still a lot that crew is learning. The current number one qualifier is that man himself, 5.632, 257.24 miles an hour. But that is far from what that bike is capable of. Absolutely a long shot from what that bike is capable of, especially after what we saw Thursday night.
What I'm looking forward to in conjunction with that is Ian King from the United Kingdom, 10-time world top fuel champion from the UK. Ian King with his Gulf Oil bike. They came in with a 599 the other night in qualifying, and I know they were okay with it, but I also know that they weren't. They know they have much more in that bike, and I know they're going to pull it out of it. They have a personal best with that machine right now of 566 at 246 miles an hour for the Gulf Oil top fuel motorcycle. So they're anxious to get back to their 560 performance, and I know they're going to do their best to bring that out from under the hat today.
Now, Ian King, I actually spoke with him a little bit, and he said, I know we've got more than 599 in the bike, but he knows that for a fact. And Wade Rich has definitely put down the facility for us. Mother Nature has played nice with us all weekend. We had gorgeous, gorgeous conditions all morning so far. So,
folks who have looked at the board and noticed that Dave Vantine's sitting in there with a 947 right now, don't get comfortable with that. Let me promise you, from the bottom of my very nitromethane-fed heart, that when Dave Vantine and the Vantine Power Sports bike get out there, you're going to see their 5-second performance. They're going to reach hard for that. Dave is tired of being in the bridesmaid position. He's been number 2 way too many times, and he wants very much to race side by side and beat his mentor, Mr. McBride, out on that racetrack. It's only a matter of time before that happens. Then again, in drag racing, it's all about time, isn't it?
Well, another thing you can't count out with these top fuel bikes, Tom, is their unpredictability. Everything with these bikes, no matter what the tune can be, what they actually do out there is unpredictable. You can look at the data all you want, You'll get a close shot. It's about a 75% chance that'll actually happen. But these bikes truly have a mind of their own when it comes to drag racing.
Well, as we're going to switch gears here and start talking a little bit about Pingo Topfield Twin right now. And when the Pingo Topfield Twins bikes were out there in practice on Thursday, I saw Johnny Red Ray out there with his PowderTech Services bike. And you talk about unpredictability of these motorcycles. Johnny had that thing tuned just the way he wanted it, put everything in there that he had. He thought he had that combination right where he wanted it to run a very strong number. And as soon as the bike launched, bike broke traction, and once it broke traction and unloaded, the motor unloaded. He's got 2 connecting rods that are shattered in pieces. His crank needs to be magnafluxed to see if it's even usable again. And you know, he came out there. Every time these racers come out there, they come out there with what they're sure is a great combination to go out and run a great number. But whether or not that's really going to happen, that's kind of up to the gods of thunder.
Oh, yeah. And that's, not to mention, where Elmer Tread is lying. One of the gods of thunder up there. He is certainly among us this weekend. Certainly among us this weekend with the numbers we've been seeing out of the Pingle Top Fuel and Top Fuel Twin motorcycles, without a shout of a doubt.
I think Elmer and Carl are probably up there smiling pretty good, and Bo happy to see how far the class has come, how far it's going to go. The quality of the motorcycles is certainly there. The performance is certainly there. And as they continue to push the envelope, we can only see better.
Absolutely. And Tom, it looks like our first competitor down the track is going to be David Vantine. Puma power in those frame rails. And as we hit on yesterday, the Puma power in essentially just about every single one of these drag bikes. It used to be that you'd have to take a set of KZ cases and work with what you had. Kawasaki is where all of these motors started. Suzuki wasn't really big on the Top Fuel scene. But Kawasaki Top Fuel drag bikes could make up 700 to 750 horsepower before you started having trouble with the bottom ends. Crankshafts and cases splitting and all kinds of things. They can only hold so much horsepower. But ladies and gentlemen, it is that time if you do not have a seat at home, watching with us on MotorManiaTV.com or here with us at the 43rd Annual Field Tech World Finals presented by Kibble White Precision Machine and Wiseco Pistons at the Manufacturers Cup. You need to grab a seat, but listen to me, you're only going to need the edge of it. The very, very edge of it. Because these are the fastest humans on 2 wheels in the history of our good world. David Vantine, Hamilton, New York native, 56 years old, the 09 Puma-based Top Fuel drag bike. Going to be on the strange side of the racetrack. That is the near side for those of you at home. The left-hand lane here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. And on the Summit Racing Equipment side of the track, that is Mitch Brown from Clearwater, Kansas, the head of Monster Race Products. The Dennis Bradley Motorcycle Camp. Finishing their touches on the motorcycle before they send it down. David Vantine, your current number 5 qualifier. Don't let the number fool you. 9.473, 90.52 mile an hour effort there yesterday, but don't let that fool you. Ladies and gentlemen, hang on to your seats. You'll only need the edge of it. It is time for Pingle Top Fuel qualifying round number 2. Burnout's complete for Van Tine and Brown side by side. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a treat this weekend. I'm telling you, this weather is perfect. Mitch Brown, the 2018 Manufacturers Cup World Finals event winner. Got one win under his belt. Going up against David Van Tine. Very, very acclaimed name. As Tom said, he's sick of being in that bridesmaid spot. Van Tine going to make something of it this weekend? We'll find out as they stage up here in Pingle Top Fuel. Stop and smell the nitro, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Mitch doesn't like it. Check out Van Tine, 5.711. 251.63 miles an hour, and that is a career best for David Van Tine. Ladies and gentlemen, give it a round of applause for the crew from New York. David Van Tine setting a career best. 5.711, 251.63 mile an hour glass down the strange lane here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Absolutely unreal. That sticks him up in the number 2 spot. Now the next pair. From Edmond, Oklahoma, 59-year-old Sam Wills. The 2012 Innovative Tubing Chassis. Strange lane of the racetrack is where he will be. Up next, the one and only from Julian, North Carolina, 52-year-old Jay Turner. Summit Racing side of the racetrack, the turbocharged, nitrous fed, I keep saying nitrous, CH3NO2 fed, nitro fed. You see, I'm so used to announcing the pro mods, this is where it goes wrong. Please excuse me. Jay Turner, Julian, North Carolina native. A Turbo Harley. The Nitro Conspiracy team rolling up in the strange lane. I do believe this will be a single for Sam Wills. Jay Turner not starting the bike real quick. The Turbo Twin, a very different motorcycle. Sam Wills having to be pushed back. You'll watch Jay Turner here. He'll do a real short burnout. Nice and controlled in the water box. Listen to how different this machine sounds than any other Top Fuel twin. Jay Turner electing to step up and play with the 4-cylinder boys. Just listen to that bike. Holy cow. That is so different. So different. Jay Turner, Sam Wills taking the lights right now. Lights come down, here we go. Look at Jay Turner go. Sam Wills shutting it off down there. Jay Turner going to get out of it at 6:91.8, 150.48. A 1:10 short time for Jay Turner. 2:79 to the 3:30. Sam Wills gets out there under power, 1:08.1, shuts it off shortly after the 8th mile. Not liking how it feels. Wills and Turner will hang on to their spots at 4 and 5. Turner with a better 6:91.8, 150.48 effort. Sam Wills hanging on to his 6:05 that he posted yesterday. 240.08 his effort that went through yesterday. Up next, it is Ian King, 2018 Puma Base Drag Bike, the Gulf Oil team, all the way from Eliminations, United Kingdom. 57-year-old aboard the Gulf Oil drag bike for the first time in over a year this weekend. That is the quickest and fastest drag bike on the European scene right now. Burnout complete for Ian King. All the way from Stockholm, Sweden. Up next, another one of our top fuel racers will be pulling up all the way from Stockholm, Sweden. All the way from Stockholm, Sweden, Juha Hintikainen. Gonna take on the Englishman, Ian King. Look at Ian King go. Nice straight pass. Check it out. 93.9, 233.44 miles an hour. That will improve on his number 3 qualifying effort of 5.990, 240.08. Hintikainen gonna take the back spot for now, 992.6, 90.84 miles an hour. We're going to check out the track real quick. Saw quite the plume from his bike. Gonna go check things out just to make sure everything is A-okay, but Ian King, 5.939, 233.44 miles an hour. Still far from where he wants to be, but he is on the board with 2 solid 5-second passes this weekend. But up next, ladies and gentlemen, 2 veterans of this wild and crazy class. The one and only Redneck Racing Crew, the Redneck Express of Chris Hand, will be rolling up on the Summit Racing Equipment side of the racetrack. And on the Strange side of the racetrack will be Larry the Spider-Man McBride. Larry the Spider-Man McBride from Newport News, Virginia. '60-year-old Larry McBride, the world's quickest and fastest man on 2 wheels. Number 1 qualifier currently with a 5.632, 257.24 mile an hour blast. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something to behold. That is the world's quickest and fastest motorcycle. Through the quarter mile of all time. A 2016 Puma base chassis. Built right at the hands of Larry and Steve McBride. And their shop just outside of Newport News, Virginia. Bike has been in development for some 10 to 12 years. See Will pulling him in right now. Steve McBride helping push Larry in there. These bikes are not light either. These bikes weigh some 1,000 to 1,100 pounds. Put a rider in that equation, why don't you? Listen to how this bike's tone changes right here now, ladies and gentlemen. Stop and smell the nitro. Here we go, fuel's on. And the lights, here comes the tree. Now that's what happens. A 108 short time. Overpowered the track a little bit. Stevie McBride came up and measured the grip in inch pounds on the racetrack. Pulled enough for his liking. Adjusted the tune accordingly. Larry McBride going to hang on to the number one qualifying position for now, 5.632, 257.24. Now here's a man we know and love as the Redneck Express. Chris Hand from Nowville, Alabama. The innovative tubing chassis. Puma base drag bike with a Rick Ward Vortex 2 head on board. Here comes Chris Hand, the Redneck Express out of Alabama. 52 years old. On the summit side of the track, here we go. Chris felt something in the bike he didn't like there. Sounded like it went down in a hole there. 106 short time. Also, ladies and gentlemen, just a heads up, I need you guys to listen to me. We need to clear this starting line. And here we go with Pingle Top Fuel Twin. On the Summit Racing side from Walnut Grove, North Carolina, 47-year-old Tyler Wilson. Number 5 qualifier with 673, 188.91 mile an hour blast. Here comes Don Becker from Palm Coast, Florida, 65-year-old on the 2017. Harley-Davidson based drag bike. Wilson and Becker finishing up preparations and taking the lights here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Wilson, check out that front wheel. Holy cow. 6.765, 197.71. Will not improve on that 673 from yesterday. 118 short time. What a run. You just look at the front wheels of these motorcycles, they're dangling the whole trip. That is something else. Now, ladies and gentlemen, got two bikes that are a total treat here. Richie Vreeland from Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, the 56-year-old 2019 Harley-Davidson based chassis. Summit Racing side of the track, your number 6 qualifier, 6.824, 202.88 mile an hour blast. On the strange lane will be none other from Clemens, North Carolina. The Bentec based parallel twin of Mr. Bankston, Tommy Grimes. Your number 2 qualifier with a 6.269 second blast, 225.45 velocity. Let's take a moment and listen to Mr. Bankston's piece when they started compared to Vreeland's V-twin. These are very, very different motorcycles. And let me tell you, you're going to feel that Red Line Racing piece. It feels so different. Just listen to that thing. The Bankston motorcycle on the strange lane recorded a personal best in testing, 6.18 second elapsed time. Number 2 and number 6 qualifiers looking to better their efforts here. Look out, here comes Tommy Grimes. 6.209. 224.21. Richie Vreeland goes 6.817. 201.04. And ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Grimes will hang on to the number 2 spot. Jason Pridemore, your current number 1 with that 6.17. Summit Racing side, up next we have none other than Ty Tharp. Pfafftown, North Carolina, the number 3 qualifier at 6.303. 221.38 miles an hour. And on the strange lane, the magic dry machine of Ricky House. Humble, Texas, 60-year-old, a 2013 model year chassis. The Spevco machine of Ty Tharp. Rolling up into the water box. The magic dry machine of Ricky House being pushed into the water box. Here we go. 2 of the mellow yellow guys dishing it out here. Ty Tharp and Ricky House rolling into the beams right now. Lights come down. Here we go. Ricky House with a stellar 0:47 reaction time. Ty Tharp crossing the center line. That is an invalid run there. 6.292. 216.48 miles an hour. That will better his number 3 effort at 6.303, 221.38. Ricky House not getting a good run there. Crosses the center line into Ty Tharp's lane shortly after the 1,000-foot cone there. We're going to have a little bit of cleanup to do here, ladies and gentlemen, so just bear with us real quick. Those timing cones are a mess to clean up. So while we have a quiet moment, I have a vehicle that needs to be moved. A black Ford F-350 with an open trailer on the back. Illinois plates 117005F. A black Ford F-350. Illinois plates 117005F. That vehicle needs to be moved promptly. Our next pair will be Tim Kerrigan, all the way from California, making the coast-to-coast haul to come race with us at South Georgia Motorsports Park. The 56-year-old will be in the Summit Racing lane. But ladies and gentlemen, just want to say welcome. I just want to say welcome one and all to the 43rd Annual Field Tech World Finals, presented by Kibble White Precision Machine and Wiseco Pistons. Gonna have to do a cleanup of that timing cone down there. It's gonna be just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, so you have some time to visit Sweet Teas down there on the spectator side, or the South Georgia Motorsports Park concession stand down here in the base of the tower. You see some equipment out here rolling out. You saw Wade Rich out there with the sprayer, a couple of timing cones in the back. See Mr. Nelson Hoyos out here with the great big broom. We're going to have to go down there and clean up some reflector material. And you see one of the FGMP crew backing up, walking backwards across the racetrack. It's actually easier to walk backwards on this racetrack than it is to walk forward, as we have definitely seen this racetrack claim some shoes. this weekend. Mr. Rich and crew have given us one hell of a facility to race at here this weekend. Also, you see media running all around here. We have several media men and women running around here. You can catch the event on several websites. Just look around at the few banners that you see around. You see cycledrag.com, dragbike.com, eatmyinc.com also here. MotorManiaTV.com bringing us a live stream. Big thanks to Dunnigan Racing and McKinney Motorsports for bringing Motormania TV out here. Later on this weekend, you will be seeing, actually they are here, Matt TV and the Lucas Oil app. We'll be hanging on to this race. And let me tell you, you guys picked a great weekend. Have a drag race. This is going to be an amazing event, especially later tonight and tomorrow. It already is an amazing event. Thursday, we had the state plans full. Thursday night. It looks like we have a new timing cone set down there. We're just going to make sure the photo cells are pointing correctly. On the stream, listen to this one closely, folks. Tadashi Sato, all the way from Tokyo, Japan. So the cleanup on the racetrack. And also, while we have a quiet moment, ladies and gentlemen, in case you haven't heard it, my counterpart, Mr. McCarthy, has written a book on the story of Elmer Trett, the world's greatest top fuel motorcycle drag racer, who tragically passed away in a crash in 1996. Mr. McCarthy is selling these books for $25 a piece. So if you manage to catch Mr. McCarthy, more than likely up here in the tower or out and about here on the property at South Georgia Motorsports Park, $25 is the price on those books. And let me tell you, it's a good read. As much of a treasure trove as Mr. McCarthy is of information and history of our great sport, I'm telling you, this is one you'll want to stop and take a look at.
Well, Jacob, that was a pretty wild round. We're starting things off just right here with fuel bikes. I think this is exactly what the folks came here to see. There's a whole lot of fuel and a whole lot of power. And unfortunately, what comes with that is a little bit of carnage as well, and some unexpected things happen out there. But that's to be expected with top fuel racing.
Right. Ty Thought crossing in to Jade. Was it? Who was on the other lane? It's escaping my mind right now.
I believe last pass, I believe that was Sharkey. I think it was Ricky House.
Ricky House, yeah, that's it.
With Ty Tharp out there. And Tharp, the NHRA champ, who I just refer to as champ now because he's stacking up those championships, put on a real good show. Carried that front wheel well past the 1,000-foot mark. He was way downtown when he set that down. And when I looked through my camera lens and turned over and I saw another bike in Ty's lane, I'm like, well, that ain't right.
Yeah, that's not good. And Ty Tharp,
I have to say, in all fairness, with these top fuel motorcycles, as big and as powerful, as wild as they are, a pilot can only do so much because these bikes do kind of have a mind of their own sometimes. And when it gets up on the edge of a tire or whatever the case may be, when they're thundering down that racetrack, when you got over 1,000 pounds of motorcycle underneath you with 1,000 horsepower, it's going to go where it's going to go, and a pilot can only do so much to correct that.
You know, on a top gas motorcycle, I've heard it referred to as mashing the peg. You get up on the opposite side of the bike, you have the direction of travel that it's going, That way you load up the other side of the tire and steer the bike back where it should be. You can't necessarily do it on these bikes because, like you said, they weigh in excess of 1,000 pounds and make in excess of 1,000 horsepower. Just imagine trying to harness that.
Exactly. Now we got an interesting pair coming up next. Tadashi Sato of Japan is in the water over in the left lane. Reggie, as we call him, he's a whole lot of fun. If you ever get a chance to talk to Mr. Sato, you see that red bike down in the pitch, if you just call him Reggie and smile and shake his hand, that'll work. He'll be happy to exchange with you a little bit about his bike. That's the red and white motorcycle in the left lane. He is here all the way from Japan. And in the right lane, that is Tim Kerrigan with that incredibly beautiful motorcycle put together and assembled at Hawaii Racing. Jack Vickers is down there with Tim Kerrigan helping out. Stephen Vickers, I should say, excuse me. And Hawaii Racing, who has been a supporter of Top Fuel and Pro Fuel for decades. I can't say enough about what Johnny Vickers and Hawaii Racing has done to advance fuel racing with Johnny's Fuel School and all the work that they've done there at Hawaii Racing.
And Hawaii Racing, a long time supporter of this sport that we know and love. It's definitely one of the craziest sports we know and love. But also, back on the topic of Ty Tharp, I have been watching Ty Tharp since he showed up at the Truett and Osborne motorcycle bike drags. The all bike drags at Kansas International Dragway. 2010 was the first time I saw Ty, and he was a force to be reckoned with, especially in the pro fuel scene there in the Midwest. That guy, he is very, very talented. Don't let it get you wrong.
In mentioning the Truett and Osborne bike drags out there in Oklahoma, out of Tulsa, where it's really home, Bonnie Truett and Osborne and that race, you know, so many strong racers have come out of that region of the country. Dale Nungasser, Geezer, and his family, and the tremendous contributions they've made to fuel racing. It's almost like we've got our regional gods within the country and how they've helped everybody. But yeah, there's certain strengths in certain regions, like out there in the flatlands of Kansas.
It ain't flat, let me put it to you that way. But anyway, out on the track, we're finishing up the operations out there, getting the photo cells repointed. But speaking of Kansas, there's a Kansas man right there sitting up in Pro Fuel above that gorgeous machine that he built back home in Wichita.
Kurt Sexton's bike and his helmet are so signature. You know, I always think of it as the Chassis Works bike, but whenever you see that red, white, and blue, and then you see that frightening helmet of his, it's so signature. That is very Kurt Sexton. And what a great pilot. He'll carry that front wheel and carry it. I'm really excited to see him here at a Mancup event.
Yeah, not to mention the humility he has. He's a very humble man. And, you know, he'll tell you what the bike did. He said, oh, it went to the left, it went to the right. You know, here's a suggestion for the tune. That bike, I watched it come up from the frame rails up. Completely hand-built in his shop. It was processed to watch. It took about 2 years. And it is just magic that man can work when you put a welder in his hands.
All right, the power equipment is starting to make its way back from the top end. The blocks have been replaced, and they're checking the calibrations right now. So as soon as that track service equipment comes back from out on the racetrack, we're going to get right back to action. The fuel pilots are suiting up now. Tim Kerrigan has put his outfit pack together. Reggie's ready to roll. And we still got another pair in Pingle Top Fuel Twin to come out here. This is Q2 of qualifying in the pros. Tim Kerrigan's motorcycle. When you get a chance, ladies and gentlemen, you get out in the pits, I would be really interested to hear some comments and opinions from you folks when you look at Tim Kerrigan's bike and then you go examine Jason Pridemore's bike. Tell me which one you think is more appealing to you, because they are so freaking beautiful. They really are. They're near showpieces. They're certainly not trailer queens by any stretch of the imagination. But as far as the quality of the builds, they're just plain stunning in appearance. They really, really are.
And a lot of these motorcycles, not just our top fuel twinners and our pro fuelers, every single motorcycle on this property, there is a lot of attention to detail with. Go look at the Grothis camp. You see the Grothis drag bikes, Paul Gass drag bike. All of our pro mods, all of our pro mod guys are really proud of their attention to detail. These bikes are so clean every time they go down the racetrack, and it's like they didn't even make a pass. If you go down and look at those race bikes, they're so clean it looks like they haven't even been down the racetrack in their lifetime. All right, there's the call. We're going back to drag racing here.
All right, time for us to go hard out on that racetrack. The call has been given for fire up. The chief starter just came over to the teams and gave them the word. And the two teams are communicating with each other on who's going to fire up first, and that's what's going down right now.
Tadashi Sato, all the way from Tokyo, Japan. You see, this is why we call it the World Finals. The amount of diversity we see here at South Georgia Motorsports Park at this race every year is ever changing. Got teams from Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, Japan, India, Sweden, the United Kingdom. Endless possibilities here.
Tim Kerrigan really laid into it on the burnout there. He took a handful of front brake, gave it a little bit of a stationary burn, got some wheel speed up and good tire smoke going. And Tim McGarren rolls out of that cloud of smoke with authority.
All right, Tim Kerrigan, Summit Racing Equipment side of the racetrack, has yet to make an effort. Tadashi Sato from Tokyo, Japan. Number 7 effort. 7.448, 168.66 the speed. Tim Kerrigan away. Here comes Tadashi Sato. Look at this. 7.273. 62.44 is incorrect. We have a photo cell out there. Tim Kerrigan, 6.882, 198.29 is a nice baseline run for them to tune off of, especially for next round. We'll be taking a look at that later, but up next we are going to roll into Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel.
That was a very good run by Tim Kerrigan. Tim is a long-time veteran in the fuel ranks. He's been out of it for a little bit, and he's come back to it, and he just has himself a magnificent motorcycle to work with. And I'm sure that he and Hawaii Racing will be a formidable team to deal with in the near future. They're learning their way through this new machine and a new combination, and I'm quite sure they will be a force to be reckoned with in 2020. All right, we are transitioning now from top pedal, top fuel twin to Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. Down here on the water right now, getting ready to fire up the blue motorcycle closest to the tower. That's Bobby Hoover's Pro Fuel bike, and Mike Phelan will be piloting that. And in the left lane, that is Kurt Sexton. These are Pro Fuel motorcycles. One carburetor, no transmission, a whole lot of clutch. Stab that bike and steer. That's exactly what it's all about here. All about horsepower and torque. Tons of torque from these Harleys. Oh, what these things can do. They all got 120 cubic inch motors. And typically they run in the 770s and quicker for elapsed times. Mile per hours are generally in the 160s, 170s, sometimes as much as 180. The national record holder in Pro Fuel here with Mancup is Kirby Apathy with his 685 at over 180 miles an hour. Kirby is here, and I'm not sure if he's going to run this round or not. We'll find out. But right now, we'll focus on the pair of bikes we got right in front of us, which would be Mike Phelan piloting Bobby Hoover's bike here in the near lane by the tower, and Kurt Sexton over there in the left lane.
Just readjusting that quarter mile start mile an hour. photo cell down there. That is why you saw such a crazy speed. We should be set to go here anytime shortly. We're rolling into Hawaii Pro Fuel. A little bit overcast here at South Georgia Motorsports Park, as we just kind of take a general look at things. Also, guys, the only racetrack I know of with its own application, both on Android and iPhone, to search up SGMP on Android and Race SGMP on iPhone. You can see time slips, you can see current weather conditions, which are 76 degrees, 57% relative humidity. The artificial ceiling, the corrected altitude, 1,351 feet. Also want to give a shout to Jeff House watching with us, and also Austin Wagoner, Champs Racing, watching with us back from the Midwest. Feels like I've been away for forever and a day, but this event's going by so fast. Kurt Sexton.
Mike Beeland of A1 Cycles in the right lane over there on Bobby Hoover's bike, left lane, Kurt Sexton. These Pro Fuel bikes are getting ready to unleash the beast, and they will do that. Generally, these bikes carry the front tire out past the 330 clock, sometimes as far as the 8th mile before they set the front tire down. You see a little puff of smoke off that front tire when they do. Both bikes are way clean, thundering down that racetrack, looking good. Mike Beeland doing a very good course correction, straightening his bike out. And Beeland and Mr. Sexton take it across the stripe, 793 for Mike Beeland and a 790 for Kurt Sexton.
Your number 9 qualifier on the right-hand side, 8.06, the effort there. Here comes Sam White. Now we have a bump spot, 7.890. And let me tell you, 789 is a little tougher than it seems. Sam White from Chapin, South Carolina, the 2014 Hawaii Racing chassis down there. Summit Racing side of the track. Your current number 1 qualifier at a stellar 7.407 effort, 172.83 mile an hour blast. David Larson, all the way from the capital of my home state, David Larson, 2018 Robbins chassis, 55 years old. Your number 3 qualifier at 767, 160.40 miles an hour, his last effort.
David has a very rich history in fuel bike racing. He's raced in Top Fuel, he's raced in Pro Fuel, and also in the older category, what was once known as Pro Dragster, which is what these bikes were formerly referred to as, with single carburetor. Mr. Larson's been around a long time, and he is going to really put the sparks to this thing. He's ready to have some fun this weekend. 120 cubic inch single cam motor, which is unique in the Pro Fuel bikes, as most of them are 4 cameras.
Everybody running the Pro Fuel category, they're saying, hey, make push rods great again. Push rods are bust is what they're saying.
Mr. Larson with a special thank you and a shout out to one of his supporting sponsors, Historic Harley Davidson of Topeka.
$789 the bump here. Sam White and David Larson completing their burnouts here. Here we are, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. Got one of their chassis sitting on the right-hand side, the Summit lane. Sam White got it parked at the number 1 spot. Let's see what he can do here. None of them like what's going on there. The bike's got up on the back wheels, started going to the right or to the left. Going down cylinders. That is just the nature of nitro, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely unpredictable. So Sam White will stay your number 1 qualifier for now. 740 with a 7. 172.83 miles an hour. And up next, it is Pro Fuel Motorcycles leading lady, Jeanette Thornley from Statesville, North Carolina, 52-year-old woman, a 2016 Harley-Davidson chassis. Number 10 qualifier as of right now on the strange side. From Palestine, Illinois, the 2012 Derringer chassis, Jimmy Martin. Number 5 qualifier at 7.742, 168.68 miles an hour.
Over there to left lane right now, that purple motorcycle sponsored by Circle One. That is Jeanette Thornley. Her husband, Buddy Foss, leaning forward, giving that tire a wipe. Jim Martin on the right side. Jeanette Thornley, 2-time NHRA Pro Fuel champ, also a Pro Fuel champ here with us in Mancup.
Thornley and Martin taking the lights now. Martin on the Summit side. Thornley on the strange side. Seeing if Jeanette can show us some girl power down there. Lights come down and we're away. Look at the run Jeanette Thornley is putting on down here. Check this out, 7.628, 170.60. That's what they were looking for. 7.746, 168.68 miles an hour. For Jim Martin down there, Jeanette Thornley going to sit pretty in the number 3 spot for now. Up next on the starting line, Rocky Jackson from Arnottville, Louisiana, the 07 Hawaii chassis. Summit Racing side, the number 8 qualifier, 7.861, 162 miles an hour. Al Miles from Edmonton, Alberta. One of many from Team Canada this weekend. The 04 Hyperactive chassis. Number 9 qualifier at 7.890.
Rocky Jackson out of Louisiana here in the right lane closest to the tower. Rocky's a 2-time Mancup Pro Fuel champion. Al Miles out of Canada in the left lane. I like those sharp leathers with the maple leaf Canadian symbols on them. It's very signature. I like it a lot. I bet that makes Gene Gosselin happy.
It makes Mike Konopacki happy too. I know it makes him really happy.
All right, in the right lane, Rocky Jackson, also affectionately known as the Rockstone. He is capable of running a strong number. We'll see what they got in store. Rocky, fully staged, both bikes. Here we go.
Oh yeah, that's a lot better. 7.67 seconds, 162.53 for Rocky Jackson. Al Miles posting a stout 7.604, 169.36 mile per hour blast. That will stick him in the number 3 spot. Bumps Jeanette Thornley to number 4 and David Larson to number 5, where they are tied with Rocky Jackson. 7.677 seconds apiece for David Larson and Rocky Jackson. Whoever done it first gets the higher qualifying position.
All right, firing them up out there right now over in the left lane, the Wilson Concrete motorcycle that you see over there on the opposite side from the tower. That is Tyler Wilson's Pro Fuel bike, and that is Michael Ray in the hot seat. Michael Ray, NHRA Pro Stock motorcycle racer, also a longtime fuel racer. And Michael is one of those rare talents in motorcycle drag racing. He can just throw his leg over anything and just wow. And coming at you right now in the right lane, look out, baby. That is Kirby Apathy. That is the world record holding motorcycle in the right lane. Kirby's motorcycle with 120 cubic inch motor, that gunfighter motor that Kirby built, that thing is giving him a whole lot of gray hairs. And he would like to tell you otherwise, but the fact is, when Kirby gets on that bike, he knows it's either going to blow or it's going to go. And that's exactly how he tunes the motorcycle. So he never quite knows what's going to happen when he straps that throttle open. He thinks he knows. He's certainly very experienced and very capable of making that baby sing. Here you go. Kirby's on a lap. Kirby's got a number going, 421. There you go. There you go. 696, 184 miles an hour. Kirby, what do you think about that, my friend?
Ladies and gentlemen, world record speed, 184.98 miles an hour, 6.962 seconds of Kirby Apathy, on top by a mile.
They had me tongue-tied, and you know, that doesn't surprise me to see Kirby do that. He's been picking away at it and refining it, picking away at it and refining it, and it was only a matter of time before he found that combination. And with this little bit of sunshine and cool air, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, resets the record mile an hour by 1.98. He's made it tough for everybody to touch that.
Well, you know, Kirby is officially the only Pro Fuel bike out there that's turned 6s. And even though, like, you know, it came close with Johnny Vickers and Johnny's Terminator bike when they were trading 7.0s a couple of years ago. But the fact is, right now, Kirby's put a couple 6s up on the board, so nobody can say that 685 is a fluke.
Yeah, that's the backup right there. It's done it more than once. But ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on from Hawaii Pro Fuel and moving in to one of the quickest and fastest classes here at the Manufacturers Cup. This is Falicon Crankshafts Pro Mod. None other than 2 veterans here on the starting line. Paul Gast from Grand Island, New York, 70 years old, still throwing his leg over that Pro Mod so many years later. This guy started racing Pro Stock on a 2-stroke. Long time ago. You have to go back to about 1980, 81, 82 to see Paul Gast. Further back, you're saying? Way further back. So late 70s. 77, 78, 79. Keep going.
Yeah, no, Paul really goes back to the mid-70s when Paul Gast was racing 2-stroke in Pro Stock, in NHRA Pro Stock motorcycle when they were first recognized as a class in the mid-1970s. Paul was out there with an H2, and then him and Dave Schultz hooked up, and Dave was driving and Paul was tuning, and together they terrorized Pro Stock motorcycle with an H2.
Yeah, and that was very incredible. I haven't seen any tapes on it, but I've heard plenty of stories, and just thinking about being there in the mid to late 70s, it has to be amazing. Terry Schweiger, the Milkman from Abbotsford, British Columbia. Number 12 qualifier at 4.182, 167.59 miles an hour. Paul Gast, current number 17 qualifier, issue ridden run. 4.440, 132.88 mile an hour effort. by the grand old man of pro modified motorcycle.
Schwager doing some bottle purging down there right now. Dan the Man DTM giving him the high sign, letting Terry know that Terry's good to unleash the beast. Terry Schwager's motorcycle is in the right lane, and that left lane is filled with red and white of Paul Gast.
Lights come down. Here we go. Look at these pro mods. Tear it up. Look at Paul Gast 407. 176 miles an hour. Who said old guys couldn't race?
There you go. 4-0. 4-0 from Paul Gast.
And a rock
I know he
solid.
looked at that 444 last night and shook his head, so I expected at least that out of him today.
Oh, yeah.
There it is.
And 020 reaction time. He's
Oh, yeah, he can drive. He might be old, but his reaction time.
From Harvest, Alabama, probably one of the most straight up, biggest Dallas Cowboys fans I know. TT Jones, 63 years old, on the Summit Racing side. And then on the Strange Lane, we have Gerald Smith, just up the road from Savannah, Georgia, 48 years old, on GS Power, Strange Engineering side of the racetrack. We do have a bump spot here, folks, 4.393. TT Jones, one of the PDRA transplants. Himself and his son, Chris Garner Jones, always line up right behind each other. Always. They never meet each other unless it's in a race. On the launch limits, here we go. Into the beams. Lights come down. Tire spin for Gerald Smith. Check out TT Jones, 417.5, 164.93. Nice baseline run for today. Gonna go back to the pit area and kind of check that one out and see what's going on. Gerald Smith gonna get him off the racetrack right quick.
I love seeing Jones race and roll into the water and then roll into the beams. These guys race for keeps. Every time I see them come out here, they are players to the hardcore. Love seeing these racers come out and race.
And Chris Garner Jones, also from the PDRA, has been a force on that racing circuit. And not to mention, Chris Garner Jones, one of the very few men that can say they have been in the 390s in the 8th mile on a drag bike. We've got a handful of passes, a handful of people that have been 399 with a 9 or better. Ashley Owens can tell you all about that one. Ashley Owens, one of the fastest men of all time through the 8th mile, not being on a top field motorcycle. Owens has been 3.962 through the 8th mile, not here at the Mancup. The Mancup record is 3.99. Mr. Eric McKinney and Paul Gast tying up for that record. Mr. Gast also holding the world record speed. 179 miles an hour. That was tied by Travis Davis last night at 179.40 miles an hour. We have yet to see the 180 barrier to be broken in the 8th mile, but you have to think about this, folks. These motorcycles are accelerating from a standstill to 180 miles an hour in less than 4 seconds. Chew on that thought for a minute. I'll let you think about it. From 0 to 180 miles an hour in under 4 seconds. That's a whole lot of drag bike there. Also, where are my guys from Champs Racing at? Let me see your hands. Champs Racing, where you guys at? I see y'all. What's going on? All the way from the Midwest. It's good to see some Midwest representation out here. I have missed y'all so much since I saw you last. On the Summit Racing side, Harvest, Alabama native Chris Garner Jones. 30-year-old aboard the GS Power Drag Bike, 4093. 172.45 effort yesterday. Takes him to the number 5 spot. Tyrone Lemons from Atlanta. 2018 Suzuki-based drag bike. Has yet to qualify. This will be his first effort of the weekend. This will get him on the board somewhere. We have quite the turnout in Falicon Pro Mod. Look at this. 23 motorcycles so far. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, unbelievable. This is incredible. Jones and Lemons going at it. Look at Tyrone Lemons up the left side, 431, 167 miles an hour. Chris Garner Jones, 413, 170.90 miles an hour, and 039 reaction time. It's not necessarily a game of ET when it comes down to running 407, 406. A lot of guys are already there. You got to cut a light too. Summit Racing side from Beach Island, South Carolina, the 25-year-old Ricardo Knights. Your number 12 qualifier at 4.164, 167.82 miles an hour. And on the Strange Lane, we have one of our ladies with us this weekend from Loxahatchee, Florida, Kim Morrill. On the Strange Lane, number 24 qualifier yesterday, had some trouble off the line and had to coast through.
Attention in the pits, my ET racers. Street ET, Liska Racing Street ET. I need you to lane 1, please. All of my other ET racers, you will follow at the appropriate time. Right now, we are only calling Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1, please. You will follow the pros.
Kim Morrill having engine issues. Improves on that 21.55 effort yesterday with a 618, 75 miles an hour. Ricardo Knights moving up to a 414.7, 165.88 from his 416 yesterday.
Carrying on with our qualifying session right here at Falicon Pro Mod. Yeah, okay, we'll spots here in the tower, keep things rolling. Out there in the 1320 right now in the water box, we got Darren Guillory out of Robbinsville, North Carolina. Darren doing his thing, and Lance Hines out of Dublin, Georgia, in the right lane. Good to see those big Fuel Tech stickers on the motorcycles out there. More and more motorcycle drag racers are switching over and collaborating with Fuel Tech. You're going to see more and more of them in the future. All about horsepower, baby. Richard Gadsden in on this one. I see Richard helping to line that bike up. You know you got something going on if Richard Gadsden's in your corner. Over in the left lane, Darren Guillory out of Robbinsville, North Carolina. All lined up and ready to go. Lance Hines, good to go. Hines is currently in the number 13 qualifier spot. Guillory outside the bump on 18. And both races away hard in the left lane. Brian Guillory goes 449 at 121. That 449 isn't going to help me. He had a 442 previously. So we've got 17, looks like 24 entries in Pro Mod. Very strong field, and we will move on to the next pair. McKinney Motorsports will be coming your way here shortly, along with Terry Wynn. Over in the left lane, we have Eric McKinney of McKinney Motorsports. They're firing that bike up right now. And Terry Wynn out of Jacksonville, Florida, in the right lane. Some very big, bad boosas coming your way. Very straightforward, clear-cut burnouts. A lot of wheel speed, roll out of there high. Let the track drag the motor down a little bit once they get out of the smoke. And then it's forward to stage. Now before they stage, you'll notice that these bikes, the racers always pause before staging and they're checking their nitrous pressure. These are generally big nitrous bikes, and they check to see what the bottle pressure is, and if they need to vent the bottle, they will. Otherwise, it's stage city. But they're never quick to stage. They wait to see what the other guy's doing. Racers are very, very conscious about racing etiquette. Bikes away quick, almost identical reaction time. Big puff of smoke rolling from Terry Wynn. We'll take a good look at that. Eric McKinney with a 412 at 172. Wynn will stay in the 18 spot. Eric McKinney currently in the 9th position. The next pair of motorcycles up will be Ashley Owens and Rick Perry. A couple veterans. Real tough customers. Ashley Owens, who has been racing with McKinney Motorsports for years, is one of those racers that if you have him in the other lane, you know you better have your A game with you, because he will hand you your hat quickly. Rick Perry is no slouch. Mr. Perry in the right lane out of Venice, Florida, is another veteran who's been at it for decades, and nothing scares him. Not only that, everything what Mr. Perry is involved with, whether it's a motorcycle, leathers, the racing operation, total class act. Everything looks first class. It looks television ready, very polished, the kind of professional you want out there representing you when a sponsor is looking to get involved with racing. That's somebody you want to get involved. For those of you in the stands, if you've got friends at home and you want to wave to them so they can see you, they can see you live on MotorManiaTV.com. We have a live feed going on all weekend here. All they need to do is go to MotorManiaTV.com and they can see you. Our thanks to McKinney Motorsports and Dunnigan Racing for making that live feed possible. Thank you.
Here comes Rick Perry out of Venice, Florida, 54-year-old, the number 16 qualifier at 419, 153.23. He holds the bump spot. Ashley Owens, the number 7 qualifier, 4098, 173.38, out of McKinney Motorsports camp, Decatur, Alabama native. He will be on the strange side. Rick Perry is on the Summit Racing lane, with help of George Babor and many others. Rick Perry away on a pass, but look at Eric McKinney, 411 with a 4, 171.08. Rick Perry betters his 419 effort, 416 with a 3, 168.68 miles an hour, and the bump is still 419. Here comes Kenny Hill from Brainbridge, Georgia. On the right-hand line, we have Brunson Grothus from Davenport, Iowa. The number 6 qualifier, a aboard the Growthis Drag Mike's flagship Pro Mod. 4094, 172.39 miles an hour. Kenny Hill aboard the Suzuki. Strange engineering side of the racetrack, looking to better his number 24 effort of 14.97 seconds to the 8th mile. Kenny Hill going in first. Growth is following. Here we go, up on the launch limits. Lights come down, here we go. Kenny Hill has a tire spin issue. 414, 172 miles an hour for Brunson Growthis. A 104 short time. 274 to 330, 414. He will hang on to that 409, 172 mile an hour effort. Growthis team going to go back, look at the data, look at some photos, see if maybe the wheelie bars should cause that little tire shake out there. Now, Champ, I know you're going to like this one, brother. Connell Smith, Summit Racing Equipment side of the racetrack, the only Kawasaki in competition. And Falicon Pro Mod this weekend. This is the world's quickest and fastest Kawasaki motorcycle to the 8th mile. That is not a Top Fuel motorcycle. Lenox, Georgia native, 57 years old, currently the number 20 qualifier, 531, 93 miles an hour. Ronnie Smith from Pasadena, Maryland, the number 3 qualifier. You better watch this guy. 402 with an 8. 174.01 miles an hour on the strange side of the racetrack. Check out Ronnie Smith, 406.5, 173.23 miles an hour. Connell Smith got that Kawasaki hauling ass. 4.229, 163.57, just outside. Here comes Ricky Gadsden. Ricky Gadsden from Atlanta, Georgia, aboard some Suzuki GS Power, Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Number 13 qualifier at 415 with a 157.47 miles an hour. Mike Chongris from Eastlake, Ohio. Strange engineering side of the racetrack. Your number 11 qualifier, 4.141, 169.06 miles an hour. Bottles are down to pressure. Chongris and Gadsden set to battle it out. Mike Chongris rattles the tire. How about Ricky Gadsden? 4.145, 168.89 miles an hour. Mr. Gadsden, something you can stick on just about anything. You can put him on a washing machine on 2 wheels, and he can make it go fast. Mike Chongris, 414.1, 169.06. He will hang on to the number 11 spot for now. Louis Grist from Bruce, Wisconsin. Your current number 23 qualifier, 724 effort, 65 miles an hour yesterday. This motorcycle, the GS-based power in the frame rails, sounds a little different because you have the twin pipe turnouts on each side of the bike. These bikes sound so different. And at nighttime, it's a show to see because you have the candles lit out in front of the motorcycle. It looks like no other. Deshaun Wheeler, your current gatekeeper, the number 16 spot. 4.190, 171.29 miles an hour. The Louisville, Kentucky native. Excuse me. Kentucky, that's Louisville. Deshaun Wheeler away with a 4:14, 173 miles an hour. We're going to see that bump spot move once more. Louis Grist finally gets off the line of 4:44, 162 miles an hour. Now Lance Hines is holding the bump at 4.173, 161.17. We're starting to see this field tighten up quite a bit. All right, up next, here we go in Nitrous Express Pro Open. Richard Gadsden, that'll be Pro Mod. Richard Gadsden is our last Pro Mod, but the next pair will be our first pair in Nitrous Express Pro Open. And boy, is that going to be a matchup down there. Richard Gadsden, your number one qualifier from Jonesboro, Georgia. 4.008. Are we going to see a 399 out of Richard Gadsden? The Cooper Performance Machine. Check it out. 4.081, 171.73. He will hang on to that number one spot after a second round of qualifying. Now here we go with Nitrous Express Pro Open. It's a class where anything goes. Run what you got and hope you got enough.
Attention to the pits, Liska Racing, Street ET. You should be in lane 1, please. Liska Racing, Street ET. We need you to lane 1. Vance and Hines Race Shop, V-Twin, you are on standby.
Here at Nitrous Express Pro Open, we're seeing Rob Garcia, your current number 3 qualifier from Pottstown, Pennsylvania. A 6.522 second effort, 217.46 miles an hour on the strange lane. Suzuki GS power in those frame rails. You see DTM, Dan the Man, working his magic over there. And on the Summit Racing Equipment side, it is Mr. Paint, Mark Grindeluck from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. The 2018 model year Pete Brown tube chassis. Your number 2 qualifier, 6.437, 217.91 miles an hour. That is a booster motor in those frame rails, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what it can do. Look at Rob Garcia, the run he's got going down there. 6.340, 214.59, ladies and gentlemen. What a run. Mark Grindeluck lays down a 6.436 here yesterday. That will be his continuing effort. Rob Garcia to the top. 6.340, 214.59. Here is Richard Every from Aruba, 47 years old on the Gen 2 Hayabusa. Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack, we see Grimmer Helgeson, the 08 Busa. Mr. Every, a member of Team Aruba, one of the 38 people that showed up from the little island just north of Venezuela. All right, guys, we're going to hold them up and just take a look at the racetrack real quick. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a substance has been reported on the top end of the racetrack. We're going to take a look at working while we tend to that substance on the top end. But here we are in Nitrous Express Pro Open. These are some of the quickest and fastest men and women on 2 wheels without the assistance of a top fuel bike. An absolutely amazing class where anything goes.
You know, Jacob, one of the things I really enjoy about Nitrous Express Pro Open is not just the diversity of the motorcycles, but the fact that anybody who wants to race in Pro Open can run any combination they want. If you want to put a small block Chevy in a motorcycle and go out there and play EJ Potter, you can do that in Pro Open. That is totally legit. The motorcycle would have to pass tech and pass safety inspection, but when we say any combination, we mean any combination. If you want to run a nitro motor, you can do that. If you want to run turbocharged, you can do that. You want to run turbocharged and nitrous and you want to pay for the parts, go for it. Run it.
Well, the most interesting combination I've seen in Nitrous Express Pro Open by far has to be that of Larry Hayes. You probably knew I was going to whip this one out. A single overhead cam Honda CB750 with a little bit of hair dryer on it. And the hair dryer we lovingly call a turbocharger. We know the turbocharger, a hair dryer.
One of the cool things about that with Larry's bike is that Larry's motorcycle, for those of you who can find Larry Hayes down in the pits, so you get an opportunity to go look at Larry Hayes' bike up close and personal. That little 750 Honda with the turbocharger on it, that's a throwback to a combination that you would have found in the late 70s going into the 1980s. But to be aero specific, in the late 1970s, this is what changed the whole face of top fuel motorcycle drag racing. Was back in the mid 70s when Ronnie Thiessen, a furniture maker from California, decided that he wanted to put a supercharger on his 750 Honda and run that in top fuel. And he ended up teaming up with Jerry Magnuson and Magnuson Superchargers. And back at that time, you had double-engine Nitro Harleys, you had the Hogslayer, double-engine Norton, you had double-engine British, you had Boris Murray and those guys out there. There were so many doubles and triples out there. Russ Collins' triple is here now on display. The Atchison Topeka Santa Fe top fuel motorcycle, that was the king then. Multi-engines was the thing, but the bikes were so big, so heavy, so ponderous that once they figured out how to use a supercharger and a small displacement to moderate displacement motor, the power to weight ratio was so advantageous. The bike was so quick off the starting line, there's no way the big bikes could keep up with it. And that changed everything. So when you see Larry Hayes' bike, you're seeing a throwback to that combination back then. This is what the bikes looked like in the late 1970s as they transitioned into the modern top fuel era motorcycle.
Well, that, and it kind of takes me back. There's a couple of other machines out here that take me back to the funny bike era, especially around 2000 to 2001. Rob Giard has a great looking blow-through turbo Kawasaki out there.
Rob has been racing that motorcycle a very long time and has tried all kinds of combinations. He even had a planetary transmission in that with a torque converter at one point. He has tried all kinds of things. Rob is a very inventive and curious racer. He started off car racing in the early 70s, Lebanon Valley Dragway in New York, back when he was living in Ware, Massachusetts. And Rob goes way back with that bike and with this sport. And he's still with it. He's still having fun.
Well, and that the thing is, the blow-through Kawasaki's, that is what has led us to the era we are seeing today. It's not just, Dan Wagner shows up and all of a sudden we have a turbo ethanol or turbo alcohol bike running 619. But we have not just one, but several of these new era turbocharged Suzuki GS's. You see the piece of Shane Epperjesse right down here. We see the motorcycle that just went down the racetrack. We see the motorcycle of John Gosselin, the motorcycle last year that Terry Schweigert brought to the table. That is the new era of turbo drag racing, and we can't count out Mark Rendeluck either.
Myself, as I look at those combinations, I'm actually very excited about it, pretty much for the same reason that you are, is that I see an era and a time developing in the not-too-distant future where we may see the glorious return of funny bike. And I see a whole class available out there that can be developed with those motorcycles with turbocharging or turbocharged nitrous, whatever they want to do. It's, you know, if they're going to be an outgrowth of Pro Open, so whatever direction they go in. But my bottom line is this: there are motorcycles that out there that can run in the fives, and I know we're going to see it. It's only a matter of time. Like Rendelock's bike, like Terry Schweigert's bike, like Aaron Litton's bike, and those bikes, when they come around, they're going to be monsters. They really are. We're going to see fives at over 200 miles an hour. They're going to mimic an early phase of Top Fuel.
Absolutely, and some of them already are. We're already seeing Top Fuel numbers that would have been posted in the early to mid 1980s. You see in the 619s, 620s, and 630s posted by these motorcycles. Those are the old school Top Fuel numbers. And like we see out here with Soar Racing Top Gas, those are Pro Stock motorcycle numbers from not too long ago, 25 to 30, 35 years ago. We were seeing those kinds of numbers. And Tom, real quick, I just got to jump on a tangent here. Speaking of a guy that can make a Kawasaki go fast, there is Raymond Marquette down there and family. I just want to say hello to you guys. It's nice to see you all the way from Marysville, Kansas. Some more Midwest representation out here. Raymond, a 1,755 cubic centimeter Kawasaki, had to move the studs and the cases to match the Suzuki, run a Suzuki head. At that point, you might as well be riding a Suzuki, but it's still got a Kawasaki case. Might as well call it a Kawasaki.
In the early days of the sport, especially during the NMRA years in 1980 through 1984, the cylinder head type denoted what the motorcycle was. And if you ran a Suzuki head or if you ran a Kawasaki head, it was mandatory that you had Suzuki or Kawasaki emblazoned on your fuel tank. It was mandatory by rules, and you had to run an OEM head. Now, the Top Fuel motorcycles back at that time, because they were really starting to make such big horsepower and had such huge cylinder pressures, they would put rod after rod after rod of weld into those heads to reinforce them, and it wouldn't even look like a Cowie or a Suzuki head by the time they were done modifying it, but yet they had to do that in order to satisfy rule requirements.
Well, Tom, it's my time to pass the torch to you. Right here in Nitro's Express Pro Open. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. McCarthy himself, right here now.
All right, Jacob carrying on with the action here. Yep. All right, we're switching things over. Rob Garcia's fantastic run was our last pass down that racetrack with a 634 at 214 miles an hour. Rendelock has high mile an hour at 217. We are continuing on with Nitrous Express Pro Open. Staging lanes, I need my Street ET racers. We're going through a full complement of Street ET following the Pro Show. Liska Racing, Street ET, you should be in lane 1. Vance and Hines Race Shop, V-Twin, you're going to be in lane 2. Be ready for your rain call. Jimmer Helgenson, left lane, right lane, Richard Avery, getting loose, stay away from the cones. All right, both bikes are making it safely down to 1320. Avery gliding to the right, but staying away from the wall. He is safe, and he is making his way down on the top end. We will move on to our next pit, which will be Tommy Shaw out of Bogart, Georgia, in the left lane, and Nikki Zach will be in the right lane. We have a Zach attack coming our way. The world's fastest woman on two wheels, first to go 200 miles an hour, and she's gone as quick as 640, and she's repeated that performance, so she wants to do it in qualifying now, make it official, and then dip below that. So Nikki Zach is very anxious to get out there and get at it. If you who have not met Nikki Zach, you should go find her in the pits. She is a very pleasant, lovely person to speak with. She's very eloquent. She has a great setup down there. She has lots of swag. If you want some souvenirs and stuff, Nikki would be very gracious and happy to meet you. All right, Nikki Zach rolling forward out of the smoke. Strong burnout. She's ready to rock and roll. Tommy Shaw has not fired up yet, but they are firing their bike up now. Shaw having difficulty starting. His starter cart didn't quite have the juice when they first hit it, so they switched off. Nikki Zach and her crew are moving ahead. She is ready to stage. Shaw's having difficulty firing. All right, took him a while to get it fired up, but Nikki Zach, being a good sportsman, waited and is still waiting. But Tommy Shaw, the starter, is telling her to stage right now, and she is. And she will run solo if she need be. She waited as long as she could. She was a very good sport about it. All right, Nikki Zach with a clean launch, drifting left to right. She's staying with it. And on the top end, she goes 6:59. Nikki was drifting left to right. Did a fantastic job of driving on that pass. It's very unsettling for a racer, for any pilot, to have to wait and wait and wait, especially when you're ready to stage. The other one is firing. That motorcycle needs to be removed out there. The pair has run. You must run with your pair. That bike has to come off the line, and we need to bring our next pair forward. All right, so they are clearing this, and hopefully he can get his bike squared away for next round of qualifying. The bike is being pulled back, and we're going to send our next pair. Rob Giard is in the water in the left lane, Perry in the right side. Correction on that, Shane Epperjesi. And we carry on with the show. You must run with your pair. Whenever the bikes are paired up out there and it's time to run, you have to run. If you can't make your call, return to the pits and make your repairs and then press on. Real Street to the lanes now, please. Shinko WPS Real Street to the lanes now. Shinko WPS Real Street. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1. right, Shane Jesse in the right lane, ready to rock and roll. Up on that limiter. Rob Giard in the left lane. That big Kawasaki starting to behave itself. He's got a lap going here. And a 695 for Rob Giard, a 650 for Shane Jesse. And the Grothus drag bike team will be happy with that. They know they can pull out of that bike. But that's the bottom line, is they got a good pull-in on that one. Rob Garcia currently sitting in the number one spot with a 634. And we move on to our next pair. This is Nitrous Express Pro Open qualifying. And the motorcycle warming up over here in the right side tower lane that you hear humming away over there. That is Gene Gosselin's bike. Gene is the current points leader. He's currently number one in Nitrous Express Pro Open. Jason G in the left lane from Aruba, and Gene Gosselin on the Canadian Express in the right lane. Grothus Drag Bikes team right there with them, checking everything out just as close as possible, giving full support to their product and their customers. Gene Gosselin very strong with the team. Shinko WPS Real Street, you should be in lane 7. Real Street, you should be in lane 7, ready to run right now. Lots of wheel hop from Jason G in the left lane. He shuts it off. Gosselin on a straight pass, 645 at 211. That is a very good number for Gene. He has gone quicker, but he's going to like that number when he sees it. Successful pass all in all for Mr. Gosselin and Grothus Drag Bikes. And we move on to our next pair, which right now looks like a single. That's going to be Larry Hayes. And as soon as Larry runs, we're going to do a little track prep, and then we're going to bring out Shinko WPS Real Street and close out our first session of pro qualifying today. Pros are set for 2 sessions, one for 12 noon, the other one is for 4:30. And we're going to move ahead with the show. Pro Street is next, APE Pro Street, then Real Street. So APE Pro Street is getting ready to roll next. We're going to do a little track prep before the APE Pro Street bikes come out. We're pulling up to the ready line right now. Larry Hayes on a good lap. He got away clean off that starting line. Bike is quiet because it's turbocharged. 860 at 136 miles an hour. That was a nice straight, long, clean pass by that old 750 Honda with the turbocharger on it. Very good run. All right. So we have now concluded Nitrous Express Pro Open, and we are moving into APE Pro Street next. All right, APE Pro Street, for those of you who have not seen Pro Street bikes run before, you are in for a treat. Number one qualifier currently is Jeremy Teasy with a 666, and you're going to see him beat that big time. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. if that's what we're going to go with. Wade Rich is out there with the sprayer on the top end. He's going to make a pass from the top end down here to the starting line, put down a good spray pattern. He's out there laying down the sticky stuff. There are various grades of liquid that they use in traction compound. And it depends on what the temperature is out there, what time of day, and how much sunlight they have to work with on which compound that they will use when they spray. It may all smell the same, but if you go to a lot of racetracks and you attend a lot of drag races like some of our photographers do here, they can tell you that, yeah, it smells totally different. Depends on what they're putting out there. So they're laying down the traction spray, and once they take care of that, we will get down to business. The APE Pro Street bikes are capable of running in the 650s and lower, and we may see that today. We got nice cool air temps, we got a warm track, we got fresh traction compound going down on a well-prepared surface. So the combination is here, the combination is right, that they can make horsepower and put it to work. And that's the key to this, you see. Because it doesn't matter how much power you can make, it only matters how much power you can use. That is critical. Justin Shakir out there, gonna check the line. You probably see Andy, yep, Andy Sawyer is already out there. I knew I'd see Andy out there. A real student of the starting line and horsepower. Also, I'm seeing the Fuel Tech team out there checking the race tech. And I am very excited about Fuel Tech, our title sponsor here at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, because Fuel Tech, a lot of smart people, a lot of smart people. Attention in the pits. Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin, I need you to lane 2, please. Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin Racers, I need you to lane 2, please. MPS Pro ET, I need you to lane 3, please. MPS Pro ET, lane 3, bring them up. Now, Pro Street bikes that are coming out here, you've got a fixed wheelbase, one motor, most of them are turbocharged. There is a rather prominent Pro Charger bike, but it's not here today. But there are variations of the combination is what I'm telling you. And also big block nitrous. One of the coolest bikes out there in Pro Street isn't your usual cookie cutter big Suzuki nitrous, big Suzuki turbo bike. It's a big block Suzuki 1981 GS 1100 E-body, like so many people used to ride and race back 80, 81, 82, 83. Those big old Suzukis. You're going to see a silver bullet come out here later on. That is Brad Mummert's motorcycle, and it is just phenomenal. Richard Gadsden is the pilot, and he's going out there and duking it out with Jeremy and the rest of the crew. Mr. Teasley is currently number 1 with the DME bike in qualifying with a 666. They are out to drop that number. And see if that can happen. First pair out in APE Pro Street when they come out will be Mike Kovacevic and also Jason Dunnigan. Jason Dunnigan on his machine is sitting on the bump, and Kovacevic is right beside him, so they're going to be the first pair out, and they want to better their numbers by a bunch, and I'll bet they will. A big, big thank you to the Dunnigan family and Dunnigan Racing for working with us here with Mancup. Dunnigan Racing is putting out special cash bonuses this weekend in Top Fuel for the number 1 qualifier. They're giving away $1,000 cash. The number 2 qualifier will get $500. The number 3 qualifier will get $300. Number 4 qualifier will... And the Dunnigan bonus will also apply in Top Gas. They're giving the number one qualifier $200. They're putting out another $200 for the semifinal loser, $200 for a long distance. Best reaction time, $200. So a big thank you to Donegan Racing for supporting our sport, supporting our racers. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Grooming of the racetrack out there continues. Wade Rich, Nelson Hoyos, and their crew here at SGMP are absolutely top shelf. Track, now that they've sprayed it and dragged it, you try to go out there, watch out. You'll lose your sneakers out there. You will. It starts to get like, see? Human flypaper. They catch people with it. They do. I've even seen a few cell phone pics on Facebook of some of the poor critters that try and cross that racetrack and caught out there in the sticky. Very unfortunate. All right, we're getting ready to get back to racing action here. Some modern technology for traction has been applied, and the Sultans of Stick are out there examining the race surface. And I can assure you right now, Andy Simon over there in the left lane has already figured out exactly where he's going to plant Jason Donegan when he rolls out of the ready line, which will happen very shortly. As soon as Wade Rich decides the track is right, he's doing the dragon right now. And when he knows how that thing feels underneath him while the dragon practice is going on, that's when Wade will say, okay, send him down a racetrack. Concession stand is open. If you are hungry, feed the need. Make your way down to the concession stand at the base of the tower here on the pit side of the racetrack. You get down there, they've got hot coffee, they've got hot drinks, they also have cold beer. Whatever you want, whatever you need, feed the need, go on down there and take care of that. Or if you are in the mood for some barbecue, Sweet Teas Barbecue is available on the opposite side of the racetrack. Just cross over safely through the staging range and you can get on over there to Sweet Teas, get yourself some excellent barbecue. But right now we've got Pro Street bikes rolling into the water. APE Pro Street, getting ready to fire up. Jason Donegan on the DME sponsored prepared motorcycle on the left lane. Mike Kovacevic in the right lane. And they are looking behind. When Jason looks behind him like that, what he's trying to do is he's making sure that the bike is lined up the way it's supposed to be. Reaching under the motorcycle is Mr. Ettinger and Andy Sawyer, making final tune-up adjustments on the bike. Opening up the nitrous bottle, if they've got one. In that case, it might be a CO2 bottle for the air shifter. Kovacevic in the right lane, Jason Donegan left lane. Up on the pipe, here we go. Donegan gets the race clean and he's on a good lap. Jason looking good over there in the left lane. 6-7. You happy with that number. 671 at 220. And the Donegan Racing family is going to be very happy with that number. They go right into the number 2 spot from the number 16 spot. Got from the outside looking in. That was very much what they wanted to see. Teasley. Gage Herrera and Jeremy Teasley out there lined up on the starting line. Gage Herrera trying to get a good look across the lanes and make sure they're good to go. Yep, Gage is looking at JT, and JT is almost ready. We have flashing red lights on the tree, so we need to clear that issue first, whatever that is. All right, Chief Starter clicks the tree to safety and tells the guys to stage. So the racers are staging their bikes. Gage is pre-staged. They both are fully staged for Gage. Here comes JT. There's the tree. JT pulls that trigger quick. Great reaction time for him. And he's on a lap. 6:48. 224 miles an hour for Jeremy Teasley. As he steps right into that number one spot. A little bit deeper than he was before. JT was in the number one spot with a 666. He just dropped that number to a 648. So Teasley currently in the number one spot a little bit more firmly than he was before. And out on that 1320, Richard Gadsden on the Gadsden Mummert bike in the left lane, lining up with Jason Anglia of Aruba. Eyes on that silver bullet in the left lane. Richard Gadsden ready to deliver the goods. Richard away clean. The bike is behaving itself. He's on a lap. He is really screaming down that left side. 649, 215 miles an hour. 649, 215 for Richard Gadsden. And I've got to put him in the number two spot right behind JT. Mr. Teasley has a shadow. And that shadow's name is Richard Gadsden. APE Pro Street delivering on the high speed and the drama. Looking good out there. Shinko WPS Real Street, you should be in lane 7 ready to roll right now. Liska Racing Street ET, you should be in lane 1. V-Twin, Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin, you should be in lane 2. And MPS Pro ET, you should be in lane 3. Time to stack these lanes up and make these bikes hum. Let's keep this show going. GT Tongwood in the left lane. Green lights across, motorcycle in the right lane malfunctions, and GT is gone. He goes down that left lane and delivers an 8.0 at 170. They'll be looking to improve on that on their next pass. Tony Pecchio out of St. Cloud, Florida, having a malfunction in the right lane. They'll simply roll that bike back out of the way, and we will move on to our next pair. Carlos Olivo. Getting ready to make a run. Carlos Olivo in APE Pro Street Championship points. Currently sitting in the number 3 spot behind Chris Connolly and Chris Edward. Would definitely like to move up. So Oliver sitting in the number 3 spot in points is looking to improve for this event. He's on the outside looking in on the list, currently in number 17 spot. Oliver away, he is drifting to the right, then he gets a bad wiggle right at the 3:30 clock. Straightens the bike out, that will hurt his ET. 7.80 at 152. For Carlos. Chris Edwards and Frankie Stotts out there. Stotts in the left lane, 665, 210 miles an hour. Chris Edwards, who's won a couple of events this year, currently leading in points. Chris Edwards, 772 at 200 miles an hour. That improves his position. Edwards now in the number 7 qualifying spot. And on with our next pair. Quicktime Motorsports, Satuday Racing in the left lane. Patrick Borg. I'm seeing Swedish colors and Swedish flag here. I like that. Borg in the right lane. APE Pro Street qualifying still in progress here. A lot of horsepower getting laid down by those bikes out there. And something went away on Sanzarato's bike at the 1,000-foot mark. Borg in the right lane went 700 with a 3, 204. Sanzarato's bike 739 at 195. And we will take a close look at the race surface after that pass. A big thank you to our sponsors here at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals. We have live feed going on today with Motor Mania TV. Tell your friends, tell your family, put it on Facebook, motormaniatv.com, and they can look for Mancup and look for the World Finals. Shouldn't have any trouble finding that. Just click on that and bring it up. And you can watch this race and listen to the live feed. Join in on the fun. Watching down on my race surface here for indications of what's going on. I know we had a difficulty with the machine that just made a pass. We'll see what we can do to correct that. If you are hungry, please feed the need. The concession stand is open at the rear of the tower here. Make your way down to the base of the tower. Right behind that, get on the concession stand, get yourself a little something to eat. Or you can walk across the staging lanes, go on over there to Sweet Teas and get yourself something to eat over there. Sweet Teas is definitely the barbecue place to be. We can help you out with that. Lots of interesting goodies, too, for you to pick up this weekend and bring home with you if you're doing a little early Christmas shopping. Even though Christmas shopping might not be quite the good word to be talking about right now, what better place to pick up gifts when you're here? You're right here. So go on down to Mancup registration and get yourself a t-shirt or a hat or a book on the history of the sport, DVD, all kinds of goodies down there at the Mancup souvenir stand. You'll also find t-shirts, hats, and various swag with the different racers out there. Nicky Zach's got some cool stuff. Many of the manufacturers have good stuff. Go on down to Manufacturers Midway and wander the Midway, and you can get yourself some cool souvenirs. I have to be quiet while the tower is in conversation with the track. been down there yet, you need to do that. When was the last time you saw a drag bike with 3 motors in it? Go down to the APE display and feast your eyes on some serious history. Go on down there and check out that bike. You'll see what I'm talking about. Ask for Russ Collins Jr., and he'll give you an education on the history of that motorcycle. A big shout out to our sponsors, especially Fuel Tech, who's done a phenomenal job of supporting us and keeping this show rolling this weekend at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Weiskup. A lot of media outlets here with us this weekend, and we're going to put a thank you out to them at this time, with especially dragbike.com, Brandy and Meathammer, and the folks from dragbike.com. A big thank you to Jack Corpella and Cycle Drag, and also to Tim Haley and Eat My Ink who are here, and Gary Larson, Strip Bike. We got them all in the house today. Thank you all very much for coming to the Mancup and giving us coverage. All right, we got word on the top end that there's some cleanup that needs to be done up there, some serious cleanup. So the track scrubber, which we also affectionately call the Zamboni, is now rolling down the right lane. And that's going to get out there, and that means it's going to take a little bit. So you have plenty of time now, ladies and gentlemen, to go get yourself something to eat, hit the restroom, make a pit stop, and at the same time hit the souvenir stand and stuff. We will be approximately 25 minutes to maybe double that, depending on how much cleanup needs to be done at all. It's very situational. Don't know how long it's going to take, but I can guarantee you got a good 25 minutes here that you can take a break, go get something to eat, and kick back a little bit before we get back to it. We're in the middle of APE Pro Street qualifying. When this incident happened, somebody lost a motor up there, and when they lose the motor and rods edge at the block, bad things happen, and we deal with that. Once you get all that cleared up and we're ready to go hot, I'll give you a heads up when we can do that. Out on the manufacturer's midway, Bates Leathers is here and Vanson Leathers are here. If you are considering getting a new leather jacket, a new leather racing suit, if you're going to go racing next year or it's time for a new racing suit, you can get fitted for that suit right here, right now. Let the pros go take the measurements while you're here, and it will help you and it will help them so you get a better fitting suit. Stop on by the Bates Leather display. It is located right behind the tower, right across the midway from the Mancup. Or you truck on down the street a little bit to Vanson Leathers. You'll find all the top fuel racers are all wearing Vanson Leathers. You stop and ask them, they'll tell you why. All right? Out on the manufacturer's midway, MTC is in the house here right now. Eric Hochstetler and the crew of MTC are here to serve your needs. MTC goes back to late 70s when Ken Tipton and his partners opened up MTC. They specialize in clutch components and clutch baskets, all things related to clutch, but they also have cylinder blocks, they also have pistons, they have all kinds of stuff. They even have specialty tools for clutch work. If you're serious about racing and serious about your clutch setup, you get on to MTC and talk to Eric. He'll show you the whole lineup down there, what they've got for goodies at MTC. At the APE tent, Jay Eschbau's company, Jay's APE, American Performance Engineering. He built that company mostly on tool steel wrist pins for fuel bikes and then expanded into all kinds of other areas. If you need a crank polished and refurbished, if you need a specialty crank made, APE can help you out with that. They have a lot of cool stuff down there at the APE display. And the coolest thing they have down there is a historical top fuel motorcycle called the Atchison Topeka Santa Fe. There are 3 Honda 750 motors in that. That is a very famous Top Fuel motorcycle. Go on down there and check it out and ask Russ Collins about it. Russ Collins Jr. is here, RC's son, and he'll be happy to tell you about his dad's motorcycle that he's spending a whole lot of effort and time in restoring. Step down to APE and check it out. Moving down to Manufacturer Midway, the PR Factory Store. If you are here with your Harley, your street bike, your BMW, your Honda Cruiser, whatever it may be, if you need a tire for your street bike, if you need a tire for your drag bike, PR Factory Store has the tires right here, and they can change that tire for you right here, right now, today. So if you've got tire needs or whatever else you need in drag racing, step on down to the PR Factory Store. On the other side of the aisle, Wiseco Pistons is here. And the Wiseco display, you can see the blocks, you can see the pistons from up here in the tower, gleaming like jewelry in the sunlight. Lots of goodies down there. I don't know too many drag bikes that don't use Wiseco pistons. They are very common, and because they're very popular, because they really work. Next to Wiseco is the Electron display. You go on down to the Electron and check out their electronics and goodies in the injection department. It used to be that Electron carburetors were the carburetors to run in Pro Stock. They kind of cornered the market on it quite a while there. But now they've expanded and gone beyond carburation with Electron, and now they have injectrons, and you can get injectors for those, and they have units built in, special fuel oils, etc. And those Electron units are very cool. And next to Electron, you'll find Fuel Tech. Fuel Tech is so high tech, you have to see it to believe it. You got to get on there and watch the monitors and look at the goodies and stuff they have there. And their claim to fame is customized fuel injection at whatever level you need it. Now, you've seen and read reports of the RVW cars running just crazy numbers these days. Radio versus World cars, also the Outlaw Street cars, and also ProBot. Well, when it comes to fuel injection, Fuel Tech, that's what they do. They have injectors for whatever you want to run, and they can place those injectors in multiple locations throughout your induction stream. And then they have the ECU, the electronic control units, to control these fuel injectors, so you can control rate of flow, amount of flow, where you want that flow to be. You're in complete control of your fuel delivery system, like never before. And this is where the crazy numbers are coming from with the cars now, is that Fuel Tech and systems like that are now delivering real high precision rates of fuel delivery. Go down there and check out this system, you'll see what I mean. You almost have to be a NASA engineer to understand the level of precision that they can do that with on these new combinations. Get out there and check them out. Thank you. Well, I got some time and I could work this. Let's see if Jim Fox is around. Jimmy Fox, if you're within earshot of me, you know why I'm calling you and you know what to do. So if you're over there in Chris Hand's area, I don't care how greasy your hands are while working and helping out Mr. Chris Hand. Mr. Fox, if you are available, please come up here to the tower. We got a little downtime, and while they are cleaning up out on the track, this is a very good time to engage in something which I call Tower Talk. And Tower Talk is an opportunity to interview and work and speak with some of the luminaries in our sport who've been with us for decades, guys who were there back in the day when they first learned how to build power and put these bikes into the sixes at over 200 miles an hour. And we can run down some pretty eye-opening history here. And I noticed Jim Fox out here earlier, and we spoke for a little bit. So if Jim is available, I want him to come up to the tower, and we're going to talk a little bit about old times and how the development of these bikes got to where they are today. Because Jim has been around it the whole time. I'll give you a brief sketch of the history of Top Fuel Motorcycle, starting right now. You know, back in the day, and we use that term perhaps way too much. When drag racing began in the 1940s, when the sport began to really pick up steam, and people started racing cars and exploring the world of speed, folks coming back from World War II needed someplace to get their thrills. There were a lot of unused airports in Southern California, and coincidentally in Southern California, that's where the El Mirage dry lakes are, and some of the world land speed record stuff began there on the dry lakes and then expanded out to Bonneville. And those dry lakes racers and land speed racers from there, they didn't want to wait for the annual speed week at Bonneville. They needed something more expedient to get their speed fix on the weekend. So somebody came up with the idea to use airports and abandoned runways and start running there. And this is how drag racing began. They took airports with the abandoned drag strip, the abandoned runways out there. They discovered that, you know, you needed, if you had a quarter mile of run distance, you needed twice that distance to shut down. So this is how drag racing came to be, with quarter mile speeds and times, and they would time the cars for a quarter mile, and whoever had top speed of the meet would win the meet. And this is how the sport began. And this is the old saying, drag your car out of the garage, bring it down and go racing. And that's how drag racing itself began. And well, I may not have Jim Fox within reach of my microphone and my PA system. Another gentleman who's been involved in the sport for a very long time, who I could talk history with, is available right now. You've probably heard the name George Bryce once or twice if you've been around motorcycle drag racing any length of time. Good afternoon, George. Thanks for coming up here, sir. Well, let's do a little mic check. We'll do that right now. George, you go ahead, brother, and give me your gain needs to come up a little. If we could tweak that a little for George, go ahead. We need.
How about now?
There we go. There we go, George.
Oh,
now we're hot.
Yep,
Good afternoon, my friend. Well, thank you for coming up to the shower.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun out here. You know, it's the history of the sport is all uncovered right in front of us here. I think I've been coming to 43 World Finals in my career, and several people asked me today, "Is Jackie here? Is Jackie here?" So she introduced me to somebody a minute ago, and this is Mr. Jackie Bryce. So she's here with me. I see her down there by the flag.
This is Mr. Jackie Bryce.
Yeah, I am Mr. Jackie Bryce.
Well, your wife is almost as famous as you, George.
She is down there talking with, I see Johnny Baugh from Orient Express, and I see Danny Vogt, and I see Bill Robinson and Rob Honeycutt. Wow, look at that crowd.
I heard rumor this morning that Terry Kaiser was here, and I'm not sure if Terry is or not, but I hope he is.
Yeah, I look out there and see how hard these guys are working, making this track the fastest racetrack in the world, and people from all over the world here come and continue to show us, and we're real proud of SGMP. It's a home track for us. We get to come here and test a lot. We're really thankful that we get to use this track year-round pretty much, and it has really helped our racing career a ton, having a nice track within our grasp.
Let's talk a little bit about bagger racing, George. I'd like to get on memory lane, but nevertheless, let's talk about something a little more current where we get an opportunity to do so. Bagger racing seems to be exploding. Why do you think that is?
Well, the demographics for our sport, you know how hard it is for us to get new folks, young folks in, and Harley-Davidson has the same struggle. They wish they could get some younger buyers, but if you look at the average Harley-Davidson owner, it's guys my age and maybe a little younger and a little older, or women now doing it, and it's a niche that we looked at as, hey, you race motorcycles for 40 years and you get to be old as me and you love it just as much as I still do, and I retired from my professional racing career. in 2016, so it just made sense for, I'd love to have a bike and go to the track again, but I didn't want everything I've been doing for my whole life. I didn't want a regular, I love slick wheelie bar Suzukis and Kawasaki's, and I did that for my whole career, but street Harleys is what I really enjoy working on and making them go fast, so it's been a great move for us to create a niche for that.
Well, I'll tell you, seeing as how you've got a bagger that you're racing right now that you built at Star Power, a motorcycle that's 880 pounds that can go out there and run 935 at 146 with a 135 cubic inch motor that's an all-motor bike, that speaks pretty well.
Well, thank you. Yes, it has a lot of torque. We make a lot of power at 5,000 RPM. We make a lot of power at all the way up to 8,000. It looks like we got a track message coming together here. You got news?
We are getting closer and closer here right now. I can see by out on the 1320, all of our major equipment, for the most part, has come back. And also the helmets on the riders are getting ready.
John Bob. Yep, that's him. Orient Express.
Yep, that's Johnny Bond. He's here. He's hiding, but he's here.
He's my favorite professional golfer. Yep, he's on the Retour drag racing tour. So yeah, what's called the Legends Drag Racing Golf Tour.
You know, when I look back at the stuff that was being raced in the '80s, that Johnny Baugh and Orient Express, Teddy Kaiser, those guys, and you were racing funny bike yourself back then. Is it kind of scary to look back at that stuff?
Oh my goodness, yes. I used to get to the end of the track and turn off down at the end, and I'd wait for somebody to come get me, and my leg would shake so bad I'd have to hold it down to keep, because I was so nervous and upset, and I realized, thank you, Lord, for letting me live through another run, because we'd try to catch on fire, we'd try to fall off, we'd try to go as fast as we could, and we didn't have anybody limited in us except for our own ignorance.
Well, I'll tell you, what people don't understand is the reason that I think you guys would deal with that as you were back then, and the bikes went every which way but straight, was just chassis technology had not caught up with power output and power technology, and you guys were able to make so much horsepower, but yet the chassis weren't really strong enough to handle that level of power, and the bikes went every which way but straight.
Yeah, and Sandy Cosman and his crew did a great job elevating our sport to the next level, because all of us gearheads would make more and more power and spray it harder and turn the boost up and change different fuels, and motorcycles will wad up and bend up, and Cosman did a really good job of helping us harness that, so it's changed the face of our sport. Sandy's pretty much gone now from he's still around, but he's not working on it anymore, but they did a great job getting us to where we are today, and I've seen now that the torch has been passed to these new teams that have great new chassis ideas and continuing to evolve the sport.
I am very, very impressed with Pete Brown and those chassis that he's building. They're one-off units, but Pete puts a lot of work and time into that. His craftsman level is unsurpassed. There are people who can weld as good as Pete Brown, but nobody welds better than those chassis that come out of Pete Brown. And if I were out there getting a one-off made today, I'd go see him in a heartbeat.
Yeah, me too. I bought a stock car chassis builder by day, and then he was working on racing chassis at night, and it got a little bit too big for him on the business side of that to do both, so I think he's gotten real busy doing bike chassis now, which we're all thankful for. And you're right, he is a craftsman and an artist. Thank you for the time up here, man.
All right, listen, George, thanks for coming up here to join us. I appreciate it very much. A little tower talk with Mr. George Bryce, GB3 of Star Power, formerly known as Star Racing. And hopefully a little bit later you're going to see George out there with that orange rocket ship he brought with him. He's got a couple other bagger bikes ready out there to go out there and rip it up. And we'll get George out there and get them bikes out there. In fact, I see GB3's bike right now. It's sitting in line 5. Love to see those baggers rip it up. They got some bad boys here. All right, getting back to the action out here on the 1320 APE Pro Street. Qualifying continues now. Brad Christian out of Brighton, Illinois in the left lane. Sidney Marshall, Altamont Springs, Florida, right lane. All right, very happy with this. Justin Shakir in the water over there, Ryan Hobble left lane. We got 2 more bikes ready to go. Sidney Marshall in the right lane gets away first, 050 reaction time. And he is gripping down that right lane, goes 8-0 at 126, 700-209 for Brad Christian. Christian had a difficult departure from the starting line, 0.300 on the reaction time, which is why the runs were so lopsided. Pro Street continuing here, APE Pro Street. Justin Shaker and Ryan Hobble. Shaker out of Manchester, Connecticut. We're already seeing snow up there. I kind of have intimate knowledge of that. Yep, it's cold up north. And Ryan Hobble out of Roberts, Wisconsin. They're pretty much feeling it this time of year too. So both racers down here getting a little warmth and sunshine at the last race, the biggest race of the year, here at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Weisco. Ryan Hobble and Justin Shaker are away clean. Justin really on a lap there. 700 at 157 for him. Ryan Hobble 685 at 211. Great job there by Ryan. Piloted that bike right down Broadway. A nice stout 685, needed that number. Gabe Frederick out of Woodridge, Montana next. And Lorenzo Ortiz from Riverview, Florida. Shinko WPS Real Street on the ready line. We're almost to the end of qualifying in Pro Street. Then we will go into Street. Up on that limiter. Drop that hammer and there they go, baby. Gabe Frederick. 673, 213 miles an hour for Frederick. Ortiz 70 at 189. And our Pro Street bikes continuing to thunder down that racetrack. 22 entries right now. And our next competitor, 1198, got off the line good, but all of a sudden something went south about 200 feet out. Not quite to the 330 clock. We have a roller in the right lane. He is almost to the finish line. We want to make sure that that race bike makes it to the turnoff. All right, Shinko WPS Real Street qualifying. Alicia Malone out of Swansea, Massachusetts in the left lane. and Jeremy Teasley from Commercial Point, Ohio in the right lane. Alicia making great strides and doing a great job competing in Real Street, a very, very tough class. And that racer in the right lane, sponsored in part by DME, that is one of the toughest motorcycle drag racers alive today. That is Jeremy Teasley. Alicia Malone rocketing down that left side. 7:59 for JT at 190 miles an hour. In Real Street, that is a wow. That is a wow. Those are now record numbers for Jeremy Teasley in Real Street. We were at 762, 187. Now we're at 759 with a 2 at 190. Congratulations to Mr. JT. Quite a run. Taking a moment to write that one down. That one's important. That is stunning. Jeremy Teasley, 7:59 with a 2. 190 miles an hour. From a short base bike like that. That is just nuts. Congratulations to DME and to JT. Good luck, Spencer Clayco. Annabelle Merced out here in the right lane. A very successful motorcycle drag racer with a lot of talent. Annabelle Merced in the right lane. Annabelle leans into it, launches that bike strong. Both bikes making their way down the track. Annabelle 7.69, 187 mile an hour. Look at the monster mile an hours. 776, 189.76 mile an hour. Competitor number 84 in the left lane. Big power. Big power in Real Street. That tailwind don't hurt none neither. It's power, baby. It wasn't the wind that put him up there in those numbers. Don't even go there. Marcus Hilton, Eden, North Carolina in the right lane. And Mike Sancho out of Wesley Chapel, Florida in the left lane. Marcus Hilton away clean. He is on a number. 127.64 looks good. 783 at 174 miles an hour. Boy, Real Street's going to be a dogfight tomorrow.
Riders remaining in Vance and Hines V-Twin ET. Riders remaining in Vance and Hines Racing V-Twin ET. For round 3, please report to lane 2 for pairings. V-Twin ET, please report to lane 2 for pairings.
All right, continuing on to rock the house here. Jason Heron and Turbo Johnny Delbrin will be next. Heron in the right lane, Turbo Johnny in the left. We got a bunch of gunslingers out here. These guys are all capable of catching up to JT. It's just everything's got to work. Look at Johnny go. Dobrin on a good lap in that left lane. 8-0 on that pass. 8-0 for Heron as well. And Spencer Clayco out of Rockford, Tennessee, is in the right lane. He will run that. With competitor 25-28 in the left lane. Super Dave Stewart in the water. This is where all the horsepower is. And all these heavy hitters. You may see history again here. Claycomb gets it up, sets it down, going straight. If he can stay in the groove and stay away from the cones, he's got a good lap. 790 at 184 mile an hour. Spencer had his hands full out there. These little bikes, these real street bikes are a handful. They have short wheelbases and a whole lot of power. So you got to be a very good pilot to stay with it and get what the bike can offer you. David Stewart out of Mooresville, North Carolina. 1988 Suzuki. Flying some Wilford Racing colors out there. Stewart getting himself nice and comfortable before he stages that bike. And he lets it fly. The bike is going hot, straight and true. He's on a good lap. 776 at 189 miles, 189.31. Wow. Monster mile an hours by the bikes today. Monster. That 190 by Jeremy Teasley was just, wow. All right. So our Shinko WPS real street bikes have concluded, and we're going to bring out some bagger action right now. We had George Bryce up here in the town. We were talking with GB3 just a little while ago. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to get a chance to see these bikes for real. And you're going to see the legend himself, Mr. George Bryce, at the helm. Orange motorcycle, left lane, that's George Bryce. Right lane, that's Mark Frick. Mark Fricky out of Chicago. And George Bryce from Americus, Georgia. A couple hours down the road apiece. Home of Star Racing. So many championships. Now known as Star Power. Now you're going to see what that power looks like. George Bryce's motorcycle, 135 cubic inches all motor. Here goes George, he's out of here. He is out of here. He is on a tear. George rocketing down that left side. 938 at 147 miles an hour. George's previous best is a 935 at 146. So he has gone a little faster. He went 947.21. His previous best ET is a 935. And that was a very good run for George. Unfortunately, Mark Frick's bike gave him some difficulties. He had to get out of it and back the bike up. And we are moving on with our show. All right, you're going to see little dashes across the scoreboard on the top end. That's because these are no-time bikes. And we are going to run the no-time bikes before we proceed on with our program. No-time drag bikes. Racer in the left lane, very upset that that bike didn't perform properly. Sat up quickly, pulled out the ignition cord. Not a happy camper. We're going to watch that rolling in the left lane, make sure that bike gets clear and turns off on the return road. Next pair of no-time bikes. I have no names, no information, nothing to work with, so I'll just give you the action the best I can here. All right, all of my ET bikes, you should be ready to go. Let's Go Racing Street ET is ready to roll out of lane 1. Vance and Hines V-twin bikes, you should be all paired up and in lane 2. And in lane 3, I should have all of my MPS Pro ET bikes ready to go. Okay, no time Mike's doing their thing on the line. I see Jeremy Teasley over there on the left one. Mr. Lee in the right lane. Let's see what happens with this. Blinking red lights, we are examining the racetrack right now, especially down there in the 8th mile marker. We will adjust that and get it taken care of.
Well, down a moment, it's a great time to visit the South Georgia Motorsports Park concession stand right here at the base of the tower. Get what you need for some lunch. Check out all of the vendor midway displays. All the best for motorcycle drag racing here for you. Get for your motorcycles, parts, service, and experience right here on the vendor midway.
All right. Hey, this one working. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as always, welcome to the 43rd annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco Pistons. The Manufacturers Cup presented by Vance and Hines. While we have a quiet moment, this is a great time that you can get out and visit our manufacturers midway. We have a multitude of our sponsors here this weekend. And not to mention the men and women themselves behind those operations. I've seen Mr. Bill Robinson rolling around of Robinson Industries, George Bryce of Star Power, Ed Grothis of Grothis Drag Bikes. There are a ton of big names here this weekend. So this is a great time to get down to the Manufacturers Midway. And if you bump into some of those people, just say thank you. Thank you so much for everything you do for our sport, even though we are a bunch of crazy old guys and gals. So we got the grudge matches going on right now. Mr. Lee on the Summit Racing side. It's Victor Gote of Bowtown, Texas. And then it is Jeremy Teasley, Strange Engineering side of the racetrack.
According to my monitor here, I have Victor Gote in the right lane, engaging in some no-time action. And he's going to take it up there across the big stripe, and that's that. I'll give you any times, and even if I had him on my monitor, I wouldn't. They have a code of honor amongst themselves. The no-time racers, these street racers who race out on the drag strip. And for the most part, if you have a time slip or anything that's been posted within 1 year, you can't run with them. They keep everything in the dark. You want to race? Get your money up. And when you get the money up, good luck. It's one lane or the other lane. Who you got? Good luck out there. Put a lot of money and a lot of time into these motorsports. This particular bike, Black Caesar, you'll see what I mean. You can count the time off on your fingers if you want and try and figure out how quick this thing really is. But all I can tell you is, if you want to race against him, you better have a lot of money. And you better be prepared to lose it. Because this bike ain't no joke. And there's a couple of them out there like this. I haven't seen Area 51 in a long time, but I'd sure like to see it come back out. That motorcycle is legendary. They want a lot of money with that bike. I'm talking about gym bags full of cash. I'm not kidding either. All right, barely grabbing that racetrack, but it did. Look at that, he hit sixth gear. He hit that final gear right before the finish line. He used every inch of that racetrack. Good luck racing him. Be careful if you're standing along the fence line. There might be some greenbacks handed back and forth, left and right here. All right? They have a tendency to spend a little money on these guys when they're out there racing. These no-time bikes, they ain't out there to play. This is all about the greenbacks, and it's flat-out performance. Whoever lights the win light, once the light goes green, it's anybody's drag race. They ain't playing, baby. All right, we'll stand in the right lane, slows him down. He's all done. All right, one more no time bike. And we will continue on with our race program here. And this monstrosity makes its way down the racetrack. Crosses the stripe on the big end, and that will clean it up for our no time bikes. Well, it's good to see Andy Rawlings in the house here. There's some NHRA royalty coming down to visit. That's just a bunch of, we have all kinds of racing hierarchy and celebrity wandering the pits right now. Robinson Industries, I see Johnny Baugh down there walking. Andy Rawlings, NHRA Pro Stock. Michael Ray, NHRA Pro Stock. Ty Tharp, NHRA champion, 2 times. All right. We are wrapping that up and moving on now from go time. That means Liska Racing Street ET should be rolling out of lane 1 next. I'm waiting to see that happen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome one and all to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Whitesco. We are forging ahead with our program. Right now, we have the lanes full of hundreds of ET bikes. We have Liska Racing Street ET in lane 1. We have Vance and Hines Racing V-twin motorcycles in lane 2. And we have MPS Pro ET in lane 3. All right, continuing on with the action out on the 1320 Vance Hody Show. And up on the line, Ray Briscoe and Benjamin Summers. $885 for Briscoe, $1080 for Benjamin Summers. Howdy Show rocketing down that left side. Red light start for Jerry Jones. Jones all set on that one. man motorcycle in left lane getting pretty loose over there. Almost took out the tree. Fortunately, was able to straighten it out and save it. That was Joshua Ward against Steve Hogue. John Bradley, Ingalls, Indiana, and Jeremy Burt. Burt giving chase. 950 dial for Burt. Red light start for Bradley, so Bradley's all done. Jeremy Burt goes 964 on a 950 dial. Red light start for Bradley ended that session. And we move on to the next pair. Mike Nierhoff of Youngstown, New York. Chuck Woolen out of Reddit, Florida. We get our next pair ready to go here. Good launch by Bob Burt. Joey Brandgard, Northfield, Ohio on the right. Double breakout pass. Bob Burt will take the win and we move on to the next pair. Concession stand is open. If you're hungry, make your way down to the concession stand. Get yourself a little something to eat of choice. If you'd like some barbecue, you can just tip your toe across the staging lanes, go over to the west side of the racetrack, and you'll find sweet teas over there. And get yourself something over there. Sean Looney, 78 Honda CBF in the left lane. 10:56 at 115 miles an hour. Jean-Pierre Zimmerman of Aruba, giving it everything he got out there. Dialed to 923, went 929. That was not close enough. So Looney takes the win on that exchange. And Ryan Johnson of St. Pete, Florida, will take on Landon Noble of Zachary, Louisiana next. Noble with a red light start, the win automatically going to Ryan Johnson. Clear the board. Schilling next. John Schilling. Chickser screaming away in the left lane. Steve Schilling. Red light start by John the Groove. And Schilling out of Palmetto, Florida will take the win. 11:86 elapsed time on an 11:70 dial. So Schilling will advance to the next round. As Roscoe Brown out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and Angel from Aruba on the 1991 Suzuki Gixxer cues it up in the right lane. Angel away quick. Roscoe Brown giving chase. Roscoe Brown going to try and cut him down in the lights. And the win light goes to Angel. 10:55 dial with a 10:76 elapsed time. Puts together a winning run. Congratulations. Eric Connor and Colin Nash next. Eric Connor out of Ackworth, Georgia on the ZX14 in the left lane is put away on this one by Colin Nash. Nash dialed 890 and went 893 on that run. To wrap it up. Dwayne Schmidt out of Spar, Florida. With a red light start, Sean Welch will take the win. Dwayne Schmidt all done on that one. Red light start. Ed Ruffin and Bobby Davis will go at it now. Bobby Davis out of Sononia, Georgia. Navarre, Florida, Ed Ruffin. Navarre, Florida, Ed Ruffin with the win. 842 on an 833 dial. Bobby Davis all set on that.
Alrighty, up next on the racetrack. On the right-hand side aboard the Suzuki Hayabusa, Summit Racing side, we have Cedric Mingo from Lancaster, South Carolina, 57 years old, aboard the 08 Busa, 880 the dial in on the Summit side. Roy Jarson from Farmville, Virginia, 9.25 seconds to dial in over there. Aboard the Kawasaki ZX14, we're going to go check out the racetrack real quick, make sure there's nothing down there. Just a routine check, make sure we don't have any substances there. Win lights on for Cedric Mingo. Roy Johnson goes red by 0:30. Mingo 877.3 on the 880, a 2:06 reaction time. That will be a round-winning effort. here in Street ET. Dwayne Schmidt Jr., the 06 Hayabusa. Summit Racing side, looking for an 888, Wade Smith from Dudley, Georgia, the 07 Busa. The 07 Gixxer 600, excuse me, looking for a 951. Racers separated by roughly 024. There's a 960 with a 5, 136.21 miles an hour for Wade Smith. 084 reaction time over Dwayne Schmidt's 108. It was Barry Purnell from Henderson, North Carolina. 935 the dial in, the 2003 Kawasaki ZX9. How often can you say that anymore? Then Tate Horta, straight side of the racetrack. From Bradenton, Florida, 1390 to dial in, 16 years old. Has quite a privilege that not a whole lot of other people can have. Goes 039 to the red side. Wheel lights on for Barry Purnell, 1052, 125 miles an hour over Tate Horta.
Next pair up, Giordano Pilano of Aruba. Big shout out and a big thank you to the team from Aruba. You've done a fabulous job of bringing so many bikes and so much racing competition here to the USA. Thank you so very much. All of our international competitors from all over the world. Real rodeo ride in the right lane for Pilano. He manages to straighten that bike out, fortunately. Myself as an announcer, I've never seen anybody take out a Christmas tree, but today I've seen it come close more than once. You don't want to see that happen. Please be careful out there. I know it's racing and things happen, but all right, moving on. Dennis Padilla and Michael Ray. Now there's a matchup, a tough matchup too. Michael Ray in the right lane gets away well. Red light start for Padilla. Most unusual. It happens. He was going for the jugular, and when you go for it, well, sometimes you get yourself. So a win for Michael Ray there. Dennis Padilla. Red light start by 016. Ouchie. Lisco Racing Street ET action is what you're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen. And we will continue on through Lisco Racing Street ET and bring it right across the board. Carlos Olivo, who's doing well in Pro Street, just completed his run in Street ET. It's so cool to see the pros, the big pro bikes and pro classes come down here and race in any class, any class. It's really cool to see them spread it out. I don't know how they do it. They go from a 6-second motorcycle to a 12-second bike, but they do. It just takes so much talent to be able to do that. Chris Rolls, left lane, solo shot. Dial to 62, we're in a 65. And I think we're getting ready to do some V-twin racing here now, my friends. All right, we have concluded our racing with Lisco Racing Street ET in that round, and we are now moving on to Vance and Hines Race Shop B-Twin. Now our first pair is on the line. We've got another pair in the water. We're good to go. All right, our next pair in the water, and they'll shortly be on the starting line. All right, out on the surface there, Spencer Allen just took a win over Lauren Potter, and Tom Legassi and Stacy Smith will be next. Vance and Hines V-Twin Racing continues. These are competition pairings and matched up. Tom Legassi out of Newport, Florida. Stacy Smith on the right. Smith had a great reaction time. The win goes to Stacy Smith. And our next pair will be Scott Tomsey and Joe Galati. Galati gets away clean. He's taking it down that right side. The left lane, Scott Tomsey on the left. And at the finish line, Joe Galati goes down to Scott Tomsey. Tomsey with a 10:20 over 10:15, and that'll take the win.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, attention in the pits and in the stands. If you have found a cell phone in the men's restroom on the spectator side of the racetrack, the owner of that cell phone offering a $100 reward if that is turned in. Once again, if you have found a cell phone in the men's restroom on the spectator side of the racetrack, the owner of that cell phone offering a $100 reward for its return.
John Bradley and Donnie Huffman will go at it now. In the right lane, Johnny Huffman with the Harley-Davidson Racing factory-type leathers. Huffman has won over 24 championships with various racing sanctions. He's won just about everything there is out there to win. And he is one very tough customer. When you race Donnie Huffman, if you beat Donnie Huffman, you done good. Really good. In the left lane, John Bradley of Ingalls, Indiana. He's ready to go. All right, both bikes are staged. Huffman dialed on a 965. Red light start for Bradley. Huffman knows he's got him. He still cuts a good light. Double digit. And goes down that right lane. He was dialed on a 965 and goes 983. So he ran it right out the back door. A good pass by Donnie Huffman. You'll see him again later. Ronnie Harris and Dwayne Schmidt. Next up. Attention in the pits. Grothus Ultra 460. Come to lane 1, please. Grothus Ultra 460 to lane 1, please. Moving on with our ET program, and it is a strong. Vance Howdy Shell, competition single. Whipping down that left lane, he's going to take that and go on to the next round. And that's going to wrap us up in V-Twin. All right, that wraps up V-Twin. We are moving into MPS Pro ET Racing right now. And Pro ET is now in progress. 460, Grothus Ultra 460 to lane 1, please. Grothus Ultra 460, come to lane 1, please. Our next pair ripping down that track, James Henson out of Orlando, Florida. Goes 884 and an 883 dial to take the win. And our next pair will be Jonah Allen and competitor 032 in the right leg. Pro ET bikes pick their dial in advance and then they try to run the number. Red light start by Jonah Allen, red light by 003. Allen is all done. So Allen all done on that pass. As our next pair cruise up. David Fletcher, Plant City, Florida in the right lane. Tim Bexler in the left lane. Fletcher off that line, very good reaction time by both racers, doing a good job getting down that 1320. And up on the big end. The win goes to David Fletcher out of Plant City, Florida. Dial the 990, went 995 on that, 936 for Bexler on a 930 dial, and Fletcher will advance. Grothus Ultra 460 drag bikes to lane 1, please. Grothus Ultra 460 drag bikes to lane 1. All right. Max Neeson and Rob Honeycutt next. Honeycutt on that beautiful Suzuki that's colorful in the right lane. That was at one time a Pro Stock type body. Very swoopy. You could still identify it as a Suzuki, but very, very aerodynamic. Old-fashioned Suzuki 850 style, 1150 style body with the old Suzuki in the left lane. time card says 88 Suzuki style, but I think it's earlier than that. That tailpiece sure looks it to me. More like 86 or 84. Our chief starter is telling both racers to get in there. No more staging duel. There you go. Very well handled by the chief starter. Excellent. Good reaction time by both racers. Honeycutt with the win. 018 reaction. Max Deason had an 029. A little bit of a staging duel was going on out there. And the chief starter for South Georgia Motorsports Park stepped forward where they could both see him and waved them both into the lights. Get in there, let's go racing. Jesse Baker, Bob Burt next. I don't know if you've ever noticed, if you've ever seen a burn down happen before, but I watched one at a race earlier this year. I wish I'd started my timer on it because it went easily 3-4 minutes. It seemed like forever for that to happen. Pretty epic stuff. Ricard Every of Aruba and Bob Foster next. Foster in the left lane, Team Aruba in the right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is so difficult to take your bike from your country and go to another country and go racing. That is so cool that they do that. All right, everyone a little too quick on that. Dialed in 858 and went 853. Bob Foster takes the win on the breakout pass by Ricard Every. And we are ready with our next pair. Aurel Polina of Santa Maria, the right lane facing Tom Clem. Tom Clem with the win. Anytime you have to race a member of the Clem family, you're going to have to beat them. You will earn it. They are tough. All right, my thanks to the Growthless Ultra 460 racers who are lining up in one. We need you up there and good to go. That has to happen. Pierre Zimmerman of Aruba is defeated by Brandon Cunningham. Actually, Zimmerman shot himself in the foot on that one. Breakout pass by Jean-Pierre Zimmerman. 9:15, a little too quick on the 923 dial. All right, Austin Bridge, red light start. Alexis Brianna Baker will take the win. Alexis Brianna Baker down to 63, won a 56, but her opponent had a red light start, so she advances to the next round.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in NPS Pro ET. Alexis Baker taking that win after Austin Bridge draws out that pretty little red light. Glenn Geiger from Ashburn, Georgia, 33-year-old on the Kawasaki. 956 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Corey Washington from Palm City, Florida. The GS Power, looking for an 890. Glenn Geiger goes double for red. Glenn Geiger goes 004 to the red side. Corey Washington from Palm City. 8.817, 151 miles an hour, the winning numbers down there. Barry Pryor Sr. from Chesapeake, Virginia, the 09 Busa. After the Super Comp numbers, Roy Hagedorn from Venice, Florida, strange side after an 8.67. Racers separated by .137. Big time. 8.746 on the 867 dial in for Roy Hagedorn. 867 the dial, 025 reaction time. A .163 light from Barry Pryor Sr. forces him out the back door. Here comes Matt Smith. Summit Racing side. 8.90 seconds the dial in. Opposite side, he's got one of the toughest competitors in the bracket racing world when it comes to motorcycle drag racing. It is John Spooky Markham. Spook Markham looking for an 883 dial in. Racers separated by 0.39. It's going to be Matt Smith taking down the Spook, 896 for 139.17. Spooky Markham, late on the tree, uncharacteristically 059 light, 891 with a 7, 141.50. Here's Jaeger Ching, the 09 Suzuki GSXR 1000. 914 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Angelo Zambrana, Orlando, Florida. The 08 Busa looking for a 916. But a 921.3, 148.95. The 916 dial in from Angela Zambrana. Jaeger Chang goes 010 to the red side. 926, 149 miles an hour. Up next, we have Rick Eaton from Venice, Florida. 873 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Luis Reyes from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Strange engineering side of the racetrack on a Suzuki Hayabusa. After a 940, Eaton looking for that 873. Eaton and Reyes separated by 004. Eaton sharp on that delay box. How about a double breakout victory for Rick? 8.728, 148.71 and 047 reaction time. He was behind at the start by 004. 9.375 on the 940 for Luis Reyes. Further under, that is the worst foul. The pride of Hampton, Ontario himself, 60-year-old Mike Konopacki. On the strange engineering lane. after that 886 on Kawasaki Power. Here's Dan Howe from Newport Richey, Florida, 64-year-old, also on KC Power after an 896. Racers separated by 033. Off the Christmas tree, and let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Konopacki just got around Dan Howe's perfect reaction time. Trip zip, threw down by Howe. 8.951 on the 896. He's 009 under on what could have been a perfect pass. 033 light for Konopacki, 8.892, 147.70. A very tough man. Dan Howe knew he had to throw a light down on him. Joey Brangard from Northfield, Ohio, 25-year-old on the BMW S1000RR after an 861 Summit Racing side. Dan Rudd from Castleberry, Florida, 61-year-old on the 04 Busa after an 893. Racers separated by 025 down there. It is Joey Brangard behind at the Christmas tree by 025. Dan Rudd posts an 079, Brangard an 094 reaction time. Brangard is 8.654 on the 861 dial, whereas Dan Rudd is 9.005 on an 893. Just gets down there and doesn't run the number. Cedric Meduna from Aruba on the Gixxer 1000 looking for an 836 Summit Racing site. On the Strange Lane, Old School KZ after an 890. 8.916 on the 890 index, on the 890 dial. On the Strange side of the racetrack, 028 reaction time, takes down Cedric Meduna from Aruba. 064 light, 839.8, 156.95 his effort. Here's Alexander Ross, another Aruban, looking for an 835 on the Gen 2 Busa Summit Racing Equipment side. Ricky K from Hummel, Texas, 892 the dial in on the KZ. On the Strange Lane, racers separated by 013 down there. But an 837.2 for the Aruban, 159.99 miles an hour. 007, the margin of victory down on the stripe. Ricky K goes 028 on the tree, has the advantage, feeds the stripe to him. 8.962, 136.66 miles an hour. Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Need you guys to the lanes, please. Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460. I need you guys to the staging lanes pronto. Here is the husband of Karen Stouffer. Gary Stouffer, Gardnerville, Nevada native, 57 years old, looking for an 898. 037 reaction time to his advantage. Gets down there, runs a 906, 140 miles an hour. Holding that advantage over Joe Holt's 119 reaction time. 8.483, 160.90 miles an hour for Joe Holt down there after falling short at the Christmas tree, a 119 reaction time. Sean Welsh from Waynesboro, Georgia, 46 years old. Suzuki Hayabusa. Summit Racing side, after an 862, Willie Hebert. On the Strange Lane, Louisiana native. GS Power in the frame rails. After a 983. On the top end, Sean Welsh is chasing him down and makes the move by 55 10,000ths. 022 light over Willie Hebert's 031 by 009. 8.652 on the 862 dial in. 142.88 miles an hour, the trap speed down there. Here comes Jerry Jones from Aruba. 47-year-old on the 07 Suzuki GSXR 1000. Looking for a 933 Summit side. Roddy Woodall Sr. on the Strange Lane from Pleasant View, Tennessee. The Old School 78 Kawasaki. 903, the dial in on the Strange side. Ronnie Woodall Sr. Drawn out by Jerry Jones, 0:33 reaction time. Goes 0:28 to the red side, 9:45 on the 9:33, 146.54 miles an hour. Once again, attention in the pits. I need Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the staging lanes pronto. Here comes Colin Nash from Orlando, Florida. 892 the dial in aboard the 2013 Kawasaki ZX-14. Summit Racing side. On the opposite side of the strange lane, Tom Cole from Davenport, Iowa. KZ Power in his frame rails. 8.54 his dial in, strange lane. Colin Nash not going to be very happy about this one. Orlando, Florida native. Goes 010 to the red side. He's gonna make sure he gets off the racetrack. 0:30 reaction time for Tom Cole. 8:18 on the 8:54 dial in. Colin Nash down there still under his own power. Make sure he gets off the track here. Up next, it's going to be Dana Delk from South Carolina, the 1983 Honda CB 1100. You never see these bikes anymore. On the strange lane after an 8:20, one of the Indian Ricky Gadsden Racing School riders. Team Ultimate Octane over there. Amit Sharma gets loose out there. 992.0, 129.89 miles an hour, Summit Racing side. On the strange lane, 987.6, 153 miles an hour on the 820 dial in. We'll turn the wind lights on for Dana Delk. Nicholas Bowling III, going to be the last motorcycle we see in Pro ET after the Super Cup number of 8.90. Holmes Beach, Florida native. Only 19 years old, drag racing that old school Z1 powered. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Bowling III, 019 reaction time, 8.844, 148.66 mile an hour pass. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving in to one of the best, one of the quickest, one of the fastest index races of all time. It is Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. And let me tell you, this field is TIGHT tight. Also, while we have a quiet moment, ladies and gentlemen, please listen up. If you have found a cell phone, on the spectator side of the track in the men's restroom, the owner of that phone is offering a cash reward. If you return that cell phone to the tower, the owner of the cell phone is offering a cash reward if you return that cell phone. One more time, if you have found a cell phone in the men's restroom on the spectator side of the racetrack, the owner of that cell phone is offering a cash reward for the return of that cell phone. Our first pair up of the 44 motorcycles entered in Groth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Summit Racing side, it's going to be Mike Chongris from Eastlake, Ohio. The number 43 qualifier currently, 4.536. What happens when you go underneath the index? You go to the back of the ladder. And here's my friend. Here's my good friend Bradley Grothus.
Right on time, huh?
Oh yeah, right on time. So here we're looking at the number 41 and 43 qualifiers. Aaron Peeler at the bottom of the ladder. Number 41, 4.596, just 004 under that index.
Yeah, obviously doesn't get much closer than that. Both of these riders here had a good showing yesterday during the Groth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460 shootout. Obviously Chongris for the final round appearance. Peeler with a semi-final round appearance. Two bikes that are locked and loaded, and I expect to see some good numbers here.
Absolutely. And what do you think about the turnout of this class? This is something else, ain't it?
Absolutely remarkable. I'll tell you what, Jay did an awesome job putting together the 460 Shootout Challenge. Obviously, we're happy to sponsor it and be a part of it as well. And with a lot of good competitive racing this late in the season, you're going to see a lot of good bikes.
Racers separated by 0.15 off the starting line. Whoa, what a shocker there.
Yeah, you see a couple guys there who have gone too quick in their other attempts, looking to get on the right side of the ladder, and they do so. Peeler goes 465, and Chongris goes 469. Nothing to write home about, but they're definitely on the right side.
Yeah, now they're out of that hole of being on the back of the ladder, being underneath the index, because that's what happens. You get sent to the back of the line when you break out.
Absolutely. When you do that, you're going to be finding someone who is on top of the index round one, and neither of them exactly wanted to do that. Strange Lane's going to bring up Matt Smith from Tennessee, qualified number 28 right now with a 477. A fairly new build in the left lane versus Rick Scott in the Summit Racing lane on the 85 Suzuki, qualified number 19 with a 468.
Matt Smith, not even going to drop the tree.
Couple laps there, no one's exactly going to be too proud of. Matt Smith looks like it was on the two-step, but had a little bit of issues. Not sure if the button was cutting in or out, like I said, prior to his launch. A fairly new bike that they're trying to work the bugs out on. I know Chad Otts, who I've seen here on the property this weekend, had ridden that bike a little bit, trying to shake some bugs away, and they've got a couple more bugs to do so.
Yeah, and that's another Midwest guy that, like we're talking about, a lot of Midwest representation here this weekend.
Yeah, and obviously being from the Midwest, we're happy to be down here. Love to see like you said, the 44 bikes thus far. An awesome turnout for a really awesome class. What's becoming truly a fan favorite.
Real quick, Bradley, I need Rick Eaton to the tower. Rick Eaton, I need you to the tower pronto. Also, anyone remaining in the Groth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460 Rider Challenge, if you're still out there in the pit area, I need you to get up here. We haven't called anyone else just yet. We haven't called any other bikes just yet. So here we go. Montez Thompson going to be from Decatur, Georgia. The 2010 Suzuki GS 1100 base drag bike. And Broderick Hollywood Jackson.
I tell you what, these two guys have done battle in 460 very often, and prior to this did battle in Pro Mod quite often. Two seasoned veterans, both from Georgia, and expect to see some great things out of them here.
Now, kind of like we hit on yesterday, we have a bit of a larger audience now. For those of you that don't know, this is where a lot of the guys who have these retired Pro Mods or the Kawasaki's, the nitrous Kawasaki's that just aren't quick enough for Pro Mod or just don't want to step it up enough for Pro Mod, here's where they go, and it's still a very quick class. Kind of walk us through, Bradley, what we can expect to see here motor-wise. What's in the frame rails?
Yeah, you'll see a lot of Suzuki GSs, typically 1570s or 1640s. A lot of your GS Pro Mods these days are either going to be 1755s or 1800 cc's. So these are just a mild step down from the Pro Mod motor, and that's not to say you won't see some of those large Pro Mod motors in this class. And as you said, some of these older Pro Mod bikes are kind of racing here. And it's not for lack of competition by any means there. The Pro Mod or Pro Nitrous of today has gotten extremely competitive, and with a lot of competition often comes cost. And this is a great way to still compete at a very high level for payouts that are very well put together and have a lot of fun doing so.
All righty, we're going back hot on the racetrack here. Just a quick check after the left-hand lane had a couple of issues. We got him off the track A-OK. Hollywood Jackson, strange side, and we have Montez Thompson, Summit Racing side.
Yeah, Montez, when you see him not on a 460 bike, oftentimes you'll see him on a really awesome, really fast Grudge bike racing down in Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah, a lot of the Grudge guys are coming up here too. Without a shadow of a doubt. They do come up here too because some of those Grudge bikes, they do move just as quick.
Yeah, if not quicker than 460, honestly. It's tough to say from bike to bike, considering the scoreboards are off during those races. But it's known for many of those Grudge bikes to be going 460 or faster.
And there's not a whole lot of bikes we know how fast they're going down there either. So, Montez and Broderick Hollywood Jackson pulling into the lights now. See what they got in store for us. They're separated by 009 there. How about 462 with a 253 miles an hour for Hollywood Jackson?
And Montez goes 461 at 144, and I tell you what, that would have been an awesome first round matchup. They're separated by 9 thou on the line, and when they get to the stripe, they're separated by less than 6 thou at the big end.
Yeah, 58 10,000's the margin of victory down there. Just about a front wheel at that speed when you're talking about 58 10,000s. Here comes John Schwartz. And Jerry Scott from Decatur, Alabama.
Bert Schwartz still in the burnout box. We've gotten flashing reds on the Christmas tree. Jerry Scott has completed his burnout.
So it seems like John Schwartz having issues down there. Probably going to go on the next time around. Jerry Scott.
Jerry Scott currently qualified in the 18th spot, has gone 467. Bike's breaking up a little bit down low, goes 119 to the 60 foot, and is going to be 475. Right when he let off the button there, you could hear a little bit of ignition issues, and that is evident as only 149 mile per hour effort down the strange lane.
Yeah, that 312, 330, kind of like how we had talked yesterday. That's pretty far off from what we were talking about, how you want to be 3.0 to the 330, and your 60-foot time, as long as you're 110, 109 or so, you ought to be able to get down there.
Yeah, you'll see plenty of different combinations here. For the guys that are going those 108s to 112s, yes, the 3 flat is typically a good target. Some guys who will 60 foot, maybe a little bit slower, but have higher mile an hour on the other end, will not be hitting that 3 flat target. And we'll see that here with a couple bikes coming up out of the Growth of Straight Bikes camp.
Johnny Schwartz going to be rolling up here next. There's something special we have to do here sometimes. We have to let the system time out and kind of make up its mind. Here comes Durwood Rawlings.
Butch Schwartz coming up out of the Summit Racing lane on his single. Hails from Lancaster, New York. Goes 109 to the 60 foot. Should be a pretty good lap here, and wouldn't you know it, 461 with a 5. The Fast by Gas team pretty happy with that effort. Almost not quite a bracket bike, but he had a 459 lap earlier. Slows it down to be on the right side of the ladder, 461. and they'll be ready for round 1 here later today.
Now here is Durwood Rawlings. I guess you guys call him Woody.
Woody, yeah, he's got kind of a slew of bikes to my knowledge. Coming out of Prince Frederick, Maryland, and a new entry in the Strange Lane. Don't have any information on file. Do see Ray Mancini down there helping out, looking to get the bike in gear here.
I know Ray Mancini, another one of the big names when it comes to Manufacturers Cup and motorcycle drag racing altogether, really. Ray Mancini has had a hand in a whole lot of bad, fast bikes.
Yeah, you'll see Ray Mancini oftentimes with David Tybert and Zona Knox these days as far as 460 racing goes, trying to lend a hand there, and certainly appears to be lending a hand with this rider as well.
All righty. Riders in the beams, here we go. Lights come down. Boom, now we're out of here.
Durwood has been plagued with some sort of issue all weekend long. A rider in the Strange Lane goes 467 at 154 miles an hour. Durwood's still trying to figure out whatever is ailing that bike. He was 532 yesterday, sitting in the number 37 qualifying spot. Obviously will not improve there.
All right, once again, I need Rick Eaton. Rick Eaton, I need you to the tower, please. Rick Eaton, I need you to the tower as soon as possible, please. So our next pair, Mike Murphy going to be a part of that one.
And on the Strange Lane, we've got Johnny Bond. You want to talk diversity here. Mike Murphy on what would almost be considered a pro mod drag bike. I believe a bike that was ridden by Ashley Owens, and Johnny Bond on his prior NHRA Pro stock bike. So a bike, neither of these purpose-built for 460 racing, but very competitive in their own right here in Growth Drag Bikes Ultra 460.
And Johnny Bond coming from an extensive background, obviously. You see him on board a Kawasaki with a Vortex 2-cylinder head on board. Then Mike Murphy, the old school Pro Bond that looks like either a Timberland chassis.
That one's going to be a PMFR chassis.
That's a PMFR chassis, huh?
Yep. Like I said, Ashley Owens, when he was riding with Paul Gass back in
That's
Vermont,
right.
was on PMFR. Paul was forever with PMFR as well, up in Shakopee, Minnesota, and now part of the Growth Drag Bikes product line.
Alrighty. Looks like we've got this rider.
Johnny Bond, the owner of Bond Performance Cycle and Dyno Tuning. Son Brevin, I do know, has been riding a little bit. I haven't seen much of him this year, but definitely a capable family and a capable rider there.
Now, Brad, clue me in. 460 is an all-run field. It is an all-run field. Got a maximum of 64 bikes here.
And would you look at that? We are up to 46 bikes. I know we were at 44, I believe, coming into this round. 46 bikes in what is an ultra-competitive and ultra-fast class. Brings a big old smile to my face.
Now here, let's take a look at the top 5. From Tyler Kamek down to Megan Bowers, they are separated by 5 thousandths of 1 second.
Yeah, and a lot of other sanctioning bodies, if you stick the 460 number, you're certainly thinking you're going to be on the pole. And we've got 5 folks who did it here. And Megan, the 460 with a 5. Honestly, what I would consider kind of the bottom half of sticking the number. Puts you in the number 5 spot. That just goes to show how hard a lot of these riders have been working at this, how their seasons have been going, such as Tyler with the Series Championship up at the XDA, and comes down here and lays down a number 460 with the 0. Very impressive.
Oh yeah, and then we go down to number 6, Brody Grothus.
Yeah, the 461 with the 2 on the bike that we call the Governor. It was my dad's national championship winning Top Gas bike back in the day. And Docile Art has slapped a really, really cool paint job on that thing. Almost looks like it's been sitting in an Iowa barn for the last 30 years, and we pulled it out and brought it into 460.
Oh yeah, well the Docile Art crew, I'm telling you, they worked some absolute magic.
Yeah, Docile Art, located in Rock Hill, South Carolina, is the baddest when it comes to the helmet painting business. Paints helmets for guys like Tommy Johnson Jr., the Andretti's, and certainly for the girl at this drag bikes camp. And can do anything, almost truly can from almost, whether you want a really expensive helmet for guys such as like Jason Dunnigan. His helmets, he's got 2 helmets he does a year, and can do anything from really rustic like what we've got and flat to really showy like our Pro Mod.
Right. And now, up next, we're going to move into the pair of Mike Murphy and Johnny Bond. Peoria, Illinois native Johnny Bond and Lewisburg, Tennessee native Mike Murphy down there.
I believe Johnny was trying to run 460 for a little bit of time without nitrous. I think the combo has been fully updated to the point now where he's got it aboard. Mike Murphy definitely has nitrous aboard.
Now, 460 in the 8th mile, for those of you who don't know, that equates to about a 690 or a 680 quarter mile, and trying to do that on motor alone out of a Kawasaki, that is quite demanding.
Yeah, absolutely. He was trying to use a lot of his kind of pro stock background, pro stock knowledge, and as you say, very demanding, a tall task, and has
For any motor at
defaulted to the nitrous, the choice of power out of for this class.
For any motor at that, 690, 680 is very demanding. Somebody rattles the tire out there. It is Johnny Bond. Mike Murphy going to get down, check this one out, 4.603.
Yeah, real nice lap there by Mike Murphy. He's 0.56 on the bulb, and goes 299.7. What I tell you about our 3 flat number, it's just a really awesome target when you're looking at these guys in their laps. He's going to be darn happy with that and takes him all the way to the number 5 spot.
Absolutely incredible. Tied up with Tony Mullen up there, too. There's Tyler Kamek, your number 1 qualifier. Can't do any better than that. 4.600. First lap straight off the trailer.
Yeah, very impressive by the Kamek boys. He's out here working hard with his brother. They've got a setup that's really tried and true. Been racing it multiple years. And we do have a delay on the racetrack. But in the strange lane, we're going to have Mike Arrington coming from Glen Height, Texas. Down in Texas, they have their own version of this very fast index racing, actually with a 450 index. Not as universally raced as 460, but as they say in Texas, everything's bigger.
Well, the number, if you're into mathematics, is not bigger. It is in fact smaller, but this is drag racing where it's like golf. It just requires more than one ball.
That is true. I think the mile an hour is where they're saying everything's bigger.
Yeah.
You go 450, you got to have 1 mile an hour. Exactly.
The speed is bigger. The ET is smaller, but that's what everybody is about. It's all about the lowest score ET-wise. And so far, Larry McBride leading the pack with an eagle, if you ask me. Not quite a hole-in-one. Actually, it was a hole-in-one.
I'd call it a hole-in-one.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
First pass, straight off the trailer. Bam. There it is, folks. He just laid it on our laps.
The signal goes out to fire Kamek and Arrington. Arrington's best so far out of the strange lane is a 473.9.
And Tyler Kamek, of course, your number 1 qualifier, can't do any better. Wants to get out here and get those test passes under his belt. Maybe he'll back up that 460 with a 0. 460 with some number attached on the end of it would be nice for Tyler.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would imagine he's set up here anywhere from a high 458 to about a 461.
And consistency is the name of the game, ladies and gentlemen, in this index racing. You want to run as close as you can to that index without going under or too far over. You go under, you break out, you're going to lose your race. You go over, you're going to let that other guy take the stride.
Kamek pushes in Arrington to follow.
Well, that tire shake doesn't hurt anybody, Brad.
What did I tell you about Kamek? I said he's anywhere from a high 458 to a 461. He pretty much splits my prediction with a 459.4 on the Summit Racing lane.
And then Mike Arrington runs 4.614. Improves very much so on that 473 effort yesterday. 150 miles an hour on the nose.
Couple beautiful smoky burnouts there Gordon Johnson in the strange lane. I called him the Burnout King yesterday, and he proves why. And David Tybert in the Summit Racing lane, long pole down from North Dakota.
There's several of us from the Midwest that had the long haul down here, myself included. I mean, that was a 20-hour haul I broke up over 2 days. David Tybert, under his occupations, listed welding and outlaw racing, so you can probably guess what he does in his spare time.
Yeah, one of the guys that has one of the larger motors within the class, as we said. Gordon Johnson's got a 1570 aboard his Cowie, and David Tybert's got a 1755. Uncharacteristic of Gordon Johnson to lead before the tree is activated, but Tybert takes it down and goes 470 with a 1 at 148 miles an hour.
A lot of times, Brad, we kind of get ourselves wrong here. We say that these guys have to have their time slips to really see, what's going on there, but a lot of them also have data loggers. They can go down there and see exactly what happened, about where it ran out of gear, and they can probably calculate an educated guess of what it ran ET and mile per hour wise.
Yeah, you certainly can. The trick there is figuring out when the throttle was necessarily shut down as part of the track. But yeah, very few of these bikes have the high level data logging that you'll see compared to, say, Pro Street or Pro Mod or Pro Open.
Yep.
But it's not necessarily totally uncommon for them to be aboard.
Right. And then we have the kid from Davie, Florida, Ralph Medrano Jr. I tell you what, you put the kid on anything, he can ride it.
Yeah, he can.
He has really impressed me.
He has, and he's another one of those guys who actually has used our main sponsor, Docile Art, to have a painted helmet. He's not wearing it now since he went down earlier this year. But we got Jason Buss from Glenwood, Iowa in the strange lane, going 466 at 149.5 miles an hour.
And how about the effort posted by Ralph Medrano Jr.? That's going to be a nice one. 4.638, 154.83, and this would have been one heck of a race too. The racers separated by 002 on the Christmas tree.
Yeah, excited to see what happens here later on with round one as we continue to work through qualifying here for our sportsman racers at what has been just a really rock-solid Mancup World Finals event.
This is going to be an absolutely insane event tomorrow. Ronnie Bonitatis from Voorhees, New Jersey, 64 years old.
And Chester Lee in the summer racing lane from Spring Hill, Tennessee. Chester, another one of those guys that used to race Top Gas very often, has picked things up and is now racing in the ultra-competitive 460 class. Ronnie Bones puts the top light out, goes deep staging a little bit, may scrub some AT, and it more than likely does. He goes 467, but look at that mile an hour. Very impressive, 158.
That is killer. That is killer speed for 460. You see guys usually running between 147 and 153. You'll see the occasional 157, 158. I have yet to see a 160.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised to potentially see it here this weekend. If he needs to pick up 700s, he's going to need to find another mile an hour or two. And the biggest reason we see that is it's a turbocharged bike compared to nitrous.
Oh, yeah. Turbo combo is not that common in the Pro Mod and 460 classes here. Deshaun Wheeler from Louisville, Kentucky. There, I finally said it right this weekend.
There it is. Deshaun has a really great, clean camp of bikes. His son, Micah, I believe has been racing Top Gas a little bit this year. Back in either April or May have gotten his first event win. Definitely another great family affair. Deshaun, anything, whether it be Pro Mod to 460, fast bikes and clean bikes.
Jeffrey Hill, strange side of the track from Brainbridge, Georgia, 25 years old on the Busa Power. Strange side of the track. Lights are down. Here we go. Separated by 040.
Jeffrey Hill was not yet qualified. Would appear to be the first lap on that bike. Goes 760 at 94 miles an hour for the record books.
But here's the upside to that. Running that 760, he's not in the back of the line with everybody that's gone under. Which is only, let's see, we've got two people right now that have got under. There's a spot where we could have him even lower than where he's at right now. That'll stick him in the number 46 of 49 spot right now. 49 entrants so far. That is an incredible turnout.
I know the folks on Motor Mania can't see this right now, but the smile on my face for the racer
big
participation, that's pretty massive.
Yeah, it's big. Trust me.
A couple bikes here that had found their home as part of the Growth Drag Bikes camp at one time or another. Curtis Griggs on a bike that was built by HTP to run 80RL Pro Mod with some Hayabusa power. They had campaigned 2 bikes at that time, and Growth Drag Bikes ended up with one of them, this being the one that Curtis now owns.
And Blake Harvey, also on Growth Drag Bikes Power, Montgomery, Texas native, 24 years old, the number 27 qualifier at 468.9.
Yeah, I would expect them to pick up here. Their first year with this bike, definitely one that they have been very, very happy with the results thus far, and for good reason.
Now, seeing that these are Growth bikes, I know these guys have massive motors in these bikes. Curtis Griggs, that bike is throwing a fit down there, 5'10", 132 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits, please. Bike number 15, bike 15 in Street ET to the tower. Bike number 72, bike number 72 to the tower, please. Street ET riders, bike number 72, bike number 15 to the tower.
Blake Harvey going 5'10", 132 miles an hour. Now, those numbers are a little closer to what we would see in Star Power Top Gas. I recognize those numbers very well.
Yeah, I don't know if that would have taken him to the pole, but it awfully would have gotten him close if it wasn't.
Oh, yeah, 468.9. Here's the thing, 468, and that's in the number 27 spot. This field is tightening up even more here. The top 15 are separated by 28 thousandths of a second. That might seem like quite a bit, but 28, that's a pretty tight field.
Yeah, imagine if we were in a pro class here and took only the top 16, we'd be looking at 462.9 for a bump spot. Really impressive. Obviously, that's not the case. We're going to be an all-run field here this weekend with Growth Drag Bikes Ultra 460, but just shows you how tight this racing really is.
Yeah, we still have more than likely a couple of riders out there that have not entered so far. Quite possibly 50 entrants in this class.
Yeah, and that's a testament to the Manufacturers Cup putting on the Growth Drag Bikes Ultra 460 Challenge, creating a bunch of excitement for a bunch of great racers.
Yeah, and here's where we have to kind of tip our hats to Mr. Jay Regan of the Manufacturers Cup and Murdoch Racing Enterprises for promoting this event. And he has I'm sure he has a promotion staff that gets out there and does their thing. Unless we're just looking at him right now, the one and only production staff.
Yeah, does a real great job. This is one of those events that year after year, you really, you can get a sense of it if you're watching on MotorMania TV, and certainly kudos to the McKinney camp as well as Dunnigan's for producing that and making that available. But if you really, really want to experience it and be a part of something historical, you got to get down here to Southern Georgia and be a part of it.
Oh, yeah. Well, my first year here at the World Finals was last year, 2018. I had been on the phone with Mr. Regan a few times in late 2017 to speak to him about possibly announcing these events, and I had no idea just how big this was going to be. The 2018 World Finals were amazing, and the 2019 World Finals, I got home, I got back to my cousin's house, I just kind of fell apart in a puddle of tears. It was just so incredible how many bikes we have here this weekend.
Yeah, without a doubt. I know I got here midday yesterday, and just driving by the entrance road, seeing the amount of vehicles here, obviously corresponding with the amount of number of entrants. It's a great thing for motorcycle drag racing, and for everyone who is here a part of it, something they're going to remember for quite some time.
It just further reinforces the fact that motorcycle drag racing is alive and well.
It indeed is, and alive and well with a little bit of youth here in this matchup. In the Strange Lane, Rock Sanders qualified number 12, and in the Summit Lane, Brody Grothus qualified number 8.
Now, Brody Grothus is your older brother.
Correct. I am the youngest of 4 boys. It goes Brunson, Brian, Brady, Bradley.
4 Bs.
BRs even, you betcha. So Brody's in, Rock's in. Could be a great race.
Grothus behind by 0:30, but on the top end of the track, it's 470, 154 miles an hour, and Rock Sanders, whoopsie.
Yeah, it goes 457 at 154, a little bit under the number there for Rock. Kind of scratching our head here as far as Brody's lap of 470. Not exactly sure what happened there, but we'll go back, take a harder look at the numbers, and see what's what.
I'm sure you guys are still very satisfied with that 461.2 even. But up next, we have Smokin' Joe Rodney from Clarksville, Tennessee, the number 45 qualifier, 707. previous 4:59.4, so that improved him by a couple of spots.
Yeah, I would totally expect both of these combos here to get under their current qualifying positions.
And also Charlie Ferrer on the Rome Weeks machine went 4:59.7 last night.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully these guys have taken just a little bit out of it. Try to get on the right side of the ladder, as I alluded to earlier.
Charlie Ferrer coming out of retirement, trying to make some noise here. Rattles the tire there. That motor is singing. How about a 477.5? 140.52 miles an hour for Charlie Ferrer. Smoking Joe Rodney, finally on the right side of it.
Yeah, Smoking Joe Rodney goes 465 at almost 147. Charlie had some pretty darn good initial movement, but by about 300 feet was headed towards the center line, cracks the throttle, brings it back left, and certainly slows because of it.
Yeah, when you have to move these bikes around the lanes at all, it'll kill your ET big time. Wes Hawkins.
And especially on a bike such as the one that Charlie's on, a full fairing, pro stock style bike,
Right.
It's going to hurt you even more.
Yep. Harvey Hubbard, Sedley, Virginia, 61 years old, aboard the 2015 Growthus Drag Bikes chassis.
And Wes Hawkins in the strange lane, qualified number 14, currently with a 462.7. I do know he went 459.9 in the shootout for the loss, and that had to have been a tough one for him.
Yeah, that had to be a tough one. That had to be a tough loss. 466.0.
And
Whoa.
yeah, 466.0 out of Hawkins and a 466.1 out of Hubbard. Certainly did not react at the same time. That's why the stripe, there was the distance that you saw. But what could have been really a pretty darn good drag race.
On the next slide, we have Tony Mullen, Bradenton, Florida, number 4 qualifier at 4.603 on the strange lane.
And Randy Butler, right-hand side of the track from Gallatin, Tennessee, on a 2019 Suzuki.
Now you see a lot of these chassis, Bradley, from either Pete Brown, your shop itself, Growthus Drag Bikes, Walter Timlin, Joe Koenig, or Jim Koenig at that point.
Yeah, Joe Koenig, a very talented businessman, not in the chassis business, but kind of wild. Their last names are spelled even the same, though.
Yeah.
No relation either.
Wow, that's incredible. I was almost certain they were related. How good a businessman they are.
Both riders fairly on time. Randy Butler, 0.33 reaction to Mullins' 0.23. Butler does stick the number a little bit closer, though. 461.8 to Tony Mullins' 463.7. You crunch the numbers there, and it is 9th thou at the stripe. Win light would have been going to Randy Butler had that been an actual race.
Now you got to look at something, too. That tightens up the field even further.
Yeah, as we continue to work through this last qualifier for Growthus Drag Bikes Ultra 460, things get tighter and tighter, and the competition appears to get stiffer and stiffer.
Here's Cornelius Jones from Carthage, Mississippi. Summit Racing Equipment side of the racetrack against
Rob Superman Honeycutt over in the strange lane. Rob I was up here during his round of ET prior. Got the win light there, I saw. I'm sure Rob is not totally thrilled with his 469.2 qualifying effort. I don't know that this one's going to be much quicker, and it is not. It's 473 at 147 miles an hour.
Cornelius Jones goes 509, 139 miles an hour. Here comes Ricky Gadsden from Atlanta, Georgia. The 1995 Suzuki, only 1,425 centimeters in the frame rails.
Yeah, Grant Wave Cooper Performance as well aboard on that bike. In the opposing lane, another one of my brothers, Brunson Growthus, on what we call Chuck, is the name of that bike there, affectionately named and owned by a great, great friend of ours.
Yes. I know exactly who you're talking about. You're talking about Mr. Finch.
Yeah, Charlie campaigned that bike for quite some time. Brunson a little hot there, 458.7 at 151 miles an hour. I tell you what, though, even though that's under the number, I think he's going to be pretty happy with that bike's performance.
Oh, yeah, 58.7. He can work with that. You guys know that just take a little bit more out of it, and then there we go.
Ricky Gatson goes 461.7 at 146 for great measure.
That little 1425 was working down there. 461, that's going to tighten things up even further yet.
Yes, indeed it
We're
does.
just getting started here. We're just
We
getting
are.
started.
It's Saturday. We've got race day still ahead of us. We've obviously got elimination round 1 ahead of us yet today. A lot of exciting things going on here.
Destiny Spurlock from Richmond, Virginia. Summit Racing side, the number 17 qualifier, 4.628.
Destiny, our winner yesterday during the challenge and shootout race. Great performance by her all day long. Leaving on time. Larry Marks has that bike going from A to B, running the number, and she's been competitive every single time she's been out, it appears. And in the strange lane, Joe Lemons from Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Now, Bradley, I'm going to test you here. Destiny Spurlock, there's going to be some history behind this one. If she wins this race this weekend, she will be the first African-American female to win a national event race.
Yeah, and certainly would be a good storyline there. She goes 469 at only 135 on that lap. The mile an hour is down there. Larry Marks, I'm sure, will try to go back, and that is one of the bikes that I do know does have a data logging system on board. So they're almost
Yeah, it came up nice 301 to the 330, like you were talking about. It's
Yeah.
set up for a nice 463, 462.
Yeah, Lemon's still having some sort of issues, though, on our strange lane. Only goes 618. His prior best was 607. He's going to be near the back of the pack as far as it goes for this qualifying order.
Hours from Nashville, Tennessee, another one of the ladies here.
Yeah, Megan sitting very pretty in the number 6 spot. Goes 460 with a 5, her best qualifying effort so far. And a little interesting tidbit here. In the strange lane, we've got Richard Gatson. And when Megan's bike, which is in the Summit Racing lane, first came out, guess who was aboard it?
Richard Gatson.
You got it. So Richard has obviously ridden both of these bikes multiple times. Richard currently qualified in the 18th spot with 463.
Now, here's the thing about Richard that gets me. He is qualified number 1 in Falcon Pro Mod.
Yeah, 4 flat lap on the bike that he's riding. Quite impressive.
That's a nice lap. Racers separated by 0.13 here.
Megan goes a little bit under the number, 458.9. Still going to be pretty happy with the bike's performance there. Richard goes 466.8. Both bikes were 112 to the 60, some pretty darn good initial movement. Richard a little slow to the 330, and certainly why you see he goes the 66.
Kenny Cornell. Got to pull up on the solo here.
On a 2014 FBR shop chassis.
Manassas, Virginia native. 43 qualifier, 5.210. Let's just take a quick peek here. Oh, man. The top 5 separated by 3 foul. Holy cow, man.
Really, really impressive.
Officially 50 entrants.
There it is, folks. Cornell in, definitely going to improve on his time. Would you look at that? 463 and 153. Certainly more expected number out of that bike, and he's going to be excited.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Kenny Cornell going to be tickled with that one. Douglas Robinson, Fredericksburg, Virginia resident, the 2016 Kawasaki.
Has the ZX14 bodywork on it, our very final entrant for this last round of Growth is Drag Bikes Ultra 460 qualifying.
I was going to say, if Kawasaki ZX14 motor running 460, I'd be tickled pink too.
I think you would as well as your dad.
Oh yeah, well we've got that motor from you guys. That was like you said, Ricky Gadsden's former engine that had some carnage going on in it.
And Cornell hitting his shift points. You see the light going on and off. Takes it down for a 460.18 at 147 miles an hour.
50. An incredible turnout. Bradley, how do you feel?
I'm thrilled for the success of this class, for the success of the Manufacturers Cup organization. Very thankful for all the 460 riders who really were willing to put forth the drive to come down here. Yes, this event, albeit has a bunch of bikes and can seem to wear on you throughout the weekend, especially if you're here on, say, Wednesday testing. But it's a worthwhile event, and from Growth Drag Bikes, I'd really like to say thank you to all the 460 riders who are here and actively participating in this class.
Yeah, it's ever growing and ever so popular across the world. A lot of guys and girls from a lot of states coming to represent the class and come and represent their crews here at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco Pistons. The Manufacturers Cup presented by Vance and Hines. And Bradley, let me tell you, my hat's off to you, sir, and the Growth Drag Bikes camp for putting on one heck of a show.
Yeah, it's a class that we have been thrilled to be with for the Manufacturers Cup from its inception. It's a class that we obviously are actively participating in, and if anyone is ever in need and a real nice set of wheels in terms of a front end or billet grip sets, they certainly should know where to come.
Oh yeah, Growth Drag Bikes, serious attention to detail, especially when it comes to designing their product. The end user is going to be very, very satisfied with what they get there. Absolutely incredible work coming out of the Growth Drag Bikes camp. Bradley, always a pleasure for you to come up here. I appreciate it a whole lot, man.
I think I have just as much fun, and elimination round 1. Let's do it again.
All right, we are transitioning a little bit here to pit tower. I apologize for the quietness there, but we are squared away now and good to go. We're getting ready to carry on with the pro show. Ladies and gentlemen, what you have coming your way right now is Pingle Top Fuel qualifying. This will be the third and final round of qualifying in Pingle Top Fuel. Mr. McBride has rolled his team out. They are going to go first. And the rest, well, they will also go out there and give it their best. Clearly, exactly how this is going to work. All right. Here's the word from the tower. Currently, right now, in Pingle Top 2 qualifying, Larry McBride is sitting in the number 1 spot with a 563 with a 257 miles an hour. Next in number 2 spot is Dave Van Tine with 571 at 251. Ian King with a 593, 233. Sam Wills, 605, 240. Jay Turner with a 691, 150 miles an hour. Mitch Brown with a 7-0. Juha Hatakunian, he is at 992, and Chris Hain with 1047. So we have 8 top fuel motorcycles that will come your way this round. And you'll see how that stacks up out there. We'll take a moment here and take out my points book. And we'll flip that open and see where we're at with points at Pingle Top Fuel. And currently in Pingle Top Fuel, number 1 in points is Mr. McBride with 364 points. Dave Van Tine, 341. Chris Hand, 130 points. Mitch Brown, 112. Sam Wills with 67 points. Now, in Top Fuel, every round that they go out there, they accumulate points. In qualifying, whoever the number 1 qualifier is, they get X amount of points for that. And then number 2, 3, 4, 5 qualifier points are descending from there. So as you can see, every round of racing is worth points. It matters in the points race. I point that out because Dave Van Tine is still within shooting distance of catching up to Larry, and he is very close right now. So they're going to watch that very carefully on track and in a points race. In Pingle Top Fuel Twin, this is the one time of the year when we can count on enough Top Fuel Twin bikes to show up. So this is the one event that we run Pingle Top Fuel Twin at, so there is no points chase there. But we do value these racers extremely highly, and we have a fantastic showing of Top Fuel Twin bikes. I'll talk more about that when Top Fuel Twin rolls up to the line, and I'll give you as much insight as I can about the various machines and the teams out there. I can't tell you that Jason Pridemore is still sitting in the number 1 spot with a 617. And if Rachel can hear me, or if Jason's out there and I can see you, I do believe that is a personal best for their team. They have really run some great numbers. They are capable of being first in the 5s for the Top Fuel Push Rod crowd. We'll see how that unfolds when Top Fuel Twin comes up. Next up after Top Fuel Twin will be Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, and in the Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel category, I know Sam is sitting in the number 1 spot. No, correction. Sam was sitting in the number 1 spot. Kirby Apathy had something to say about that. He put a stunning 6-second run-up on the board last round. And the Curbster, who is someone you can never, ever, ever, ever count out. Kirby stepped right up and ran a big number. So he's sitting in the number 1 spot. And everybody else is going to be chasing Kirby, which we've seen that happen before. Kirby's just a great fuel rider, but after so long. I'm going to stop chattering about that because I see the hand signal given to fire up these motorcycles. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going Pro Fuel. We are going Pingle Top Fuel motorcycle drag racing right now. In the right lane, sporting somewhere north of 1,500 horsepower, will be Larry Spider-Man McBride. In the left lane, Dennis Bradley's Top Fuel motorcycle, that is Mitch Brown of Monster Race Products. And Mitch is sitting on 1,000 horsepower and then some. This is the Pro Show, baby. This is what you came here to see. You're going to get your money's worth. If you have children, cover their ears. You'll notice that Larry McBride's bike sounds very different from anything out there. That Mad Hornet sound coming out of Dennis Bradley's bike, piloted by Mitch Brown, that's the typical sound that you hear from a Top Fuel bike. You'll notice Larry sounds very different from everything else. They're backing that monster up, and they're getting ready to really have at it, and they will indeed. If Larry's bike does not break traction in the first 100 feet, if he hooks up and grabs up and goes, put your camera on the scoreboard, you're going to need it. All right, both bikes are ready to rock and roll. Mitch Brown and his crew for Dennis Bradley, we got him ready to pre-stage. And very carefully lining Larry up. That is Roland Stewart pointing right down to the front tire where he wants Larry to be at. And they line Larry up. And they make the final changes to Larry's bike. That's Chuck Stewart you see running for the camera on the right. All right, here we go. There goes Larry. There he goes, baby. There he goes. Larry is in it to win on the top end, 566. 566, 259 miles an hour for the Spider-Man. There you go, my friends. You saw it. Great run by Larry. Now that 66 is not quicker than his 63, so 63 will stand. And Mr. McBride is still sitting in the number 1 spot right now in qualifying. Let's see if he can hang on to that. And I promise you, all these other bikes are ready to challenge him. And Larry knows to get comfortable with that. That was a great tune-up. Not too aggressive, not too mild. Great performance by the cycle specialist team. All right, crowd down the base of the tower. You need to thin out. Anybody that's not a crew member, you should not be out there. Ian King of the United Kingdom with the Gulf Oil Top Fuel motorcycle rolling forward. Ian grabs a handful of throttle and warms that tire up. And now they're going to back him up. Over in the left lane is Jay Turner Racing. Is Mr. Jay Turner, the Bulldog himself, right beside his bike. They don't do big burnouts and roll forwards and then get pushed back. Top Fuel Harleys don't do that. They have a very regimented, different type of burnout. They do a stationary burnout, roll out of the smoke, and then they stage. So he gave Ian plenty of time to do his thing first. Jay puts the spurs to that, does a very nice burnout. Making some notations here. And something not quite right with the Gulf Oil bike. So they have shut it off and Ian has dismounted. Jay Turner will run solo right now. When there's something not right with an inline four, it's better to shut it off and go figure out what the problem is. Nice flames from Jay's bike on both sides. The Bulldog hammering out a run there. 646 at 220 miles an hour. An excellent run by Jay Turner. All right, we need you to clear the lane space in the tower. You need to clear the lanes, please. Anyone that is not a crew member should not be down there. We must clear the lanes. It's unsafe right now, please. Great run by Jay there. He'll be happy with those numbers. He knows how to turn it up from there if he needs to. Double flames from Jay Turner, the entire 1320. That looked beautiful from up here. And that angry bee sound you hear. That was Chris Hand's bike getting spun over. And also, you're hearing Sam Will's bike getting spun over. Sam's bike is now up to speed. Chris's bike is coming up to speed. Making a few final adjustments before the burnout is made. The Nitro Conspiracy team is ready to race. As Sam snaps that throttle open and does his burnout, they will now back him up. There is a difficulty over there with Chris's bike. They are trying to correct that difficulty. I'll keep you posted as to whether or not they can do that. Sam Will's being backed up all the way. Chris is saying no to his crew, shaking his head no. And the official word is a single. All right, now rolling forward with the program here, Sam Wills in the front. Drops that hammer, good flames. Oh, they were good, right to 330. The flames were great to 330 feet, and then something happened. They started to go out and came back. The bottom line is Sam Wills turns in a 645 at 216. There was no big burp from the bike. There was no backfire. There was no damage done to the motor that was visible. But that looked like a reasonable pass for Sam. So Sam had the candles all the way on the top end, except for at 3:30 where they started to go down. Unfortunately, something happened with Chris Hand's bike, and the Redneck Express is going back into the pits for maintenance. And that brings up Dave Vantine next. Trying to clear the crowd away a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not crew, you should not be down there on the line. Greg Pollard waiting for the official word from the starter on whether or not to fire up. He's holding back until the starter tells him what to do. Very wise move indeed. We're waiting for the word. The starter is having trouble seeing him because there's so many people down there on the line. The starter and the chief starter are having trouble communicating, so they're going to headsets. And the signal has been given. They are firing up now. Dave Vantine planted himself on that bike. He's ready to go. And that motorcycle is going to come to life right now. And that's what you're hearing. Danny Vogt putting away the starter after doing the starter duties. Greg Pollard right there handling the injector can. He's all set with the injection. Oh yeah, he's awake. He's awake. So Dave Vantine now ready to put his spurs to it and send this horse down the line. We're doing the giddy up, baby. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That is 4-cylinder inline Puma power. Most of these top fuel motorcycles have somewhere around 1,700 cc's to them. The really impressive part is they're putting anywhere from 15 to maybe in some cases as close to over 20 pounds of boost out of the supercharger. I know some might even use more than that. But that's the kind of voodoo stuff we don't really talk about openly. I can tell you that they use a relatively mild compression ratio in the initial build. That's because they put a lot of boost in here and a lot of nitro. And at the right time on the racetrack, they give it a lot of advance too. Now Vantine is currently sitting in the number 2 spot with a 571. The question is, can he go quicker than 563. Qualifying points matter. Vantine, Nitro Sports. We were hooked initially, broke traction, then came back, then he ran it, and unfortunately got back in it. Now hopefully did not hurt the motor on the top end there. The bottom line on that is Dave will remain in the number 2 qualifying spot. That was a 672 at 205. And hopefully we are clear on top end. We will wait for confirmation and verification before we send our next bikes down. We are getting ready to go into Pingle Top Fuel Twin next. Do not be alarmed by the blinking lights on the top end. That is simply what they do when it gets dark out here so that they can tell when they have a service vehicle on the racetrack. There are no problems with the motorcycle that just went down there and the rider. They are fine. On the top end, the blinking lights simply indicate that the service vehicle is on the racing surface. I mean, let's face it, when you're dealing with 260 mile an hour motorcycles, you really want to know where everybody is at all times. Now back here in the staging lanes, the next pair of motorcycles getting ready to come your way will be Pingle Top Fuel Twin bikes. And the motorcycle closest to the timing tower here, stand by. out here on the 13 box. Left lane, I have Tim Kerrigan. And they're ready to fire up that beautiful motorcycle. Tyler Wilson, the Wilson Concrete Top Fuel bike is closest to the tower. All right, so I have confirmation from the top end that we are okay. And we can verify that by the sound of nitro that you hear coming to life right now at the base of the tower. That tells you all you need to know about this show. Woohoo! All right, getting back at it. Tyler Wilson. Wilson Concrete sponsored Top Fuel motorcycle in the right lane, prepared by J. Jonah Racing. J. Turner Racing Crew is out there making their bike right. Yeah! V-Twin Thunder, baby! Nitromethane and lots of cubic inches. The typical combination of the Top Fuel Harley would be 96. Let's call it 196 cubic inches. 5x5, bore square. A 5-inch bore with a 5-inch stroke. Big cubic inches. Put a whole lot of nitromethane in there. Tyler Wilson in the right lane, Tim Kerrigan in the left. These bikes are injected nitro Top Fuel Harleys. Big flames, boom! Kerrigan with a problem. And rocketing down that right side, Tyler Wilson goes 654. At 191 miles an hour, something went boom on Tim Kerrigan's bike. Parts went bouncing across the lane. It might have been something like a rubber boot. It doesn't necessarily mean it was a bad thing. I mean, bad is relative in Top Fuel motorcycle drag racing. But I can tell you, anytime you see a boom and a flame, that's never a good thing. Attention on the line, Tim Kerrigan's motorcycle has come to stop right at the finish line, scoreboard left side. So Tim Kerrigan's motorcycle is going to have to be towed or pushed off of the racing surface. Tim's bike is right next to the scoreboard, left lane. We need to get a service vehicle out there to help get Mr. Kerrigan and that motorcycle off the racetrack. Now, while they are out there fetching Tim and getting him off the track, spotters along the race surface out there are going to come out and walk the track and watch for debris and see exactly what went bouncing across the racetrack and pick up all the pieces without anybody running over anything. These Top Fuel motorcycles typically have somewhere between 4 and 5 pounds, not more than 6 pounds of air pressure in their tires, so they're kind of like big soft balloons, and you don't want anything to pierce that tire. That would really be expensive in many ways. We do not want that to happen. So they will walk the surface and remove any debris and get that stuff off. One of the first things they'll do when they get down to Tim's bike is they're going to give it a quick once over, look underneath it, and make sure there's nothing coming out of anywhere. You don't want any surprises. We don't want to decorate the racetrack. No. There's a lot of work and time and effort in that track. I mean, in drag racing, it does happen. But we do everything we can to prevent that. And if it happens, well, it happens. We just deal with it. We don't know what the situation is on the top end yet. We do know that Tim Kerrigan is okay. We know that he's up there with the bike, and the motorcycle is stopped right next to the Strange advertising sign by Strange, as in Strange Engineering. And that sign, as you can see, is right next to the scoreboard left lane. So while we're waiting for that to happen, I'm going to take a look in front of me here at the base of the tower, and I can tell you that Patty Vreeland and her team are out there. Vreeland Harley Davidson is in the house. Rich Vreeland is getting ready to get on that bike when the time comes. Rich and his entire team are down there. with their Circle 1 new uniforms on, working, of course, with Jeanette Thornley and their sponsors. They are now a co-team. Jeanette Thornley Racing, Dream Chaser Racing, and Freeland Harley-Davidson. They have teamed up, and they are here with a couple of motorcycles and having a whole lot of fun this weekend. They are ready to go. In the lane closer to me, Magic Drive Cat Spot bike, that is Ricky House, also known as Sharky. And that is one monster of a motorcycle. There's a lot of talk when it comes to talking about Top Fuel pilots. How big do they need to be? How big and strong does somebody need to be to pilot one of these bikes? And if you look at the size of the pilots, for example, Ricky House, he's somewhere around 5'6", 5'7", probably 170, 180 pounds max, if that, more like 165. It's not about size, it's more about technique. Throughout the history of Top Fuel Harley motorcycle drag racing and Top Fuel, you've had many pilots that aren't all that big, like Bobby Spina, like Steve Satuday. It's more about technique and skill than it is about size and muscle. I know there are those that don't believe it, that they think you need to be 200 pounds and hit the gym. Well, you can think that if you want, but history has shown that with all the races that Bobby Spina won, his little guy, and there are others, really, it's about technique. Steve Stewart, another one, fantastic pilot, not all that big, but big in skill. More about skill, ladies and gentlemen. Looking at the rest of the bikes down there, lining them up. I see Ty Tharp is ready to go. He's right behind the Freeland Harley-Davidson bike. And right across from him is Paul Bankston's bike. Tommy Grimes, another great example. Tommy's not a big monster, but he's very big on talent. He's a monster in terms of skill. But Kim is up on the top end. I see tail lights are starting to roll, starting to get that bike off the track, and we'll get right back to it. So out on the track, yep, there's our hand signal. We're going racing right now, ladies and gentlemen. The signal to fire up has been given. We are going racing now. Racetrack is clear, and it's time to fire up. Service vehicle is now off the surface on the top end. Sharky's flipping switches, putting on his safety lanyard. Ricky's ready to go. Mark Morgan on that starter. Ricky's good to go. Rich Vreeland is good to go. Vreeland Harley-Davidson top fuel bike in the left lane. Ricky House, also known as Sharky, in the right lane. Ricky House out of Humboldt, Texas. Rich Vreeland out of Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. And they are ready to rock and roll. All right, here we go. Ricky House in the right lane. Vreeland in the left. There you go. Great reaction time by Sharky. He's got a number going down here, my friend. House in it to win it, 655 at 188 miles an hour for Ricky House, 655 at 684 for Rich Vreeland. Great runs, both motorcycles. Our big Top Fuel twins putting on a great show for the crowd tonight. Glad you're with it. If you want your friends and family to watch at home, they can do so. They can watch this live right now All I have to do is go to motormaniatv.com and do a few clicks to get into the program and select this program, and they can see this whole show live and hear us audio. Bring your friends and family and let them know on Facebook. Speaking of Top Fuel Twin, Tommy Grimes from North Carolina, driving for Burt Bankston, this very unique handmade Top Fuel Twin. And the champ, Ty Tharp, now firing up in the left lane. Ty Tharp is on a V-twin. Tommy Grimes, that's a parallel twin. The cylinders are side by side. Big smoky burnout. Big smoky burnout by Ty Tharp. Race is putting on a show tonight. Gotta love it. Under the lights here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Doesn't get any better than this, my friends. Tommy Grimes in the right lane, Ty Tharp left. Watch the red and white motorcycle. Header frames will go left and right side of the bike. 90 degrees diagonal. Ty Tharp pounding it out. 632, 225 miles an hour. Jason Pridemore is smiling. Great run by Ty. Great run by Ty Tharp. That was awesome. So Tommy Grimes left the starting line in the right lane. Initially, he had traction for about, and all of a sudden that tire just broke loose. When it went right out, and that is the danger with that, is you start putting the major load of nitro into the motor, and all of a sudden you take the load away. Well, what happens is it puts the fire out. As long as you got a load, you got heat. You got heat, you can have combustion. Take the load away, the fire goes away. All right, so Tommy Grimes safely off the surface on the top end. Continuing on with Pingle Top Fuel Twin. Don Becker, Southside Harley Davidson bike. Becker does his burnout. Tall gentleman with the white hair and the white beard is Don Johnson. That is DJ. The Nitro Santa, very well-known crew chief. Helps a lot of teams out. Don Becker getting ready to turn that throttle. You're gonna snap it wide open. That fire under the right boot. Ain't it pretty? All right, Becker had a very good run past 330. And then got out of it just at the 8th mile. Coasted through on the top end. Becker will be sitting in the number 9 spot. So Top Fuel Twin, you got Jason Pridemore with a 617, Tommy Grimes with a 20, Ty Tharp with a 30 with a 3, Ricky House 649, Tyler Wilson 654. What a great crew here. Tyler Wilson, Rich Freeland, Tim Kerrigan, Tanisha Sato, and Don Becker. There's your lineup. So our number 1 qualifier in Top Fuel Twin is Jason Pridemore. Congratulations, Jason. All right, making some notations up here as I go along. Part of my job as the announcer, working with Mancup. And our monsters with carburetors are next. David Larson just fired up his motorcycle. Larson out of Topeka, Kansas, more than 20-year veteran of fuel racing. He's ready to go. And in the left lane, Preston Bartlett, long and short racing. Jack Studer takes him down off the work stands and sends him forward. And now it's Preston and David Larson. Good burn by the man. Preston Bartlett. David Larson getting some final adjustments to his carburetor, and that is normal on these bikes to do that. His crew member stuck to the racetrack, barely able to get away. Preston in the left lane drops his shield. He's ready to go. They are now pre-staged, both bikes. Becker in all the way. David Larson. Preston carrying that front wheel 3 inches up in the air. Just perfect. Preston at 7.33, 175 miles an hour. An excellent run by Preston Bartlett. 7.33. That's going to put him in the number 2 spot, right behind Kirby, who's sitting in the number 1 spot with a 6.96. And we are firing up the next pair. The Rockstone, Rocky Jackson, is over there in the lane opposite the tower here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. And in the right lane, that is Michael Ray getting ready to hop on Tyler Wilson's Pro Fuel bike. All right, the Rockstone, Mr. Rocky Jackson of Louisiana, is in the left lane. Michael Ray, seated on Tyler Wilson's bike. Something's not right. And I have blinking red lights, and I don't know why. But judging from the way people are leaving the stands, I think I know the reason. Mother Nature has decided to visit us at a very inopportune time. So we are, unfortunately, my friends, on a weather hold until further notice. Take shelter, stay dry, visit the concession stand, get yourself a little something to eat or drink, head back to your car, try to wait it out. We're certainly going to wait it out here in the tower. We'll do our best to entertain you. Well, that was tough. We had Rocky Jackson and Michael Ray all ready to go out there, and the sky just decided to rain on our parade, and I hate using the R word, but there it is. All right, the bad news is we have a weather hold. The good news is we have a weather hold, and we can do something valuable with it, with the opportunity. Those of you who cannot hear the PA, if you go to FM broadcast, I'm going to try and bring you something special. I'll try this again. Stand by.
All right, let's see if this one's working. Oh yeah, that one's working. Without a doubt, that one's working. Is this one working here? Does this one too? Yep, that one's working too. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this unfortunately one of the shortcomings of motorcycle drag racing as a whole. Is this right here. We have to deal with Mother Nature, and sometimes she isn't so forgiving. But this 43rd annual Fuel Tech World Finals, the Mancup Manufacturers Cup at South Georgia Motorsports Park, presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco Pistons. Under the weather just a little bit. This thing happens. This kind of thing always happens. No matter where you're at, wherever you decide to go. This is the nature of the beast, ladies and gentlemen. We had a nice pair set up. Rocky Jackson and Michael Ray. Michael Ray, pro stock motorcycle racer. You can stick the guy on anything. He can just about ride anything. But we here at South Georgia Motorsports Park, trust me, this crew here is not going to sleep until we get this day of the race satisfied. If you're still here, stay dry. Head on down to the manufacturer's midway and check things out down there. Sweet Teas is also still open. The concession stand is also still open. If you're craving a bite to eat, now is a good time where you can stop back in the pits and see the crews hard at work, making sure that, hey, you know, maybe there's something that we could adjust here to make something happen. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, among us this weekend, we have quite a few acclaimed names. And one of these names, several of those names include pro stock motorcycle racers, either past, retired, or current pro stock motorcycle racers. And there's one among us that I'll have the chance to talk to here in just a couple minutes. Kind of finishing up with Dave Schnitz right now. I'm just going to let them finish that conversation, but Steve Johnson with us this weekend. Oh yeah. Alrighty, well, we're going to get to it here. I'm going to hand Steve a microphone, which I'm not sure if this is a great move or not, but here we go. Steve Johnson, how in the hell are you, man?
I'm doing awesome. I'm in awe over all these motorcycles that are drag racing. It's when you love motorcycle drag racing, this is the place to be.
Absolutely, and you know, the Manufacturers Cup has always had a big name behind it. You know, when AMA Pro Star went away here 2009-2010, I believe is when that race went away. The Manufacturers Cup appeared in 2010. They had the season opener here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. pretty big turnout from what I heard. And then here we are celebrating year number 9 with the Manufacturers Cup. And we see a turnout like this. Steve, what was the first thing on your mind when you heard about how things were going Thursday night? How many bikes we had in the lanes Thursday night?
Well, social media is blowing up. You know, I was on a vacation with my mom, a semi-vacation. We went to Cape Canaveral and NASA and Busch Gardens and just doing the mom thing,
That's
you know.
cool.
And
Oh, that's cool.
I'm lucky because I got to see Jay Regan at the start of the year, and he told me about coming here, and I tried to come here last year. And all of a sudden, he says, hey, you need to make sure that you're here. So my little vacation with mom kind of conveniently ended Saturday morning. She went on a plane back to California, and I got to come right over here to Valdosta and get to see my true love, and that's motorcycle drag racing.
Right. Now, let's talk a little bit about Pro Stock. You know, everybody saw your video that you had posted, you know, the whole Matt Smith debate that had happened. I know how you feel about that, but we won't get into the politics. We'll just go straight to it. Let's talk about the debate between the Suzuki GS riders and the Harley Davidson riders. The Harley's getting 4 valves per cylinder, and now Suzuki getting a shot at it with the Mitch Brown Monstar head. What do you think about that cylinder head? What do you think it's going to do to these motorcycles once that comes about in the NHRA at Pomona next year?
Well, I'm listening to what you said. I'm not sure if something's happened since I've been away for a week, or if something's or if I heard you wrong. But I think that the Harleys and the V twins, the Buells, they still get 2 valves per cylinder.
Okay, I think that's where
And
I
don't think that's changed. But I think because the Suzuki's got beat on so much through the year, I think the 4 valve was a conceptual idea to be able to say, hey, they'll make some more power. And what the sanction body has said to some of us is they want the Suzuki teams, the riders specifically, and the motorcycle package to weigh more. So that way it can open the class up to a few more people, and obviously Fridays and Olive Garden and other things in life that you want to be able to eat. Sometimes eating broccoli 24/7 is a little challenging, but
it's got to get pretty old.
yeah, I think the real deal is you want to get a 170-pound rider on the motorcycle and know that they can be competitive in NHRA Pro Stock.
Right. And I'm just really excited to finally see the Suzuki, you know, become a more dominant platform. You know, you've got a broad selection of what you can run in NHRA Pro Stock. It's really interesting what you can and can't run out there. You know, the Kawasaki's went away here years ago. Yeah. Rick Ward came out with that Vortex 2 head with the intention to put it on the Pro Stock bikes. Several Pro Stock guys ran that Vortex 2 head for a while. Late 90s, early 2000s is when it was predominant, and then 2005, 2006, we really started to see it appear on the Sportsman racer circuit with Top Gas class. We have some Super Comp racers running the Vortex 2 head. Chris Hand is running a Vortex 2 head on his Top Fuel bike. But on the note of Suzuki, it really baffles me that they turned them down to 2 valves a cylinder, because last time I checked, the GS 1150 based drag bikes were all 4 valves per cylinder. What is your take on that?
Well, I get what you're saying. I just really think that the sanction body, as well as Mancup, they're always looking for what puts on a better show. And I think sanction bodies and advisory councils, they get together and they say, what's going to make this show better? The Top Fuel show in NHRA is spectacular. The Top Fuel show here in Mancup is spectacular. And then every class below that, they're all spectacular. So when somebody wants to analyze it and say, okay, they're looking at this class and they say, these all have billet engines, they have aftermarket cases and aftermarket cylinder heads. We need to look at the Suzukis, and they have OEM cases and a cast cylinder head that was done, I don't know, 10, 20 years ago or something. So the sanction body stepped in and said, hey, we're going to allow a billet 4-valve cylinder head, and boom, next thing you know, Mitch has got his head submitted, and I'm sure Vance and Hines is going to submit one, and from the racer standpoint, we're going to get a 4-valve cylinder head.
Right, and
that's
absolutely
the key.
awesome. And not to mention Mitch Brown, pick up that microphone right there, brother. It's good to have you here. Speak of the devil, Steve, you know, Mitch Brown walks right in the middle of our conversation.
I don't think he's the devil. He brought love to the Suzuki's.
Absolutely.
He's far from the devil.
Yeah, Mitch Brown, great guy, class act. I've known him since I was just a kid. And
I just saw him on a top fuel motorcycle 20 minutes ago. I mean, it's the same guy. So if you want, I guess if you want something made for your motorcycle, or if you want somebody to ride it, he does both.
Well, there you go, Mitch. What's your take?
I just wanted to come up and see my buddy Steve Johnson. I haven't got to talk to him since last year at PRI show when Larry and him and I were having out time eating broccoli and drinking beer.
That broccoli thing follows me around. I will do a public service announcement. PH, everybody in the pits looks at data on their motorcycle, their bank account, or their relationships in life. The data for your health is we need to pay attention to pH. You know, it's not all about shoving meat in your body. So, that's an opinion, obviously, but the closer that you can put some green stuff in your body, in theory, that helps your pH, and because broccoli has the most amount of protein for any vegetable, that's what I've chosen as my food.
I believe you. You've probably studied broccoli and its benefits more than any of my other associates.
So when there's to help everybody listening, when you have a CNC machine and everything's set, it's all this fancy programming and it moves this way and that way and all these axes, you can still move that machine by hand, right? And that's called a...
Well, you can run it just like a regular Bridgeport machine with a digital readout. So you can run it in a manual mode. There's a hand wheel there.
What's that hand wheel called? It moves a jog or something?
Yeah, jog handle.
Jog handle, okay.
Yeah, so you can just move it in any direction that you want and run it like a manual machine.
Especially if it's a Haas. Okay, I saw a Haas, so I'm familiar with that. I got a chance to play on a buddy. He's got 22 machines in his shop, and I'm trying to make a couple of parts for my motorcycle engine.
You're making 4-valve heads now?
No! Oh my gosh, I can barely drill a hole in a cam sprocket.
All right, don't make me nervous. You know, George and I been doing this deal for 10 years, and it is really neat that they're allowing you guys to do it. I hope it's something that benefits the class, you know, and it's just a fun thing for me to see something that George and I spent so much time on, get another avenue to help people win races.
And mainly what's so exciting about this is that Suzuki is the only import left in pro stock motorcycles. It's the only inline 4-cylinder platform left because Kawasaki left years ago. You never really saw Honda, you know, in the modern times. You never really saw Yamaha in the modern times. But here we are, the Suzuki's still faring. You see guys like Ellie Tonglet still riding. Karen Stouffer still has a GS-powered machine. You still ride a GS-powered machine, Steve. And the class is real, especially when it comes to Suzuki-powered motorcycles. There have been times that you guys literally have to just pull numbers out, it seems.
Well, I think in life, I keep going back to our society. I look down there and there's 37 motorcycles from Aruba. You know, a big shout out to all the guys and girls that came from Aruba. Our sport is just licking their chops at your guys' support of Mancup, and I think the reality when everybody wakes up each morning, they want to, you know, they're brushing their teeth for a reason. They're driving to work carefully. They're not running stoplights. We have rules. We live in a society that likes, you know, how do we move forward? We're also competitive. Right. Now the Suzuki's, you know, where this ties all together is now the Suzuki's got a billet cylinder head. And in theory, we feel like as customers, somebody over there is going to push a button and out of a hunk of aluminum is going to come a really cool piece of equipment or part for our motorcycle engine that's going to help us go faster. And that's all we wanted. The cast cylinder head is just gotten old, and we want to move forward. And luckily, One's been approved, and it's going to be really exciting. It's one thing to watch the Mancup here right now, but there's such a variety. Mancup, NHRA, Mancup. I've even put a proposal out to run all the Mancup races next year to see if that could help entice the proposal that I put together. So it'd be really fun to come over here and do that and show off the cylinder head and maybe sell some T-shirts.
Yeah, and also we don't really get a chance to see the pro stock bikes too often. I mean, we'll see the Stouffer team any once in a while pull one out. They had the Gladstone piece here last year. Ryan Ayler was here it was April 2018. He was here with his Buell testing, and let me tell you, there's nothing else that sounds like that bike.
No.
They're so unique. The tone to them is so unique. You can take your hand and reach down in the intake manifold with your whole hand on those motorcycles. It's something I've never comprehended, just how big those motors are.
Well, they're cool to listen to until a top fuel bike starts up.
Oh, yeah.
If you like horsepower, or nothing like that.
Oh yeah, well, especially the beast of Tommy Grimes. That's one to
Oh
say.
yeah, that thing goes by and it's idling and it hurts your ears. Hey, I got to get back and help my team, but I just wanted to ask Steve one thing. Your motorcycle is really fast this year. Are you cheating?
Yeah, that's a great way to end a conversation. And the microphone's going bad. I'm going to come see you, Mitch, and make sure to pat you on the back for that great word of wisdom as you left. So our motorcycle's definitely better, and it makes racing a lot funner. But it doesn't just happen overnight. It's a process.
Yeah, and this goes to show you that not only do we have support from a lot of sponsors, but a lot of guys taking a break from the big circuit to come out and support the sportsman scene, as well as, the professional scene, the pro street guys, the APE pro street class. Those guys are absolutely nuts. 630s on a pro street bike at 225 miles an hour with no wheelie bars.
And I think one of them has one of Mitch's cylinder heads on it too.
Yeah.
There's a GS that has that.
The Brad Momert GS that Richard Gadsden's riding, that's a monster head on that bike.
Yeah, and there's I think there's 42, or is there 46 460? 460 bikes?
There are 50, Steve. 50 entrants in 460. And here's a question for you. What does your pro stock bike usually average in the 8th mile?
Average probably is a high 430 or a low 440 in the 8th mile, 160 miles an hour. Where do those guys go?
Those guys are averaging about 460. There's several that are in the 450s. A little bit too fast.
And the mile
457.
And the mile an hour?
Between 150 and 158.
Oh, okay.
So they're
it's pretty close.
About the same. Now, that's just kind of a testament to what you guys are doing, because you guys are naturally aspirated, and these guys are using nitrous to get to that 400 or 500 horsepower mark. And that's where you're seeing a lot of the old retired Pro Mod Kawasaki's go too, because I'm sure you know this, but on a Kawasaki, you can only go to 1,570 cc's without stroking the crank or moving studs in the cases. And therefore, as Tom pointed out to me earlier, it used to be that whatever cylinder head you ran, that's what you had to put on the tank.
Well, it's the Kawasaki. My first first drag bike was a Kawasaki. My first dirt bike was a Suzuki. So I'm partial to both of them. But I know all these people know this, but since we're on the World Wide Web and this is transmitting all the way to Ukraine and all over the world, I think it's fair to say that I believe there was an analysis done on a Pro Stock Suzuki engine. There was about $2,000 of OEM parts on a $40,000 Suzuki Pro Stock engine. So, when we talk about a Suzuki or Kawasaki, it's still primarily made in America. We're getting some parts from overseas, obviously, here and there. But the cases, according to the rules, have to be OEM. And so I think it's $1,500, $2,000 for those cases. But everything else is made right here in America.
Here in the States, yep. It's cut on the lathe. You have MTC and Wiseco JE pistons all over the place down here. They are based in their own spots here in the United States. You have Falicon cranks, also here in the United States. I know Pearson is still doing crankshafts.
Yeah, I think Falicon has been bought up by a group, and they've moved it to Mentor, Ohio, and I think they're in a little bit of an influx. I think they're going to make brand new crankshafts. I don't think they're going to service crankshafts anymore. So you just got to dig, and you got to find out who can service your crankshaft.
That's the thing about the old parts too, especially KZ GS based parts. They're starting to wear a little thin, especially if you're looking for a stock crankshaft or maybe some stock valves or a stock cylinder head to start building off of. It's starting to get a little harder to find those parts. I mean, the GS a little more easy to find, but KZ heads, J model heads especially, are getting pretty thin. So, but Steve, and then on another note, what do you think about the turnout not only for the 460 class, but we start looking at the sportsman classes like Top Gas, Super Comp, Street ET, Pro ET, especially Pro ET. We have, I think, some 90 or 100 bikes in Pro ET right now.
Yeah, a long time ago, those of you that have older sisters, you'll be able to relate to this. You remember your older sister calling your friends and saying, "What are you wearing today to school?" And they would all match, and guys and girls would do that. You know, they go to the prom, and you know, what color? The theme's green, so you know the guys' cummerbund would be green, and the girls' dress would be green. The point is, I think all the Pro Gas, Super Gas, I think all the sportsman guys, they all got together and say, "Hey, let's go run the Mancup in Valdosta, South Georgia Motorsports Park." And they all showed up because it is, I mean, whoever wins this event in each one of these categories is going to be so high on the ladder.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to be able to wear everybody else out. You know what? You didn't have nothing for me, so don't even bring up how bad you think you are.
Absolutely, man.
And I guess reality is if you can get by first round, you'll have that game on everybody that lost in the first round. And if you got to the semis, you'll have lots of game on the people that didn't make it to the semis.
Right, and I think a lot of guys out there are just looking forward to start running rounds. You know, here at the Mancup, it's not necessarily past first round. I was going to bring a 1975 Yamaha RD250 to race in Super Eliminator, but then I remembered Alex Hughes and Bill Baxter were going to be on the property, so I was like, oh yeah, 16 or 17 second motorcycle running a 7-second motorcycle. Yeah, I don't want to learn about that much.
It's there's a, you know, you bring up the two-cylinder, the two-cycle engine, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, you know, how prevalent are those two cycles anymore? And I there's a buddy of mine that used to have a company. It was Cylinder Works and Hot Cams and oh gosh, I'm forgetting everything else. Pivot Works, but he's made a crankshaft for two-cycle engines, and I think it's two-stroke engines, and it's custom made, and he's going to produce those crankshafts, and he's got a company. So if you've got a motorcycle that's older than, I think, 80 or something, it's called Vinco, and it's VINTCO.com. And if you want old engine parts for those kind of motors or those kind of engines, he stocks everything. So it's cool that you can fix some of that stuff. My goal is once he's done with that project, maybe he'll start making some more parts for all these motorcycles out here.
Right. And what's so cool about all the two cycles is that they're just a lost art. You know, you don't see the H2s around anymore. And there's even a Suzuki GT750 Water Buffalo running around out there. The liquid-cooled two-cycle triple.
I remember that.
And let me tell you, we have several of those two-stroke Widowmakers here this weekend at the Manufacturers Cup. I believe there is a full field of at least 16. We'll probably put together a class of just the two-strokes this weekend.
Well, I think that H2 that you were talking about, I think that might be the crankshaft that he makes, Vinco.com makes, is that H2 Kawasaki crankshaft. So there's so many of those bikes, and they were fast. They were crazy fast. I talked to Paul Gass out here, and he said that
I think he said there might be 20 or 30 two-strokes out here. I haven't seen the sheets or anything, but it's, hey, if you got a motorcycle, 2 wheels, we have Harleys, we got Top Fuel, we got Suzuki, Cowie, you talked about the Water Buffalo. I mean, who knows what else is out here? I think somebody
here's an interesting one. The most interesting bike I've seen on the property, aside from the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe bike, has to be, it's either a 17 or an 18 KTM 690 SMC that is turbocharged and nitrous fed. It has been in the 940s this weekend. This is one of the super motards out here this weekend that has an extended swing arm. It's built bananas. It only ran 116 miles an hour out the back door, but this bike was stupid fast.
Chip Ellis, I think, built a bike and had a long swing arm on it. Maybe Dave Earl had a long swing arm, Track Dynamics. But it's such a great way to learn about our sport is to take a dirt bike, put a long swing arm on it, and pop the clutch on the starting line and go down the drag strip.
If I had my choice, it'd be a late 80s or early 80s Honda CR500 all day long. Those CR500s, if I had my choice, that is. I'd talk to Mr. Baxter or down there to Butch Million and see if he couldn't build me a expansion chamber for that bike. And I'd bring it out here and beat my brains out on it. It just seems so fun to get out there and race a two-stroke. And racing that RD, I'm a four-stroke boy at heart. I've raced nothing but a Kawasaki my entire life. I've raced a Z1R, a ZRX 1200R. I race there's a Kawasaki drag bike I have. I've been an 870 and 156 on it. And I was thinking to myself, okay, I'm on this little RD250, nice little parallel twin two-stroke. I get up there and I try launching this thing at 4,000 RPM. Get that thing wound up, it comes off the line and just falls on its face. I'm like, all right, let's try 5,000. Same story. 6,000, same story. I park that thing on the red line, and it finally comes off the line, dangles the front wheel through first and second, and it only turns a 1640 quarter mile at 75 miles an hour, and I took second place at that event.
I have a solution for you.
What would that be, Steve?
The manufacturer's midway at this event is so incredible. It took me an hour to just walk through. There are so many parts. If you got to stop by these people. If you need parts from I guess all the way up here to MPS and Paul Gas and Lysco and MTC. I see APE and all the way down to the Aruba guys. Across from them. There's so many parts. It's like I'm definitely going to look for parts tomorrow because I can put them in my bag and take them home and save the shipping. So
there you go.
I'm all about saving some money.
And there's a markdown on these parts too. There's going to be some discounted prices.
Oh yeah. They don't want to take them home, so maybe they'll maybe some of the stuff will be discounted. I still think the point is it's nice to be able to buy a part from somebody and then see that person at the races. And I think the Mancup embodies that entire spectrum of what can happen. And I think when you can see that person and ask them questions, hey, can I modify this? Can I change that? Are you going to make this? Are you going to do this? Is there going to be a price reduction? Do you ever have sales? Dan Rudd, he has an incredible website, and every once in a while I'll get an email from him. 10% off on this, 20% off on this. So it's just neat to be able to buy parts and see the person that you bought them from.
Yep. And not to mention, speaking of the manufacturer's midway, I kind of need to hit this per the boss per se. The event souvenirs are still open. The souvenir stand down at the manufacturer's midway is still open. You can also drop down and see all of our wonderful sponsors that have shown up this weekend. Like Steve had said, MTC Engineering we have down there. We've got Don Plesser at the PR Factory store. He's got a ton of parts with him. Mickey Thompson if you need a slick. Fuel Tech if you need to check into the fuel injection systems. Paul Gast is back here at Fast By Gas. We've got Ed Grothus of Grothus Drag Bikes. APE Race Parts is down here, the Jay Eschbosch crew. And like we said, the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Honda single overhead cam 750cc triple engine motorcycle is down there. That's a piece of history right there.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. We haven't seen Russ Collins, but and the Sorcerer, but some of these motorcycles are absolutely breathtaking. George Bryce, he's got a street-driven Harley Davidson is here. You know, I don't know a lot about a factory Harley Davidson, but I know it runs 935 at
147, 148. Yeah,
If I was on a Besa and the guy says, "Hey, $20 to the next stoplight," I'd take the $20 bet in a minute.
Oh yeah, he needs to come to Wichita and tear the streets up there for a hot minute, because I know a lot of guys in Wichita.
I seen a flyer, but I think one of the coolest things when you leave here is you got to leave with a T-shirt. You got to get some kind of souvenir from this thing that says I was here.
Yeah.
You know, well, you're young, but in 1969, that's when the first spaceship landed on the moon. And everybody that's old says, where were you when the first when the first guy stepped on the moon? And I think because this race is so big, I think you have to have a T-shirt that says, I not only know where I was here, I was at the race. And I think it's going to be exciting for next year to say, I not only have 1990, whatever year we're in, 2019, but I also have one 2020. So don't forget a T-shirt.
Yep.
Gotta get a T-shirt.
Yep. Now, Steve, one more question before I let you go. Thursday night, Larry McBride shocked the world. It's not quite a world record just yet, but definitely the world's quickest timed run in motorcycle drag racing history. 5.507 seconds, 264.93 miles an hour. I was trying to come up with words to call that race. I was sitting up here, I saw that screen, his 8th mile incremental showed up. It was like 367, 215. It was something outrageous. And I saw that, I'm like, man, this is it. This is absolutely it. Just the way that bike was moving, it was stone cold straight down the racetrack. What were your thoughts when you initially heard the news that Spider-Man had run that number out here at South Georgia Motorsports Park?
Well, social media blew up, so I got a chance to see it when I was with Mom, and I said, Mom, Larry McBride went 550, and she says, who? So I had no clue that somebody was going to set that kind of a record here. And to answer your question, I was in shock. I took the video and I sent it to a couple of buddies at NHRA, the tech department at NHRA, and I'm like, look at what a pro stock motorcycle did with nitrous. And they're like, that doesn't have nitrous. And I'm like, oh, I was just kidding. That was Larry McBride. But he's been such a leader. He's such a humble guy. They've got such a team. You know, if I get 5 seconds to ever say anything, if you're doing anything in life, you got to have an advisory council. You got to have your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your smart buddy that goes to school, whatever. You got to sit down with these people and bounce off some of your issues, 3 of your worst issues, and bounce it off them and get somebody else's advice. That's such a great human trait to be able to take advantage of. It's personal development. What do I do about this girl that doesn't want to go out with me? What do I do about getting better grades? How do I get a raise at my job? How do I eat better? How do I feel better? All these things are, YouTube's great, but it's so cool to have an advisory council of people that really like you and want you to do better. And Larry McBride obviously is the epitome of that right now as far as being a world record holder in motorcycle drag racing.
Yeah, it's definitely something that he can add to the accolade, and it being a timed run, he can submit that time slip. Although it's not a competition, we can't quite count it just yet in the Manufacturers' Cup as a world record for the sanctioning body, but it is definitely a shot that's been heard around the world.
Well, I don't all that official stuff is beyond me, but I know the sponsors really like it when their chosen race teams do real well. So Pingle I see all over there. I see Trim Tech.
Yeah, 7-0 Joe was here too. I'm sure you've seen him around.
So there's a lot of sponsors on that motorcycle that I'm sure are very, very happy. And I would love, Hector Arana Jr. was the first pro stock motorcycle to go 200 miles an hour. I love what Lucas did with the ad. There's an ad and it promotes motorcycle drag racing. And when you're a drag racing guy and you like two wheels, that you love seeing that stuff on TV. So obviously we like to push that, but I can't wait to see what Larry does with this record.
Yep, and I'm being told that it will be a record. It will in fact be a record. 5.507, 264.97. That I had no, Steve, I'm going to be honest with you, I had no idea after Larry ran the 561 at 263, I had no idea. I knew he was going to go damn fast this weekend. Quite possibly a 59, maybe a 58. I was thinking the entire 20-hour drive down here. 59, 58. That would probably be the number that Steve McBride is shooting for. But they come off the trailer and put down a 5.507.
Do you think he was tough? Do you think he was really down as low as he could?
Now, I heard something that he maybe rolled off the throttle 2 or 3 times.
Oh, wow.
But, it's not like great big chicken wings like you'd see a bracket racer doing down there on the top end of this racetrack, but more like just a limp wrist, because he told me, he was like, I think I was getting limp wristed because I was going so fast. And, I could not imagine to any point whatsoever. I've been 156 miles an hour on a bike. That is quick. But I can't imagine what it's like going 110 miles an hour faster than that even.
Oh my God. I'll tell you, even at the NHRA races, when the Top Fuel Harleys come out, the nitro guys come out of the woodwork. I mean, they're standing right on the starting line, and so many of the guys are here that run over there, and it's something that I'm not driving, obviously, but I sure am proud to be a motorcycle guy and to be able to call those our big brothers or whatever it may be. It just brings so much. The faster, the more nitro, the more exciting, and
right.
I think that's just a human tendency to say, I got to see something faster, and I love the noise,
right.
and not to mention the flames. So, when the fuel guys love that, all the rest of us love it too.
And it's something you can feel too. You can feel it shaking your body, especially the V-twins and the beast of Tommy Grimes and Mr. Bigston down there. That bike is different. I was standing right there while Tommy Grimes was completing his burnout. It was rattling my vision like a Top Fuel dragster does or a funny car does. And I'm just like, man, how does Tommy feel on that bike? How does Tommy feel when he's going down that racetrack, and especially how do they feel when that motor lets go and backfires?
Well, I think he's awake. When Tommy used to ride a pro stock bike, he was probably falling asleep. It's like a fuel Harley, again, whether they're here at the NHRA races, wherever it is, they're so exciting. The front end pops up. I swear they let off the throttle to touch it at the finish line, so it triggers the beam. But it's those guys have got some major stones, and it's cool to watch them. It's really cool.
It really is. Steve, thank you for your time. Thanks for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you.
Rainy afternoon at South Georgia Motorsports Park, the 43rd annual World Finals presented by Fuel Tech. I'm telling you, this is going to be a monumental drag race.
Tomorrow is going to, so everybody tunes in tomorrow, right? I'm coming back tomorrow. I can't wait. I can't imagine not one person not coming back.
Yeah.
I don't know what the forecast is. I guess it's going to be a little chillier.
It's going to be amazing. 61 degrees for a high is what I'm seeing so far. It might be a little higher. Georgia weather, kind of as unpredictable as Kansas. Probably 63, 64 degrees tomorrow is what I'd say. A lot chillier. But definitely the window's going to be open for a lot of guys tomorrow night to be making some hard passes, because especially when it cools down here, we start to see those artificial ceiling numbers below sea level. So here's another guy you might know.
Hey, yes sir. Ricky Gadsden, right here, got the school, and he's He's showing the colors. It's all right there. You want to learn how to go motorcycle drag racing?
That
Here
guy
he
right
is.
there.
Yep.
That guy right there.
It's really cool to be up here. I can't wait to come back tomorrow and see
Yeah.
more of this. I'm such a fan of the sport. I love the Mancup and everything that's happened. But get one of those shirts. I'm going to run down there and find one myself.
Yep.
I can't imagine how happy the track owner is and the community.
man.
The hotels are full. The
Everybody's-
restaurants are full.
Everybody's overjoyed.
Yep.
Overjoyed.
All right,
Steve,
Chris.
thank you so much, man. Best of luck in the 2020 season, the Mellow Yellow Drag Racing Series.
Thanks so much.
Not a problem, man. Thank you so much for joining me. So, ladies and gentlemen, just wrapping up an interview here with Mr. Steve Johnson. If you would like to come on up here and talk a little bit about the sport we know and love as motorcycle drag racing, do feel free. Be my guest. Come on up here anytime, and we will sit you down and we'll talk with you a little bit. This is what we like to do when things slow down here at South Georgia Motorsports Park or wherever we happen to be, and Mother Nature takes its toll on us for a little while. But it's certainly always good to sit down and talk to these guys, no matter who they are or what they might do for an occupation. You know, Mr. Johnson, a pro stock motorcycle racer on the Mellow Yellow Drag Racing Series for the National Hot Rod Association. Very seasoned racer, has been for a very long time. So once again, if you would like to come up here and join me for a quick talk session, we can most certainly arrange that. Just show up here and we'll go with the flow from there. But we are on standby just for now. We're just waiting for Mother Nature, waiting on Mother Nature to take her course here. We have an amazing track crew here on the course at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Also, the concession stand has now closed. Sweet Teas has closed up. Don't forget that the souvenir stand is still open. A lot of our guys out on the Manufacturers Midway still out there. Stop by and talk to them about some parts if you need to. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a monumental turnout so far at South Georgia Motorsports Park. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're staying dry out there. Just want to say welcome to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco Pistons. The Manufacturers Cup here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. We are currently under the weather. For those of you that might be joining us on MotorManiaTV.com, just want to let you know that we are still going to attempt to finish up tonight at this point. That is the word in right now. So while we got some quiet time, I'd like to pay some bills to all of our sponsors out there who may be with us at Manufacturers Cup here at South Georgia Motorsports Park, or maybe watching from home. We've got Hawaii Racing, Falicon Crankshafts, APE, Shinko, Western Power Sports, Nitrous Express, Growthus Drag Bikes, Star Racing, Schnitz Racing, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, the PR Factory Store, MTC Engineering, Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco, JE Pistons, D&G Chassis, MPS Racing, Bliska Racing, Cycle Exchange, Dunnigan Racing, Exoticycle, Roaring Toys, DME Racing, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gas, Manhill Garage, Kibblewhite Precision Machine, Cometic Gaskets, Daytona Sensors, Web Camshafts, McKinney Motorsports, Robinson Industries, Rob Bush Motorsports, and Monster Race Products. Of course, we want to give an extra shout to Dunnigan Racing and McKinney Motorsports for putting on the live stream. And also just a huge thank you to all the media coverage we've had here this weekend so far. Lots and lots of representation here. And for the first time in the sanctioning body history, going to be on national television. MAV TV going to be carrying the event. Not sure on dates just yet. Jack Corpella going to keep us posted there. But you will see film crews rolling around here like mad dogs tomorrow.
Okay, guys, racers, tension in the pits. Unfortunately, as you can see, Mother Nature has come down hard, and the facility is wet. The decision has come down from both the South Georgia management as well as Mancup management that we are done for the night. All qualifying is concluded. All qualifying is now official and final. Eliminations will commence tomorrow. We'll get ladders down. All fields are set. Pro and sportsman. Unfortunately tonight, Mother Nature's won. Tomorrow morning we'll go hot with our ET categories as we start out traditionally on Sunday. All qualifying is set. All fields are set. We will work on ladders. Final qualifying sheet and ladders. You can expect those at registration in the morning. But tonight, it's officially done. Thank everyone for their participation, their attendance here at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals. And we're going to kick this right back off bright and early tomorrow. ET riders, you will be needed in the lanes at 8:45 a.m. Street ET, you're officially on standby for tomorrow morning.
All right, so same setup in the trailers.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the decision is here. Qualifying fields are set. Eliminations will commence tomorrow. And we will see you bright and early in the morning on Sunday. Don't forget about the chapel service happening tomorrow morning at the West Side Pavilion, 7:45 tomorrow morning. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunate events tonight, but nature of the beast. That's drag racing for you. We will continue on with the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals tomorrow morning at South Georgia Motorsports Park, presented by Kibble-White Precision Machine and Wiseco Pistons. The Manufacturer's Cup presented by Vance & Hines. Thank you guys so much for coming out this weekend.